Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back. To those of you who saw the previous one, apologies for the brief hiccup. We are about. No, you are not ready. Okay, fine. Don't be ready. Hello, Sob. Good luck, man. We've got about 4.5 minutes till tournament, so you've still got 4 minutes to get ready. It's all good. Uh, if needed, it should just pick up automatically for you guys, but F5 to refresh if needed. We should be back and streamings. So, weekend tournament 84 coming. We'll take a quick look at last week's, which last week's went to Kebab Sniffer, who had a great run, beating Mr. Tokmani in the finals on round 6. Rooster was in the driver's seat going into round 6, but lost to Thamu in what was supposed to be the semifinals. Turned out that that made Kebab Sniffer versus Mr. Tokmani the final, and Apuchi had lost to Rooster in round 4. So those were kind of the favorites. Had some bad luck. Woot had lost to Sacco in round 3, so we had a first-time winner in Kebab Sniffer last week. So looking forward to that this time out. We'll see if we get kind of a similarly entertaining tournament. Asian tournament this morning. The rookie group was won by Blue Phoenix. Congrats. But they had a bye in round 1, but went 7-0. Very narrowly gets past Rye in round 6. Congrats to Blue Phoenix. Your Asian Advanced Group 1 champion was B-Man, who beat HD Susauer, who's here in chat. Beat HD Susauer in the final. So nice run there, HD Susauer. Well done, sir, and may your performance continue and even improve here. Jay Shoots and Skay finishing out the top 4, with Till and Steel Sane in the top 6. We've got 2 minutes. You've still got time to get in. 197 participants. It's going to make 2 groups of about 105, I would imagine, when all is said and done. Maybe 110. Depends how many folks we get in. Good morning, Jeep Dave. Did they change the minor points? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. How did someone get 32? No, that's just, he had 7 from losing to, losing in the final, and then, whoa, wait, what? Power is out. Running the PC on generator and internet on phone hotspot. Must play Mechabellum, whether or not there's power. Okay, Jeep Dave, you are now my favorite for this tournament. I don't care. I know Skay's got the 2300 MMR, but we're now rooting for Jeep Dave to take it all on generator power. Welcome to the club, Jeep Dave. All right, then. We are going to run a long ad stream now, just to make sure we don't have ads during. Playing on an alt, though. Couldn't get logged into your main account. Well, your main account's power is out also, so, you know. All right, so I won't even be able to recognize you. All right, 15 seconds or so. Click now or forever hold your peace. Don't forget to ready up when the screen shows. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Rooster, your favorite, the number 1 seed overall, with Skay, Andy, and Apucci at 3, 5, and 7. Steel Saint against Bimpy. That's a rough draw, Bimpy. Yikes. Good luck and have fun with that one, sir. Damn it, Steel Saint round 1. Just saw that, yes. Who else do we have? Jonas against Krog could be an interesting one. Salt Monkey against Black Sheep could be a lot of fun. Bradbury has managed some recent upsets, is facing a top 10 player. Sob against HD Susauer. We might need to cast that one. Sobmon is back. And that is a good round. Okay, let's take that one. We'll give one of Sob and HD Susauer the caster's curse, but we won't say which one. All right, channel point predictions are up. You got to bet on yourself, Sob. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads, and welcome to round 1 of a weekend tournament European number 84. We have 2 favorites. We have Sob and HD Susauer, 2 longtime fan favorites. Sob, of course, longtime streamer, had a penchant for the War Factory back in the day, committed to a War Factory build for a long time, was running production War Factories, and the efficient maintenance long before anybody else had figured that out. Got himself into the top 200 with it back during the Vanguard season, but stopped streaming, was struggling for a bit, and we have, I believe, helped get him back on his feet. There is a little donations box there if you guys are interested in helping make sure he is housed through the Canadian winter and comfortable. HD Susauer came runner-up to B-Man in the Asia tourney this week. This is not showing that badge. He can choose which badge he wants to show. Instead, he took the Advanced Group 2 champion, but he also came runner-up this morning in Asian 84. So, very much one of the favorites for this tournament. He is, I believe, the 6th or 8th seed overall. Sob took a cost control specialist and is going with 3 steel balls, 4 crawlers as his opening. I like that. HD Susauer, the fortified specialist, with a sledgehammer and marksman opening. Unlocked and added a pair of crawlers. So one of the things HD Susauer has done with that, he didn't take a Fang, so that the Fangs could potentially drop on round 2. The 3 level 1 Fangs would give him the kind of chaff he would need. So he made sure not to block out a drop that would be beneficial for him, just by taking the chaff that his opponent has. Sob could have blocked that by taking a Fang instead of the 4th crawler. And then Sob didn't even unlock a 0-cost unit. So he's not interested in playing blocking games. He's just here to win. And Steel Ball's doing what Steel Balls do well, destroying single targets. The fact that he didn't have any chaff clear didn't hurt that much because there wasn't much chaff. So Sob wins round 1. 4,700 hit points for the monkey in a suit. 4,150 for the German. There are the Fangs. It's going to be 2 level 2 Fangs, which is a little less useful, I think, for Susauer, but you can still pull that off, use them for the flank screening Fangs, and then drop some level 1s up front. He is instead going to take a level 2 Storms. I'm always a little bit leery of that one into Steel Balls because they give away so much XP when you knock off a Storm with a Steel Ball. Saab took the pair of level 2 Arc Lights, so quite cognizant that he didn't have the Chaff Clear. He goes ahead and puts down some Chaff Clear to go with the Steel Balls. You know, if it had been my build, I'd have been wanting, obviously I would have been wanting the Typhoons there. You guys know the build I love to run with the Typhoons just in front of the Steel Balls. But he's also gone for a Flank Crawler, and it is a 4th Steel Ball pack. So very much committed to the Steel Balls right now. Floats 50, and picked up a Mobile Beacon, which he's using to control this pack of Steel Balls straight to the tower. Adds to that a pull with this crawler, so anything that would have stopped this corner is headed off to that to the flank. These guys are headed towards the Arclight and their doom. The new Fangs are both on the opposite side where he was stronger. So that Mobile Beacon is just going straight to tower. Nothing slowed it down at all. On the side with the 2 Stormcallers, you know, it's going very well for HD Susauer. He had both Chaff and the level 2 Storms on that side. He wins that side despite the tower debuff. Now gets to face the first side. Hello, welcome in, Ravons. We have Saab versus HD Susauer, round 1 of Weekend Tournament 84. Saab won the first round. He dropped Susauer to 4150. HD Susauer wins the second one, drops to 4112. Sticky Oil Bomb. When you're the defender in a push like this, and the oil shows up, you kind of have to take it, because if the attacker took it, the attacker probably doesn't want it, but if the attacker took it, it can only drop once, so they can lock it out and prevent you from taking it a second later on. You do want both this one and the oil from your tower. Between the two of them, you can guarantee that there's an oil in the exact same spot every round, as long as it doesn't get lit on fire. Or potentially you could have 2 rounds where you've just oiled both main pushes or connected oil between them, you know, something like that to like just completely nullify a side. So you really want that. It's almost impossible to skip, so HD Susauer took it. Adds a Storm in front of this side. Added flank arc lights to try and clean up the potential flank pulling crawlers. Saab has reinforced the flank with an arc light and picked up a Wraith. Wraith has a improved firepower control, so this thing does real damage in the sky, and the only things that can really stop it are these 3 marksmen. The marksmen don't have anti-air on the bar, which is one of the things Saab would have been thinking when he picks that up. I'll protect that to make sure. So they can't priority target the Wraith. The Wraith should do a ton of damage. Doesn't quite. In fact, it is stopped with just 229 experience. It did not pay out the way that it would have been hoping. And the oil just shut this down, this side down really hard as well. So HD Susauer wins round 3 hard. Takes about 1200 hit points off the Saab and drops him to 2960. Saab picks up laser sights, so does HD Susauer. HD Susauer had also leveled this sledge last round. We get a second Wraith for... Whoa, coming in from the flank. A flank Wraith with a laser sight on it, so it's going to have 75-meter range before he techs anything. Also adds a crawler here to draw some of the... So this was last round. Draw the initial Stormcaller volley and those 2. This crawler is going to draw things out that direction, so this Wraith can finish them. And he does take range for both of them, so it's 95 meters for the improved firepower control, 115 meters for the Wraith in flank. And here's the second oil. This is kind of what we were talking about. HD Susauer has 1 oil on the one side. It gets to drop the other oil on the other side. right in front of the mobile beacon. So Saab is trying the same trick with the flank pull and mobile beacon that had won him round 2. It's not going to work this time, primarily because of the oil. And HD Susauer even got the direction of the oil right. Remember, this side is going to land first, and this side's going to land a little bit later. And the timing actually matters, right? It's not like the whole thing drops instantaneously. It implies a plane flying overhead, dropping the oil. You see it come in here, blocking this steel ball just before it costs 2 levels. So nicely played from HD Susauer to get the order, the direction of that oil first. Like, such little things, and they make a difference. They really do. The game is that detailed. Still, once they're through with the pull and the... Oh, goodness. It looked like that was going to go pretty well, but it did not in the end. For just a moment, it looked like that push was going to get through. But, now the laser sight Wraith is doing its best, and it did. Almost kills this level 2 marksman. Doesn't quite, and that's another 2,000 hit points in surviving. Well, I guess it's 1,200. Yeah, 1,100 for surviving your HD Susauer. Drops Saab to around 1,800, and things are looking pretty grim for Saab at the moment. Scorpion took the level 3 Scorpion, bought a second one. It looks like that is siege mode on them. I'm surprised he's not putting those behind the oil and firing over the oil into things. But here we go. We're just gonna throw in deep at this tower. HD Susauer goes to a pair of melting points. Knows he doesn't have the anti-air on the bar for the marksman, so takes the melters to try and slow those wraiths down, especially if there's any more of them. So he's picked one up for this side. So it's wraiths on the right, tech wraiths on the right, tech scorpions on the left. Oh, there's even a scorpion here. And range for Susauer's melters. One of them gets the laser sight, so it's up to 175 meter range. That is ridiculously good range. Oh, and just in case, we'll missile out the chaff. Ouch. Yep, this side is not going to go well for Saab, I don't think. This side has a much better chance, despite not having the wraiths. I think the scorpions onto sledges, and lack of a chaff unit right here. The mobile beacon should go decently well. Missiled out one of the scorpions, so it's not moving very fast. You can see how quickly these two wraiths both have gone down over here. And yeah, even with the support of these siege mode scorps from distance, at 200 meters, they actually outrange even this 175 meter beast, but they shoot so slowly. When you take siege mode, it reduces the attack interval from 4.5 to 6 seconds, which is effectively a nerf for the Scorpion. If you are not making good use of the range, it is painful. And Saab is down, speaking of painful, Saab is down to 380 hit points. Shield airdrop and Rhino assault. But keep in mind, Saab is coming back to the game after a long hiatus, and surely is going to be, knocking the rust off and getting better. HD Susauer drops the Rhino behind towers. They are level 2 towers, so it's not a trivial thing, but that should be the finish here. There's not much. Saab can't afford to come back, perhaps, and protect. Maybe he will. I mean, he's got the cash to do it. Well, I hope those are back here. No, they are not. Okay. Well, sir, that looks like it. I think the Rhino gets tower, and we're in a lot of trouble, unless there's some shenanigans with mobile beaconing a steel ball and crawler back. The steel balls get range. I like that. You guys know how much I love range steel balls. But one thing I'm noticing on Saab's board, he's got the 5 chaff up here, but he doesn't have any delayed chaff coming in behind the steel balls. and it really hasn't built out the front layer. So he's got what I think of as the early mid chaff, but he doesn't have the early chaff, the front chaff. Doesn't have the late mid chaff, and he doesn't have late chaff. So that does let units get locks on the steel balls and wraiths much better than it would. He could conceivably have a drip of chaff arriving. So that's kind of what's standing out. These pulls were really nice, but when I've overcommitted to the pulls, especially with my chaff deploys like that, Arclight and 2 crawlers on those chaff deploys flank, that does tend to cost my steel ball aggro as well. With the Rhino having gotten tower, debuff is all over the board, and yeah, we're down to just the Scorpions. We're down to just 1 Scorpion. It's a 6-round win for the Asia runner-up HD Susauer. Nicely done, sir. Congratulations. We are through to round 2 from this. Sob's at about 1750 MMR, so he has been much higher than that previously. Just coming back to the game. HD Susauer at the 2260. Obviously on top of the game, didn't take a break. There is a difference. Let us see the other matches. Math is Might is, well, in trouble against Antarix. Maybe we should take a look at that. We are going to refund, I think, the round one best. I don't think a don't feel like that's exactly fair, as 676 to 1 odds. So we're gonna delete that. Sorry guys, and we'll go to round 2. In this match, what is going on? Far side is Math is Might. That's a Sabertooth specialist with extended range Vulcan, supply enhancement, super supply enhancement. Antarix is supply enhancement, advanced field device, and Farseer. So Antarix had the early advantage. Hey, Spidey. We do have a rule on the wagering, Spidey. Is has to be within about 10 to 1 to it is her fault for betting too much. It's true, but, you know, like, we kind of have a... If somebody's thrown down, 2K or 10K or whatever, and somebody else throws down 10, I just think that's kind of cheap. And, yes, there were 2 of you who had thrown down the 10. But, you gotta throw down a little bit more than that to earn the big monies. What did you win yesterday? Like 70k rocks. I don't know. I don't know what you had bet on yesterday. Math is Might has the super supply enhancement. It looks like this was a late super supply enhancement, and that probably cost them, but they are now on their way and running. Hello, Horion. Welcome in. Antarix trying to finish this off with the Wasp Mothership Overlords. Amarok trying to finish off his copy before round 2. There are a fair number of Mustangs on the back line. They handle the Wasps. The line of marksmen is getting out of control. Vulcan's now best partner. So they are pretty solid. Between the Mustangs and the best partner, they're pretty solid into this build. A little bit of... Oh yeah, they're gone. Okay. We still have Vulcans left. Math is Might. Ouch. That is pretty dominant round win. We still have his Giants on the board. Is that it for Antarix? Not quite. I think he's just barely alive. Yep. He'll have 345 hit points left. We'll go to around 10. Surely the end. Godslayer says, I voted too. I am ashamed, but I need to bring out the dirty tricks for the tournament. Hey, voting is fine. Voting's allowed. There is no singleton dominant strategy at the highest level, so it's not like there is a single unit that is uncounterable. Bring out the boats if you need to. Bring out the marksmen if you need to. Here we have boats versus Vulcans, right? Like, let's go. Now they have, yeah. Now they have AA. Only worry about that for Mathis Might is that is going to change the marksmen from some of the things they were doing, which was targeting arc lights, sledges, and marksmen. They will wind up targeting some of these wasps during the early round, but that's about it. What? What are you saying? You don't care about rocks, Spidey? Oh no. That's it. Mods, give him a 10-second timeout. Totally teasing, of course. Oh yeah, with all this just throws down more Mustangs. I think this is pretty much all over. I don't see the Overlords punching through this. He did add ground cannon to them. Overlord artillery, trying to do some better damage on the ground. You see some of them. But yeah, this is just Vulcan Marksman Mustang out of control. Once everything has had time to scale and level, it is pretty tough to stop. Soja has shown us that. And of course, Mathis Might, 2300 MMR, finishing off Antarctics. So, we still have some matches in progress, but our favorites won all down the line here. Mathis Might, Jeremiah, HD Susauer, Sunnyside. Not sure I reckon. Is this Galaxy? I think that is Galaxy. It's, apparently we are going to be charging the phone to give you the 201 names a little later in the tournament. I think that's Galaxy Ends in Fire. In fact, we can tell that real quick if we jump over here, as we'll recognize. No, that's not Galaxy. It is a Flaming Vulcan player. I mean, right. Black Sheep beat Zach. Dionys beat Crag. I thought about casting that one. Nicely done, Dionys. Figured that was a spot where these two both were spots where an upset was possible. Abstain with a loss. Coke beat Happening. Yeah. With wins from Godzilla, Starscream, Zlaumamj, what? Zetu, Ragin, Hawk in Space, Alpha, Steel Sane with the win. You get up here, you're at the favorites, but there is a big upset. The number 46 seed Speedfire upsets Yuban, number 9 seed. Apucci and Andy have both won. Rooster is through against Easy Peasy, and Skay is up against Torque. Oof, these matches aren't really fair from the start, it seems. Spidey, yeah, there's some the breadth of entries is pretty wide here. So they do let's see. So the top half, well, when we get back to the table I'll show you, but like the top half are playing in round one. They play essentially, like, let's say there's 100 players. The first match is number 1 versus 50, then 2 versus 49, 3 versus 48, and then there's a 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. So those lower half of the table have a fair match in round 1, but then they get the unfair match in round 2 when they come up against, like, you know, oh hey look, now it's the number 1 seed against the winner of 99 versus 100, right? There is a rookie level, and the you know, that kind of works the same way. So if you're at the bottom of the rookie level, your first round match is going to be against somebody your level, and your top if you're in the top half, you might have a more unbalanced match. But yeah, we kind of know that the top players, especially in tournaments, their round 1 and round 2 should be pretty easy wins for them. Skay in trouble. Near side was a Farseer specialist. Took advanced offensive tactics to increase the total damage output. Actually has it from tower as well. Has an additional deployment slot. And Skay just loves to build this huge marksman line. If you take a look at their field, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I think. 14 is over here. 15, 16, 16. Something like 16 of them across the back line. I might have counted an arc light into that. It is a lot of marksmen. They've all leveled, they are all 4-teched, and they all make shooting squad fangs. The fangs have both range and shield, so when they're making, like, level 4 ranged fangs to go with them, that's actually pretty impressive. And, it is... Yeah, see, Spidey, that's where I think this is, that's actually where I think the tournament format is a little bit broken. I think it should be 1 versus 100 in round 1, right? Instead of 1 versus 54. Because that kind of guarantees a bit better progression towards what you're talking about, where the best players are still alive at the end. The way the current tournament's format is set up, you do wind up with, you'll see it in round 3, where because of the way that the minor points work, you might wind up with 2 of the top 10 seeds facing each other in the 3rd round, and I think that's just kind of broken. So we did have 1, I think, loss in the top. Wait, did we? Yeah, we had 1 loss in the top 10. Speedfire beating Yuban, so there was an upset there, and then we can tell Xylomarge got up to 18th from 21st, so that means there were 2 more upsets at the 11 through 20. I think totally random would be frustrating for folks. We will take a look down at the bottom half. So the folks who are coming up to face the top players will be, well, let's just start at the bottom. Stu Whibley is going to have a rough go. So will Kypris and Morvern, but congrats on getting your round 1 wins. The Mighty M, GGG, Tico Miko, M. Barker, Akeem. All of these are names I don't recognize, and they would just be deep not favorites for next round. Dirty Carl. Apfel Kuchen didn't even get a warm-up match against Sir Galachad. Sometimes you see somebody abandon at that point, because you're going to be sitting there for like 30 minutes to get into a round 2 match. Merch Damien Frostwall. Good luck, sir. Gets a win in round 1. I know Frostwall's a frequent viewer. Idzit. Godslayer said he went votes against LMCV. These 2 and are right around the Amarok level. If I were in tournament, this is about where I would drop into the play. Because I know this because LMCV and Godslayer and I wind up in the same, and Jezza Tequila, and I all wind up in about the same mini tournaments. So, Spartan Yolo Enti, Hoctor, Chichi, Arizona. Tapadoo beats Aztap. Omni Ripper, Last Zep, Ashmodia. EOS, Diehard, JJ, MWT. Hey, nicely done, JJ. Or Jim WT. Rookie 1 is the last one. So Rookie 1 and Jim WT are going to have fine matchups, right? managed to get the amp core, and they worked quite. Oh, nice, and they work quite well on starting sledges. I like it. Good to know. Since we're going to be in nowhere for the next 3 minutes or so, we're going to run an ad. Do that now so you guys don't miss any of the game action. You can tell what your matchup is going to be for next round. If you are unbeaten, your next round matchups are going to add up to 55. So 55 minus your number is your opponent. Stu Wibley will be facing the number 1. Kypris will be facing the number 2, etc. We can kind of find the best matches in the middle of the board. So, Godslayer will be facing the 15, which is Ragin. That could be a fun one. Ashmodia is going to be facing Coke. Jim is going to be facing Dionis. Oh, that might actually be the one to watch. Jim versus Dionis, yeah. Or Rookie 1 against Speedfire. We know Speedfire just had that huge upset. So it could be a Ubon. That could be a fun one to watch. Dionis with an upset against Crag is the other one. Second best upset of the day, I think. So yeah, we'll probably take one of those two matches. Other options, of course, are to go grab some of the favorites while they're still alive and not facing each other, just to see what they're running. But this is the round where you're going to see a real beatdown, Spidey. Like, I expect the top 10. I would be very surprised if any of them fail to win their matches here. And you see, a lot of folks do abandon. I think that's unfortunate. For example, because of the way the minor points work, the player who beat Ubon should actually score a ton of minor points for beating them, but the fact that they're not going to continue means that they won't. It should be this huge accomplishment for that player, right? But Raging against Godslayer would be a good one. Black Sheep against Frostwall would be fun, but I think we are going to go to Jim WT against Dionis. I just think that minor points should be done away with. Use summed MMR of your opponents if you want to do a most difficult. Who had the hardest schedule? It's the player with the highest MMR total of opponents. Was Dionis the top or bottom? I forget. Dionis is top, right? No, Jim WT is top. Okay. All right. And your minor point, or sorry, your channel point betting is open. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We're going to see Jim WT9 versus Dionis. Both of them are frequent viewers and have both had some major wins over the course of many days. So capable of pulling off big wins. And of course, this should be one of the closest unbeaten matches in the top division, or the Advanced Group 1 here. Dionis, of course, is a longtime player. Maybe I'll just do that intro once we have the flip. Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament European number 84. We have Jim WT9 against Dionis. Dionis, longtime player, very popular Russian with just a total gentleman on ladder. Shows up here in chat sometimes. Jim WT has had some big wins recently, hasn't put it together into all 7 matches in tournaments. Dionis had the second most impressive upset in round 1, upsetting Crag. Speedfire, of course, upset Yuban, who has abandoned. Jim WT, near side, took the new Amplify Specialist. If you haven't seen this one yet, it does a small amplifying core, gives you 3 of them on round 1. So those are plus 20% attack, plus 20% hit points for whatever unit you're putting it on. Obviously, you want to kind of put it on your attack DPS king, whatever that's going to be, but you also want to put it on something that is going to take a few shots. You don't want to put it on your, for example, you don't necessarily want it on your Stormcallers, because you're not expecting your Stormcallers to take shots. You're not getting much use out of the 20% hit point. For Jim, it is on, I think, accidentally on a Fang, intentionally on the 2 Arclights. That is an easy misclick to make when you've got 2 units together like that and you're seeing it from this angle. There's kind of a spot that you can kind of click, and the interception from the click-through takes it from the other side. So he may not be too happy about that, or that might have been intentional. Like I said, having the extra 20% hit points on something that's going to be taking shots, we'll see. If he sells it. I do that with towers all the bloody time, says Guild Cannon. Yeah, that might have been a drop those items before putting the units in. So I'm expecting at some point in this match this Fang gets sold and rebought just to move that item to a better home for it. But for now, I mean, you can see it doesn't change whether it gets one shot by the Arclights. It does slow things down, but for the Arclights fighting into it, or for the Steel Balls fighting into it, they do take longer to finish that off. And so there's only going to be 3 Steel Balls that survive on that side, where Jim has 2 Arclights and 2 Storms on the other side. Gets the tower debuff, stops those Steel Balls in their tracks, and that lets the Stormcallers range on them. So Jim wins round 1 at 4,100 hit points. He's dropped Dionis to 4,200. Dionis is the Missile Specialist. This is the other new Specialist. If you haven't seen this one, he gets 2 of those Missile Strikes, the call down that drops a 3,000 hit point womp on you. Dionis takes the Photon Emission. Jim WT skips, not Photon, Intensive Training. So Dionis took Intensive Training, Jim WT skipped. The skip is a, plus 50. It's going to let you unlock and buy 2 200 cost units. Jim buys a Fang, which is going behind tower. Goodness. Both missiles coming in. Bang, bang. It's going to take out both Stormcallers this round unless Jim WT shields. Now, my experience of this Missile Strike Specialist has been when opponent gets shields up, and then those shields don't come down early, that is a winning formula for the opponent, right? You don't think of spending 200 on shields on round 1 or round 2 often, but against anything that doesn't have shield break, like the Phoenix or Steel Ball, it can be really, really powerful. Here, for Jim, he did not shield, so he's just going to lose this round hard. The Steel Balls go straight to tower, but by the time they take the tower, there's almost nothing left. We didn't get a ton of bonus from the tower take, other than getting the experience into the Steel Balls. Excuse my voice there. So Dionis has three things to level over there, maybe even 4 things to level. Jim takes a Sandworm. Dionis now has my dream start with Steel Balls and Typhoons. He's not playing Steel Ball Typhoon the way that I play, but he has my start. Getting this double Typhoon on round 3, that's my dream when I have Steel Ball start. He picks up a pair of Storms. Fair enough. Nobody ever got fired for picking Stormcallers. sells the steel ball, so completely... and Dionys took the worms as well. Why do I only see one worm? Am I just... How did we sell... What am I missing here? Oh, no, it was one worm at a time, right. So Jim took a worm and bought a second worm. Dionys took a worm and sold the steel balls. Okay. I'm with you guys. Sorry. Give me a moment. Arclight discovers the worm and gets it. On the left, the worms are doing very well. Yes, kill cannon. Absolutely. It's very hard to afford shields on round 2, especially if it's a unit round and you're forced to take a unit. Which Jim was not. That was not the case. He had skipped, so he had the 450. He chose to go for triple recruit and no shields. And also still really didn't answer the Phoenix here. So Jim wins the worm off. And wait, just enough time that his worm survives, does 350 hit points of damage to Dionys. So Jim is down to 3,300 from the Phoenix surviving. Dionys down to 3,850 from the worm surviving. We had kind of a draw there. You have Nuke, you have Orbital. Jim skips. I expect Dionys takes Orbital. That is the common logic. Orbital is Orbital, you take it. Jim, I could have seen putting the Orbital here over the Phoenix and trying to hit the Phoenix. And that is why Dionys is shielding that side. He's expecting the Orbital Bombardment to be on that side. He sells his second Sandworm and buys a War Factory into the 2 Sandworms that had survived. So a round 4 War Factory, not for Saab, but for Dionys. And Dionys is still playing around the Orbital Bombardment. Mobile beacons the Phoenix over to the other side. So they are going to be supporting the War Factory and not in... He doesn't know that Jim skipped the Orbital Bombardment, right? So he is mobile beaconing away. He uses his intensive to level up the Phoenix. So even if they died by Orbital this round, they'd still get to level 3 next round. And there is 2 marksmen. One survived because the Orbital took out the second one. And with no Orbital on this side, it should go pretty heavily Dionys' way. The War Factory, tanky as all get out, is going to get the job done against even the armor-enhanced worm over there. It's not going to have enough left for this worm, I don't expect. Especially after taking a few more shots from Stormcallers. But again, Dionys has the Phoenix in the air. Has taken out both towers. And actually does finish it out with the War Factory still alive. Barely. Used most of 146,000 hit points on this thing. But big round win for Dionys. Drops Jim to 2,400. Now, remember, Dionys is going to be paying upkeep on this. So he is minus 200 economy. It's round 5. They both had 1,000. Dionys has paid 200 in upkeep, so he's got 800. And Jim WT took something, so he's on 950. Here come the double missile strike. You've got to pretty much know where those are going to be. We took the level 2 Mustangs for Dionys and level 2 Wasps for Jim WT on the unit drop here. And this time he decides he can afford to shield, and does so. Picks up a third Storm. He's going to put that over the War Factory and, incidentally, over the Mustangs. The Mustangs have a 95-meter range, so they'll be right around the same spot as the War Factory. But of course, if the Storms are locked on the War Factory, they're going to be shooting at the middle of it and not really hitting out here where the Mustangs would be pushed to. if they're aimed on the Mustangs, of course, they'll be hitting both Mustangs and War Factory, I think. Distraction Crawler. This is pretty handy. It's actually going to pull things away, but problem, is it actually going to pull the Sandworms as well? I think it does. And Double Shot Marksmen are Jim WT's answer to this board. I'm going to try and burn through the War Factory with a little bit better single target damage. He's also leveled 2 of his marksmen. This marksman is leveled? Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just one marksman that's leveled. Worms did eventually... Yeah, see, this worm got pulled away from the War Factory. I'm not sure that was ideal. And of course, the Mustangs can get stuck on the worms, which are armored. But that didn't keep the wasps alive for Jim. You see kind of what I'm talking about. We're not really hitting that many of the Mustangs with this volley, but we did hit it with this volley. Both 2 worms have gone over here. I think that mobile beacon actually hurt Dionys. I think it pulled one of the worms that was supposed to die to the War Factory. Pulled it off to that tower. And double shot. That is going to let Jim finish off the War Factory with his last shot. We have 2 surviving Mustangs. Yes, boys, you are the heroes. You get your screen time. Dionys still on 3850, and Jim WT loses a negligible amount of hit points there. Portable shield is up. Jim WT takes it, presumably for one of the worms. Basically, this is the ×2 hit points. And also takes... So, Dionys goes for the shield airdrop, trying to prevent any kind of EMP or anything from landing on the War Factory. Also, had that thing at level 1, now it's level 2. Intensive trains it to get it to level 3. Also, question. Jim WT. Why? Have we not sold out of the thing and put 20% attack on our level 2 Sandworm over here? At least. I'd also want it on this one, but sell all 3 of those and try to get them onto Sandworms. God, where is Void Insanity? He's gonna love this. Oh, I'm planning on running my worms anyways. I will put items on them. I automatically start with items. God, he's gonna love this specialist. All right. I mean, not that he's running the worm build all the time anymore, anyways, but when he was, he would have loved it. Okay, Jim WT has added Replicate, trying to get some. So every time they come up and down, they're going to create some larvae. Larvae are the same level as the sandworms, so they're going to be level 2 for most of these. But I think level 3 War Factory just outright beats these level 2 worms. Note, Dionys thought the same thing I did. Does not mobile beacon a crawler this time. Goes back to bringing the Phoenix over to the War Factory side. The Phoenix, with that weird mobile beacon, the Phoenix had lost out to Marks in the last round. So bringing them back over here where teamed with War Factory is the correct answer. And yeah, even with the portable shield, that War Factory is doing a lot of work on sandworms. It multi-targets. It's got 4 different guns that each target individually, so you don't even necessarily lock it. It's not, you can see the kind of gap there it got. The larva and 1 worm, I believe, got this tower, but it was kind of too late for everything on the other side of the board. The Phoenix don't have range, so they got out in front of things, and they got shot by marksmen. Other than that, there's just nothing that is... This is like... Did you guys ever play the board game Ogre? This is an ogre. This is straight up like... There is just nothing on this board that is going to slow down a level 3 War Factory. I've got 500,000 hit points. There's 2 ways to stop this. You need acid on the ground, and you need a melting point. One or the other. Now, you're at risk of something here where ranged enhanced War Factory with temp range from tower is going to have 155 meter range, which is, what you get to with a melting point that doesn't have range from tower. Dionys doesn't take range, actually took EMP on the Oh, took EMP on the Phoenix and sold the Phoenix. Now he's going to be producing level 3 Phoenix and level 1 Phoenix. There we go. Yeah, Jim is in a lot of trouble here. I don't think... I mean, he does have a big range advantage with the Melter. I'm not sure he has enough to actually get it... he has no chaff coming behind the Melter, so those EMP Phoenix, if they get to lock on, they're going to have a good time. Melter gets... no, it had a lock on a chaff unit. Now it gets a lock on the level 1 instead of the level 3. The level 3 is going to use that time to advance into range. With this range, the level 3 is just going to demolish it, no problem. And yeah, now we've got a flotilla of Phoenix that EMP things. EMP, by the way, turns off the armor and the replicate on these little guys. And Dionys is just grinding it out, despite not having the econ. He's got that 200 per round penalty. So you'd think eventually things suit Jim WT. But both players take an ion beam. Dionys is going to run his from left to right here, getting through the arc light, hoping to hit the melting point right in this area. Note that Jim's got the melting point actually behind the tower, so it gets kind of hiccuped on the tower. I'd have sort of loved to have seen that right here in front of the storms, just for... With temp range, the Melter's going to have 170 range. Let's see what Dionys is thinking. The ion beam is going to go over the war factor. It's not going to kill it. The hope here would be that it kills some of the Mustangs, takes down the shield, takes out some of the storms. That is the real damage that Jim WT can do with it. I think he misses this arc light even. He wanted this... Oh yeah, especially with the shield on. That arc light will have walked out of range by the time it's dropping. Yeah, Acid Scorps, I think, are the better choice. Note that the missiles are coming after the Wasps now, rather than after things that might be shielded on the ground. You can't shield this unless you drop Energy Shield. Jim WT is not thinking that part through, or decided that he was going to chance the round without the Wasps. One or the other. Maybe it was just too expensive. But yeah, the level 2 Wasps are down. The Ion Beam punches through, takes some of the storms, takes a bunch more storms. His Ion Beam is just so... Dionys' Ion Beam is just so good. This is a player who has been playing since either right after or right during the beta. He's been around as long as I have, for sure. And, it's just such exquisite skill in the use of those 3 call-downs there to just completely own this side. There's barely a scratch on either War Factory, and this is no longer a fair fight, and Jim WT knows it. So, there you go. Dionys through to round 3. Congratulations. Big upset win over Krog in round 1. Gets a round 2 win against a solid Jim WT, and through to round 3. It was a fun board. It was a fun board to watch develop. It's tough to make a War Factory build work, but he took them in round 4 and took this one in round 7. So he paid 1,000 in upkeep. He paid on 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. So 1,000 in upkeep, right? Yeah, Kilcannon said that exactly. Like, he's been watching the engagement line of his opponent, so he knew exactly where to put the beam. And that is just a skill you kind of develop, right? Like, it's watching for, where am I going to put the ion beam? Where am I going to put the orbital? Where am I going to put the lightning storm? What units am I going to hit most? A lot of them you can ballpark just from knowing the unit's movement speeds, but there's definitely part of my mind that is running the counter as to when the ion beam would come in. Everything comes in about 5 seconds in. You can run that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here comes the ion beam in your head. And yeah, that was just really, really well done from Dionysus. Exquisitely placed. All right. There's only 4 matches left. Round 2, we do know, has the biggest mismatches. So the ongoing matches are probably down in the other group, down in the bottom half. Math is Might beats Kypris, Jeremiah, HD Susauer, Sunnyside, and Steel Sane, your favorites, all winning here. So did Alpha, Hawk in Space, Artur, MC, all with wins. Hawktur, an upset win over Zlau Mamj. Zlau Mamj. Goodness. Godius Prime with the win. Last Zep, your. Wow, look at this. Last week's intermediate group champion gets a win against Godzilla, so upset win. Defending intermediate group champ gets to 2-0. Makes it through. Rakamakaphon over Eos. Dionys, we saw beat Jim WT. Speedfire, who had that great upset in round 1 against Ubon, gets the win over Rookie 1. Die Hard goes down. Coke with a win. I don't know how to say this one. So if any of you are Russian native speakers, let me know how to pronounce that. Starscream beats Chichi. Zaytu with the win. Raging against Godslayer, still ongoing. Frostwall, I called that out, didn't I? I said Frostwall was capable of that upset. Nice to see. In fact, we'll probably jump into this Godslayer versus Raging in a moment, because you can see up at the top, Rooster, Skay, Andy, Afuchi, and our Flaming Vulcan person all get their W's. We'll step into Raging against Godslayer, see how Godslayer is doing. He's at full hit points. Well, not quite full, 3,800. Orbital Javelin. You're relying on a single unit. That can be pretty brutal. Oh, Godslayer has all the world's Typhoons. Won't be able to tech them again this round, but when you've got this many of any unit on the board, you're going to want to drop down more techs. So it'll be worth it to throw down Mech Rage, Homing Missile, possibly both of them in round 10. Have 2,000 to send, and that would be 1,200 of them. Throw down 2 more of those techs. Really make that board pop. The Orbital Javelin takes out one of them, and I think that was the supporting Sledgehammer. Any Drill Crawler to rock. The Phantom Ray. Phantom Ray with triple attack. So I'm thinking Raging watched that video of rats recently. Where it was like, how do you even stop the vortex? Phantom Rays. And sounds like fun. I'll run it. And we are seeing an answer. How do you stop Vortex Phantom Rays? Got all the Typhoons and a couple of arcs. Amplify special build to Harley and have we lost him already? We probably lost him already. Raging was a giant specialist. I don't see many giants on the board. Oh, they're on the sledges. They're on the Mech Rage sledges. They've probably been on those sledges from the very start of the game. That's Lair grinding it out. Wins round 9. We will get a 10th round. If he goes for the additional techs on the, at least one on the Typhoons would be my guess. There is a drop of units, and there's always the temptation to just take these and throw down techs on them. But again, he's got so many Typhoons. I really hope he's doesn't fall for that. Doesn't need something like Degen or anything to finish this out. Farseer is probably one of the best bets here for Godslayer. For Raging, it might even be the Wraith.
Potentially Wasp with AA if Godslayer runs a aerial specialization on it. That could also be a possibility. That is what he's going to go for. 3 Wasps. See what Raijin cooks up. And yeah, as we said, they are with AA. He's got 1200, I mean 1450. I'd love to see him throw 1200 into Tex and throw down 2. He levels everything. It's EMP on the marksman instead. Level for a Typhoon. It's the sledges with the Amphors. Raijin picks up a fort and a tech on that fort. It's a level 3 fort, yes, and 2 level 1s. Good. You were Giant Specialist. If this was the right answer, you could have bought this like 2 or 3 rounds ago. Really thought this was the right answer. Goes for some shields, throws down some fire. Kind of a Hail Mary for Raijin. For Godslayer. So stealth Phantoms work really well against AA marks. They do. They draw the mark into taking the shot, and then they go Phantom. And what is unclear about a marksman's shot is that it is actually a homing projectile. And when the Phantom Ray cloaks, the projectile is no longer guided. So the Phantom can move out of the way. It could still get hit, but you will see them miss some as well. And that is amazing. It's just a neat little detail, right? Like, wait, do you know that marksman's target things were guided? I didn't. You know, right up until you see how that works with something like this. Good evening. Could you make your beautiful voice louder and the game more silent? Well, we can do that, I think. There's a... filters for this, right? Here's the answer. I'll bring the game audio down just a little bit. Well, now it's off. Didn't realize he was 2K. Yeah, bro. That's a tremendous upset, Godslayer. That is... you should be very, very proud of that one. That's really sweet. Oh, well done. So, we called it at the start. We said Frostwall and Black Sheep. We said Frostwall could beat Black Sheep. We said Godslayer could beat Raijin. And they both did. 2 huge upsets. Well played for both of you. And we've got, not that much more time. So we'll run our ad. We'll take a look. Rooster is now number 1 seed, while still number 1 seed. Matt is Might, Andy, Steelsane, Artur. We get a whole bunch of the big names. Skay, Jeremiah, HD Susauer, Apuchi, and Sunnyside are all down into the middle of the pack, where we will get some action as they will face each other. Let's see who we got. Godslayer's reward for that upset win is a match against Andy. Ouch. Omni Ripper at 1-1 is going to be facing Rooster. But the big name matches will be down here, where we'll have Skay against Seitu, HD Susauer against Alpha, Sunnyside and Apuchi both facing 2 of the big name 201 players. Let us see. Let's take a... let us take an Apuchi match, I think. We'll get Google Lens up so we have the name. Oh. seem to be not charging the phone successfully. Streamer fail. Yeah, Kilcannon says, you beat a Titan, Godslayer. Now you must fight a god. About right, really. Rough go there. Right, we have Apuchi versus Fanwords. Welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament European number 84. Apuchi, of course, a fan favorite, a multiple-time winner. Fanwords, one of the top 12 seeds in this tournament coming into it, is going to be playing the Amplify Specialist. This is that brand new specialist. Channel point predictions are up. Apuchi is going to be a Typhoon Specialist with Crawlers and Steel Balls. Now, I know Apuchi has watched me play this, and I'm interested to see just how much he takes from me versus how much he runs of his own. Devise here goes for the 1 Arclight 4 Crawler start. It's Crawler in the very middle, so yeah, it's completely different positioning, etc. More offset to one side rather than doing the double. Doesn't leave the room for the War Factory on the corner. I don't think I need to do that anymore, but that is what I had been doing. All right. For our Amplify Specialist, Fanwords went ahead and put 2 of the Amplifies on the Storm. That's it. I'm starting with Amplifying Cores on Stormcrawlers right from the off. Don't care. I'm not gonna let you get your your Steel Balls up and running early. I'm gonna kill as many of them as I can with Stormcaller fire. It's interesting. I had just said you don't necessarily want to do that because of the hit point value, right? Kind of foregoing the hit point value for the attack value. But here it works, and in fact, despite Apuchi getting that right side tower, Fanwords is going to win round 1. 4,300 hit points, Apuchi down to 3,900. And Fanwords still has a Amp Core available for this round 2 drop, so you could, for example, take a Phantom Ray or a Saber and put the Amp Core on it. Apuchi takes the Wasps. Wasps behind Steel Ball, with Typhoon coming next round. Welcome in, Blue. There it is. We do get the Amp Core on a Phantom Ray. And a mobile beacon for the Steel Balls and the Wasps. This is probably the thing I need to be adding to my game. Is take that early. Take the round 2 mobile beacon every time in the aggro build. As you can see, it didn't work out. They ran right into the Phantom Rays. But the rest of the build is doing decent. They just got pulled onto these Steel Ball, or the Steel Balls got pulled onto the Storms with the Amp Core. And of course that does mean it'll take a little bit longer to burn through them. And not that it's that much because of the way that the damage ramps up, but every little bit helps. Missile Strike, Underground Threat, Heavy Armor, all available. Apuchi takes the Underground, I think, about 90% of the time. Might take the Missile Strike the other times. Fanwords has an interesting choice now. You take the Extended Range Phantom Ray, plus 20% range, or plus 20 meter range, minus 40% hit points. Nope, he is going to take the Heavy Armor instead. Also leveled up the far side tower to level 2 instead of the under pressure near side tower. Apuchi is guesstimating that there will be a oil in here and exactly where that oil would be. So reads that, goes around it. We'll see if Fanwords is dropping that oil. Also note that this Typhoon would be outside of the oil to the left, but it will be in under the Guns of the Storms. So this, again, is looking fairly similar to the way that I play it, right? All right behind the Typhoon. But the positionings are very different. He's got what I would think of as this outside group is back here. This group that I have is over here. This is very interesting. It's really fascinating to watch people play a similar thing. Kill Cannon had a good question. So I thought you can't get something like an extended range card after you've recruited it. No, that is incorrect. It's the improved cards specifically. It's the cards that change that increase the spending price of a unit. So you can get a mass recruit card after you have a mass recruit unit on the board. You can't get or you can still get, so mass recruit lowers the value of it, so it can give you that. The extended range or whatever doesn't change the value. It's based on like minus hit points instead of minus whatever, so that can play. But the improved card can't. So you won't see the improved card that, improved steel ball that makes them cost 50 extra but gives them all sorts of benefits. You're not going to see that one after you have some steel balls on the board. Both players take a improved firepower control this round. That is going onto one of the Typhoons. That's the perfect place for it for Apuchi. He's also got a level on those steel balls. You saw what a huge difference the Typhoon's clearing chaff made. That is the whole origin behind this build. Here's the oil that Apuchi dodged last round, being placed a little bit differently than it might have been to try and catch. If he does the exact same mobile beacon, it would catch this corner. And it's also going to catch the outside Typhoon. But if Apuchi does not do the mobile beacon there, then it's a solid choice for Fanwords. Apuchi's also leveled this left side tower. Picks up the third Typhoon. Fanwords has gone to arranged on the arc lights, and what have we wound up? We have sold a storm from the left to put a small amplifying core on an arc light on the far right, and a improved firepower control on a level 2 arc light right in the middle, right in front of the tower. You're gonna have to come through me. Apuchi says, well, forget it, I'm not going out and around now, because I have the flank Typhoon there. He does use my flank Typhoon, I love it. I love it. And he's basically adapted it looks like adapted my formation to to a asymmetrical version that is just heavy committed to get this tower. And does exactly that. Goes in, gets tower. Also has his wasps doing some work over here. Has his wasps doing some work over here. These guys are kind of in a flank screen position, I think. And wow, that is solid from Apuchi. Wins round 3, wins round 4. Yeah, so you can see these wasps back here are in a flank screen position. They arrive late, but they do some good work. Fanwords takes advanced shield device, trying to slow this press down. Apuchi has the option to throw a lightning storm over that defense. Expensive, but potentially valuable. The extended range ray came up again. Fanwords did not want any part of it. Apuchi's got levels to take, I think, that are more important than any of those cards. Will we see Mustangs from Fanwords? I don't think so. Maybe, though, with these wasps becoming more and more of a problem. It is a possibility. Now, knowing that the oil is down, and this time Apuchi's going to go out and around it with the Typhoon and Steel Balls. He's using the specific positioning within the circle of the Typhoons to make sure that the Typhoons are far enough away from it. We get a new Typhoon and a new Steel Ball. Is that extending the attack? Are we extending the attack? Look, yes, we are. We're going to come after this. Yep, let's go get this tower now. Your Fanwords did level it up to level 3, but again, Steel Balls don't really care about the level of the tower. And if we can get the tower debuff there, that's going to help on the main side. So yeah, this fight is still well underway when these guys get to tower. This fight is still underway when we get 5 seconds of tower debuff. And that is helping level 2 Typhoons chew through these high-level Phantom Rays that have armor, even. They armored against the Typhoons. And that two new units did so much work for Apuchi. They didn't quite get it done. But there are still Wasps, there are still Typhoons, not by much. But Apuchi's going to win round 5 as well. That drops Fanwords under 2,000. He's on 1747 hit points, which is at 3199. We'll get a unit drop. It'll be a Vulcan, level 2 Vulcan for Fanwords. Apuchi's thinking through level 3 Farseer, level 5 Saber or Saber Cache, level 5 Rhino or Rhino Cache. Takes the Rhino. Man, I do think just run the Rhino in is a valid plan here, and Apuchi thinks so too, I believe. There's the range on the Steel Balls. I'd usually get that on round 5. He's got it on round 6. He's also gone with AA on the Wasps. That is to counter the armor-enhanced Phantom Rays now. I needed something other than Typhoons to take care of the Phantom Rays. I would love to see the mobile beacon just run this Rhino up to here and over to tower. There you go. Brilliant. Let's go. I think that'll do it for Apuchi. I think he's got enough on the board. Assuming, yeah, there's the barrier as well. And now he's into the full Amarok style Barrier Foon ranged Steel Ball. Let's go. This is the build we're running. And you can see Apuchi does the same thing I do in terms of there is scattered later chaff that arrives. And the point there is the Steel Balls are doing so much work, you don't actually want them getting locked and killed. So these chaff keep coming through, even if there's going to be units that might have slowed them down. The chaff still get through. And even if the Rhino's too slow to get the tower, he finally gets the final punch. But we're going to have at least 1,300 left on the board, probably more like 1,700. And we have 1,900, and that is enough for Apuchi to beat Fanwords. 2,150 MMR players going at it. Apuchi's at 2,250, multiple-time tournament winner, and of course, famous Twitch streamer. Gets the W through to round 4 with Typhoon Ball. I'm glad I got to watch how he runs that. That was a lot of fun. And that is pretty much the first of these matches done. Okay, maybe not quite. Andy has beaten Godslayer quickly. Artur MC beat Dionys quickly. Two of our favorite upset players are out. Rooster beats the spoiler Omni Ripper. Let us jump into... I wanted to see Sunnyside. Sunnyside is facing the Galaxy Ends. And we know Galaxy is a very, very solid player. Galaxy typically played, for a long time, basically played a Vulcan Phoenix build that looked exactly like this. Galaxy would play these formations. This is, if you guys have ever wondered, where did Amarok pick these up from? Kind of these formation positions. Studying Galaxy's play is really what did it. This outside flank screen that he used to put here, the fangs behind the crawlers like this. I learned a lot about the game from studying the way that Galaxy builds a board. Partly because he was so consistent with it that you could watch game after game after game and see where the changes were. And one of the things that I found interesting about Galaxy for a long time, he would not unlock field recovery, wouldn't sell out of units, and was one of the few players really doing that and using just weight of metal on the board as tempo. See that he didn't sell anything this round. He's only going to sell something if it's really hard countered at this point. Like if there's a unit that is actively just beating XP, that's his reason for selling it. And then something that's not doing a ton of damage or whatever. If it survives to the end of the round, Galaxy's going to keep it. He doesn't care. There might be a better way to spend that money. I'm not going to give up deploys. Sunnyside is an aerial specialist who has some Phoenix, but is primarily into what looks like a sandworm build. Sunnyside is on 6 hit points and a dream going to round 8. It's double teched, double itemed sandworms. Sunny takes the Wraiths, 3 level 1 Wraiths. We're also 3 level 2 Phantom Rays available. It'll be 3 level 1 Scorpions with range and acid for Galaxy. Those are going to be a deep portion of it. Galaxy actually runs this gap. For a long time, it was running this as a 3 gap. I think this is a 4 gap now. But for a long time, it was running a 3 gap, and you would see them put their Scorpions into it. Switched to a 4 gap so that he can put a giant in it as well, which is what I did. It's one of the adaptations that I made to Galaxy's build when I picked it up. Sunnyside has taken a 3rd attack. Now these are burrow maintenance worms. Love to see that. Not a whole lot of people are running it, but the restoring 15% of hit points per second while underground, that's an insane amount of healing. So if your opponent is not trapping your worms on the surface, obviously trapping them on the surface completely negates burrow maintenance. But if they're not being trapped on the surface, this is a brutal amount of healing, especially for this sandworm in particular. 15% of 386,000 hit points. Anytime this thing is underground, it is healing something like 55,000 DPS. Good luck killing this with anything shy of, like, trap it on the surface and get it in acid and then hit it with something like a melting point. Really, the key is going to be keeping it on the surface in acid. Or getting it to surface into acid that was brought up by somebody else. That could work too. Of course, the Wraiths are not vulnerable to the acid. This big thing is down under half health. It needs to get underground so it can heal. Watch that bar come all the way back up. Well, up So Acid Path gets a tower. Out of the acid now. One-shotting Scorpions just about. And it's all the way back up to full health. Weren't doing this fight under tower debuff, it would have had a shot. But it did not. This worm turns the tide for Galaxy. Galaxy still getting it done all these many, many months later. 2200 MMR player beats Sunnyside, is at 2250 currently. I think it was a great thought on the underground, the burrow maintenance for Sunny. Doesn't quite get the job done. But it was always going to be a tough ask from 6 hit points there. Our other matches. What else is going on? Math His Might has beaten Frostwall. Steel Sane is beating Speedfire. We had his 23 here. I'm too weak for you to lead me. What? Gets a win. Godius Prime and Skay both with wins. Alpha against HD Susauer. It looks like HD Susauer might be in some trouble. Let's see if we can turn it around. Congrats to those who did bet on Apuchi this round. You guys have paid back basically what you bet because nobody bet against you. Sorries. Alpha we're in round 10. So at this point, Alpha just needs to run out the clock. Doesn't even need to win rounds, just needs to not lose rounds badly. Don't get completely taken and you're going to grind this out. Reason for that is that tournament matches end after 13 rounds. So even if you were to lose 1,000 hit points a round on 10, 11, 12, 13, you'd have 700 hit points left. HD Susauer would still only have 288. So, Don't Throw is the new watchword for Alpha. Giant Specialist with Subsidized Marksman and an additional deployment slot, which you can see being used by... apparently we had a unit drop, which he's used to take a level 3 worm, given it armor enhancement, and bought 3 more worms. So we've got the Worm Blender running for the knockout punch at this tower. HD Susauer was a Rhino Specialist with Advanced Shields Device Specialist, but obviously the Rhino or the Sandworms don't care about the shields. The Rhinos are long since sold. We're into anti-missile specialist. Anti-missile devices. Sorry. We've got ranged wasps, but they're going to be sitting in behind the Sandworms, and Sandworms with armor should just about tank these level 2 Mustangs indefinitely. It's going to be down to the rest of the board to get it done. Susauer is lighting the ground on fire, so there's not going to be a ton of chaff. I think he burned all the worms down with those marks. Excuse me, what? With the level 8 triple tech double rapid fire marksman. Holy smokes, HD Susauer. Did we show up at the right time or what? He just did 1400. So I said Alpha needed to not throw. HD Susauer is on pace to win this game if he can repeat that. Now they are 4-teched. And level 5, level 5, level 9, level 9, and level 8. 5 marksmen just doing the business back here. For the record, a level 9 marksman with Elite Marksman and Quick Reload has a 240 meter range and does 27,000 damage every 1.5 seconds. That's 18,000 DPS. That'll burn things down, even if they have a 80,000 hit points. 18,000 DPS for all 3 of those, but 8, 9, and 9 back there. Brutal. Alpha goes to pick up some more elite recruited arc lights. actually what you needed. Interesting choice. And Susauer, is that... No, these aren't new. What were the new pickups here? It's Shield Fang on that side. It drops it from listed at 3.1 and drops it to 1.5 as listed. So we don't know if that's like, you know, if the actual is 3.08 and it's dropped to 1.54. Possible. You'd get that rounding, that even if we're exact having. But yikes. Those guys are beasts from the back line. Getting it done. These poor level 3 marksmen with 210 range really have no hope. Nobody's ever getting into range of the big guys. Level 9 marksman, in the 2 rounds we've been here, he's done 430,000 damage. We've seen Alpha drop from 4,700 to 2,400. So, yes, HD Susauer is still on pace to win this in the 12th round. Or in the 13th round, sorry. Stay tuned. Apparently we're running our ad now. This match ran that long. I had a huge no ad buffer stored up coming into this round. That's how long this round has been. You just played Typhoon Boat and now you feel dirty. Selling our souls for tournament wins. Okay, both players have thrown down a lot of shields. Those shields go down in like 2 seconds or so. 3 seconds probably. It takes a second shot from the marksman over there to bring those shields down, but they will be up there for a moment. There is smoke and oil falling onto the field, and Alpha, as Giant Specialist, went ahead and unlocked and bought and took Incendiary Bomb on Vulcans. So just trying to throw some fire on the ground out in front here. Just trying to light it all on fire. Still trying to get those worms through. They haven't had a chance last time. Yeah, we have 2 oils, a smoke, and all the world's incendiary dropping. Alpha has been trying to win the Chaff War super hard the last 2 rounds. Has been his goal, with adding the arc lights and then all the flaming Vulcans. He also added some anti-missile devices. I think his best hope here is to just go like 8 anti-missile devices next round. To try and keep the fire off the ground. HD Susauer wins again from 2,400. Alpha is dropped to 1,390. So it tipped the calculus here. If that round repeats, Alpha wins. 400 to 288. Well, 390 to 288. He's got a nuke up. Alpha has a nuke from earlier in the game back. HD Susauer has an electromagnetic blast from earlier in the game back. Alpha took efficient giant manufacturing, which he breaks even on this round if he buys 3 giants. He actually comes ahead if he manages to mass recruit and buy a 4th giant, but I don't see how you... Okay, there's 1. Nope, this was from last round also. What 4 giants are you going to buy to make... Sir. We're at 550. What four giants could you possibly? You can't from here, right? You'd have to sell. Have to sell like the level 3 sandworm or something. No, and okay, Alpha just took efficient giant manufacturing by habit as giant specialist. This is the final round. If you're not planning on buying 4 giants this round, that was a throw. A mistake, yes. Has spent all of his devices to go 3 shields, 5 anti-missile devices. The tiny little let me distract everything just for a moment. If that keeps the shields up under the nuke, it's going to be worth it. There was basically 1 shield for each of the 5 marksmen. This guy's made it up to level 8 since we joined. And yeah, the Scorpions are throwing out acid double shot, and acid plus fire plus these marksmen. Goodness, 250% of 27,000 damage per shot. So they're doing, what the heck is that? 54. Well, it's enough for HD Susauer to complete an epic comeback. Wow, that is amazing. This thing was doing 68,000 damage per shot into the acid there. HD Susauer had this game calculated to perfection. Does it has to win it in round 13, right? There is no round 14. And needed to get Alpha below 288 hit points. He doesn't have to get him below 0, which he achieved. But that is epic. That is a tremendous match, and I'm glad we got to see the end of it. What a comeback from HD Susauer. Alpha, yes, that is Alpha right about now. So, all right, we have 14 unbeatens left. Hawk in Space Apuchi, HD Susauer down at the bottom of the list right now. Oak, Godius Prime, that's Galaxy, Andy, Skay, Hawk, Artur. The top seeds are Math is Might. Oh no. Oh no. You've got HD Susauer against Artur, Hawk in Space against Rooster, Math is Might against Apuchi. I think that's, and Andy against Galaxy. These are, like, there's so many good matches right now. Goodness. Who do we want to see, folks? Do we want to go into Andy? Do we want to go to another Apuchi match? I almost want to show. Yoicks. Well, I am honestly torn on this, guys. HD Susauer taking a break while his heart catches up. All right, we'll go in for the Apuchi again. I think that is the right match. I'm sometimes loath to show the same player twice in a row. That's all. Just don't want to, overdo it. You've had Amp Core every round so far. Well, you have apparently won Bear Like's favor today. Welcome to round 4 of a weekend tournament European number 84, where we're following Apuchi again, this time against Math is Might. Apuchi has been dropped down into the bottom half of the table, and Math is Might is one of the 4 at the top of the table. Mathis Might gets the Supply Specialist with Fangs and Sledges. Classic start. And Apucci, very different from last game, where he was in Ball Crawl, comes out to Quick Supply with Sledge and Arclight. So this is one of the things that separates the 2250 MMR player from the average bear. Apucci is comfortable playing like 8 different styles. If you watch him, like watch his streams, he'll play 8 different strats in 8 different games. And he'll just be like, what the heck? And he's comfortable and fluent in all of them, right? Knows the lines that are going to be winning lines, knows the lines opponents are likely to take, and sees things develop. So he has gone for a mass recruit right off the rip. Instead of mass recruiting to get extra chaff, he's gone 2 crawlers, puts them inside, look at this positioning, inside of the tower so they can't possibly be pulled. So he's very alert to the, let's say that pull that Cast has popularized recently for sledgehammers with a crawler and sledge flank together. So he's got the Arclights to take care of the crawlers back there, and then his crawlers are in the middle where they won't get pulled. He still wants them to contribute as chaff. And the additional Arclights helping win the chaff war. So 4 Arclights for Apucci. Very quick chaff clear. And remember, he took an Arclight in that Typhoon Steel Ball game as well. So really making use of early chaff clear in a way that has been my weakness personally. So that's a note I'm making to myself to clear. Both of them take the level 2 marksman, and both put them in between the towers where they won't get off into that pull. Mathis Might has the Supply Specialist money, so he's got 500 this round, spent 50 of it on the marksman, 50 on the unlock, drops a pair of Stormcallers. Now, Stormcallers over the top of sledges isn't great, for sure. They aren't, that was one of the recent changes. Their firing rate reduced from 6.3 seconds to 6.6 seconds, and even though they got a bump in ATK, the Stormcaller did, it didn't actually change the number of missiles that are required to kill a pack or kill a single sledgehammer. So effectively, the reduction in rate of fire is a 5% nerf in how quickly they burn through sledges. So that's, if you've wondered why Sledgehammer has felt strong in recent patches, that would be one element of it. One element of the reasons why, I should say. Two more crawlers for Apucci. Into the 2 storms. And we've got those kind of locked. We're going to get the set of, perfect timing for one more set of storms missing, essentially. That's kind of what Apucci needed. Chaff is a lot closer this time, but eventually it comes down to Apucci's marksman against the surviving marksman and storms for Mathis Might. So Mathis Might wins round 2. You're on 33-20 for Mathis Might, 43-60 for Apucci. Hello, Toast. Welcome in. Phil Cannon says, I like the addition of the specialists. Helps water down the field a bit so you don't have the same top 5 picks showing up in turn every match. That is true. Efficient tech research, a great pickup for Apucci. Mathis Might skips. So Apucci is betting that he's going to buy more techs than there are rounds remaining in the game. That is a tell to Apucci's style. He buys 1 this round, which was range for the Arclights. But Apucci very much leverages techs on whatever units he's using. He's got 5 Arclights, that's worth having a tech on. He's got 6 crawlers. That might be worth having a tech on. Mathis Might uses his... Well then. Uses his oil this round, and then does a mobile beacon to try and draw everybody and their brother into that oil. I want you stuck in under the guns of the arc lights, or sorry, the sledges, the storms, and the... How are you doing today, Toast? Wrapped in the oil, things haven't gone quite as well, but with the range on the arc lights, Pucci actually punches through Mathis Might despite the oil, despite the mobile beacon. Drops Mathis Might down to 2460. And takes advanced targeting system, so he thinks this is a range war. And even though it costs 400 in a range war, outranging somebody by 10 meters matters a ton. So Pucci picks up the advanced targeting system, even despite the extreme expense. That's cost him a tech, right, this round. That was effectively a tech that he didn't get to use his efficient tech research on. But instead, it's going to be 2 more arc lights, so 7 arcs, and 4 of them have leveled already. He leveled them using the auto level button. While we're still looking at the screen. For Mathis Might, it's a Vulcan to light all that oil on fire. Appears to have been the plan. Now, we saw Mathis Might earlier in round 1. We joined Game in Progress and saw a huge line of Vulcans and Marksmen. So this is the build that Mathis Might is using right now. It's kind of the Soja build, if you remember the day I was playing Soja a bunch. It's going to be a bunch of Vulcans with Best Partner into a bunch of 4-tech Marksmen. He just needs enough time to get that build online. Pucci knows it at this point, will have recognized that build coming, and now knows that he's on a clock to finish this match out before that build hyperscales on him. So 1860 left for Mathis Might. He's got to stabilize and turn around. At that point, once he's stabilized, it's mostly a matter of time until Mathis Might win it. Just from the comps, right? Wasp Swarm for Mathis Might. Trying to buy some time, prevent that. Also took the oil from Tower, I believe. So this is a second oil. So he's able to drop that again. Pucci also takes the Wasp Swarm. First tech on the Marksman is range. Oh, Pucci, how did you read that, sir? How did you read that well? Yeah, I'll just 50-50 this and win the 50-50. That is true. By taking the advanced targeting system, he's got a little bit longer time before this would hyperscale. And in fact, the Arclights will outrange the Vulcan even before they get Elite Marksman. And yeah, here you can see where Mathis Might is going, right? Vulcan number 2, 2 more Marksmen. We're into like the final form of his build. Last time out was 4 level 2 Vulcans and zillions of Marksmen. We've seen Skay just run the 14 million Marksmans, skip the Vulcans almost. Pucci wins the Wasp v Wasp because Mathis Might's Wasp were worried about the set of crawlers. The set of crawlers has gotten a long way in, and Pucci, did you link Pucci is running Link on his sledges. What? All right then, Pucci is running Link on his sledges now. Did you put that on just for Mathis Might?
He's been running linked sledges for a couple of weeks. All right, Leisha. Neat. I had not seen it. I hadn't seen it. I mean, my feeling on linked sledges is that it invites the melting point, but that is fine, apparently, for Apuchi. He takes a level 5 Rhino. We've got a pair of, well, 3 Typhoons available. I think none of this suits Math's might, so I think he's just in a cell. There is the Elite Marksman on the Arclights, and Snacks. Wreckage Recycling for the level 5 Rhino. The Rhino is going to be lined up on one of the Vulcans. When do we get linked melting points? When you've only got a couple of sledges, it doesn't provoke the response. That makes sense. I love this. This was a anti-missile to ensure this guy didn't get missiled out. And, oh, wowza. The level 5 Rhino gets through, gets Vulcan, gets Tower. We said Apuchi was on a clock, and you can kind of see that showing up with the double shot, range enhanced marksman. He's up to 4 Vulcans with range now, but what he didn't have was Scorching Flames to burn through the Rhino. Didn't have EMP even available to stop the Rhino. Apuchi goes for the just flank pull all of the chaff that could possibly have slowed the Rhino down, and it all ran out there, right, into the link, so it doesn't just, you know, I mean, the double shot is actually probably pretty decent into link, but it allowed this Rhino to come through, get the marksman, or get the Vulcan, get the marksman, get the tower, and then during the tower debuff, the whole rest of the board collapses, and Apuchi wins in round 6. Great job of spotting the clock, right? So he knew he was in this slow, this long-term build that's, Math's Might is in this great round 10 build. It's going to be dominant if Apuchi lets this game get to a round 10. There's not going to be any comeback at that point. Much like we saw with HD Susauer, right? We had that, saw those marksmen when they were completely out of control. That is the direction this is going. But Rhino finish for Apuchi makes great use of early tempo, early tech advantage, and the extra range. Not quite as huge as it could have been, but Apuchi gets through a tremendous player. We're on to round 5 for Apuchi. We still have a whole bunch of matches going, and I wanted to see Andy against Galaxy, so we're going to jump into that one. So we're chatting a little bit with Toast over there. Did want to point out I'm going to do what we did for Kiddo's birthday earlier. Anything you guys send into the Bang Coffee this month is going straight under the tree for Kiddo.
So if you guys are Kiddo fans, you want to support her art, their art, I should say, and make sure they are, you know, totally supported. You're welcome to do that. And yeah, bang kiddo is about right. So this will be entirely the entirety of what you guys give to that this month will be for kiddo. So, that's retconned. Anybody who has already given something this month, that was retconned. I don't have that hooked up to give a notification here, so your gift there is relatively anonymous. Unless you choose to, you know. But you guys can see the list of folks, and this was well, in this one, Andy is a quick supply specialist on your side with a hero wasp. Galaxy is Farside, is a marksman specialist with a hero assault scorpion. They have both survived the round and gotten things done there. If you're doing that, a gift for kiddo, let me know if you want it to be from you or, you know, anonymous from chat. Alright, we've got Fangs and Fangs with range and shield for Galaxy. Galaxy has been valuing this a lot more than other top players do, and the range, of course, necessary into this ranged sledge build. Also, Galaxy is one of the players who uses the wasps. Let's say it's from Baller. Oh God. Well, it's from Baller. He says you have to work on your trash talking game. So these fangs are actually Galaxy's answer to Wasp, and it is amazing to watch player after player discover that ranged fangs actually cause Wasp problems, even when the Wasps have, you know, 3 levels or whatever. These guys look though like they're going to get power. Those flank pulls were just brutal. So Andy making use of the cast style sledge flank that has become so popular. I actually should call that a Codifly special, because Cody was running that before Cast was. That deep flank with Fang and Sledge, or Crawler and Sledge, was one of Cody's signatures for a long time, especially out of this line of sledges. So kind of neat to see that build get to the meta for him from Cody's perspective. We've got some fire on the board for both players. That's going to light this oil on fire for in front of Andy's line. And oh, there you go. Galaxy reads it. Galaxy reads it and gets the shields up in time. Now, the question here is Galaxy in one of those hyperscale builds that would come good late game, or is this just buying some time? And I'm not seeing... I am not... Oh my goodness, happy holidays! Thank you so much! Toast! You are amazing! Big happy holidays. Woo! That is our bits goal completed and more than blown away. My goodness. Thank you, thank you. And we have a giant emote from Blue. Thank you. All right. Oh, now check this out. Andy reads the you might light the oil on fire and all but blocks it. Not for the oil, which he doesn't so much care about. He's just going to pick this guy up, right? Blocks the fire from taking out kind of key crawlers, and also blocks the oil from connecting. So just managed to block that last fire. If there had been a bit more overlap, all of the oil would have been lit on fire. Instead, none of it was. So both players successfully keeping the oil from getting lit. And you can see this round that we have no surviving wasps. But we also have no surviving galaxy. The sledge is just too strong with all the chaff still alive. And Andy is through. And he's at about 2,300 MMR. Galaxy just over 2,200 right now. So nice play from Andy. The pull in the corner was what was devastating there. Steelsane knocked out in round 4. That is a bit of a surprise for you. Steelsane losing out to I think that's I am too weak, right? Steelsane losing out to I am too weak for you to lead me. We saw Apucci beat Math is Might. Coke gets the win over Hawk. Andy over Galaxy. Godius Prime beats Skay. What a win for Godius Prime. Nicely done. HD Susauer gets through Arthur MC. And Hawk in Space upsets Rooster. Well done, Hawk. Very nice. Loose formation crawlers win the day indeed. Although I think in this case it was Shielding the Fire that won. We have a couple of matches still ongoing. I don't even know that we need to put one of those on. I mean, do we care about the outcome of this match? Probably not. So I am going to run a possibly run ad and grab coffee while we're waiting for the next round to begin. Talk amongst yourselves, entertain yourself. We're going to have 8 unbeaten with Steelsane in the spoiler role, trying to knock out. That's a very slurpy Coke. I see. That's a tongue. All right. You should have, I believe, those last 3 matches could change the minor points. So these matches aren't final, but if they were, we'd have Steelsane against Coke, Apucci versus Godius Prime, Andy against Hawk in Space, and HD Susauer against I am too weak for you to lead me. Yes, sledges are so good. They're very good right now. I think I like the idea of Andy and Hawk in Space for HD Susauer and I am too weak for our next match. Might pick up. Would be our last chance to pick up a Steelsane match too. All right, I'll be back. Be back in a second. Coffee is critical. Coffee situation is critical. Let's see. What do we have? Okay, we're into our window here. So our matchups are final, and they are what we said they were, right? Steelsane against Coke, Apucci against Godius Prime, Hawk in Space against Andy, and HD Susauer against I am too weak for you to lead me. Oh, they do much though, Toast. They're so much better than Chaff. They're that mid tank unit that they were supposed to be now, and in a way that they weren't for a long time. There were just too many things that would kind of one shot them.
There still are, in terms of the Scorpion, but I think people have kind of learned to play around that a much better than they had. Alrighty. Which of these should we watch? I'm thinking HT Susauer against this guy. Now, this guy's really strong. And we haven't shown him much. He just beat Steel Sane. It would be that or Andy against Hawk in Space for me, with Hawk having come through, beaten both Jeremiah and Rooster. Hawk is on a flyer right now, so Hawk against Andy would be a really interesting one as well. Let me know what you guys want to see, and we'll do it. Anybody? Anybody have a preference? Either or? Kill Cannon, what do you think? Blue? Yes, Hawk beat Jeremiah and then Rooster. That's kind of why I want to show him against Andy. Whichever one has Scorpions. All right, we'll give Hawk the airtime. And it looks like I think Steel abandoned. It looks like, yeah, Steel Sane and Mathis Might both abandoned, so no minor points from them. That used to be much more of a thing that people would stick around for to make sure that they were giving minor points, but they are not at the moment. Right, Godslayer got a bye, so you are the one unlucky player there. All right, folks, channel point prediction is up. We'll run an ad now so we don't get one in the middle of the match. Hopefully we don't get one in the middle of the match. All right, there is legit betting on both sides this time. There you go. Of course, don't forget to ready up if you have your match, if you're in this tournament. Welcome to round 5, the quarterfinals of Weekend Tournament European number 84. 2 hours of matches have brought us to 7 possible champions. 2 of those are Andy and Hawk in Space. Andy, near side, will be in blue, has the opportunity to do the new Amplify Specialist. Hawk in Space on the far side, coming off of upset wins over Jeremiah and Rooster in back-to-back rounds. On a flyer right now, it takes a Farseer Specialist with Crawler and Tarantula. Of course, Tarantula just recently had a bit of a debuff in that range and HE ammo are now more expensive than they were, 350 and 200 instead of 300 and 150 respectively. And you can see just about everybody who plays Tarantula still has those on the bar, so the price change has not affected anybody's decision making, which is a sign that it's the right direction to go. If they were that underpriced that nobody is changing them, they're still kind of mandatory. They need to be a little more expensive. All right, Hawk is starting out symmetrical center with 5 crawlers, and Andy is starting out symmetrical in that kind of inverted. This almost looks like a goalpost formation, let's call it. Some people will run a triangle or a W, but this is definitely a I feel like I could kick a field goal. Of course, I can probably only kick a field goal from out to about 20 yards, but still. Fun fact, since I had played soccer, I was something like the backup punter and backup kicker on my high school football team. Did practice both of them. Did go practice both with the unit. Never called on to do it. Never got called on to do it in a game. Yes, I did. Whooped. Fire Badger Specialist for Andy. Wins round 1. Hawkins Space down to 3092. Yeah, the other funny thing is I was basically could fill in just about anywhere needed, because I had learned the full set of play calls for like the hand signals and play calls for both sides. So if the starting quarterback and backup quarterback got hurt, I would be in to take the signals at that point. And then same if both defensive captains were hurt, I was the one who would take over the just relaying the signals from the sideline to the like. Yeah, he's not the greatest player, but he's smart enough that he's memorized everything, the entire set of calls on both sides of the ball. I was like, what? It's not that hard. Apparently, it is that hard, but you know. All right, I didn't call this out. Hawk changed from the symmetrical center out to the left side. Just kind of picked up the whole deployment and moved it over last round. This round is adding 3 marksmen. We had the drop, which included a level 2 sledge. So for Andy, it's level 2 sledge, level 1 fire badger from the specialist, and level 1 phoenix as the adds. Yes, whooped. It was. I was the utility player. Like, you know how like a lot of the, because I never started or anything, so it was like, you know how a lot of backups will be asked to go do all the sprinting and stuff on special teams. I was too valuable as the utility player to be used in special teams. Very silly. Don't go hurt yourself in special teams. Fine. Redeploy for Hawkins Space. Yes, yeah, that is exactly it. I played scout offense and scout defense a ton. Hello, D. Thank you very much for the follow. All right, fire badgers for both. Yeah, I think it was whooped, and like for me, I felt, I really enjoyed having that perspective on the game, right? Like I was a very thoughtful player. This is fascinating. A Farseer mobile beacon to come in on the tower for Hawk. So making use of the empty space, making use of a mobile beacon. I've also seen recently somebody go ahead and throw down a flank Farseer into a similar situation where there was just nothing back here that takes the if you've overreacted to the cast pull, right? So you have nothing back there covering the flanks very well. Farseer range makes this a big deal. But what we're doing here for Hawk is he's under a lot of tempo pressure, right?
So what he's going for here is, I'm going to establish a Tarantula on this side. On the round that I'm paying the summoning price for this Tarantula, I'm going to come in and get a tower. I'm going to have a tower debuff. I just can't afford, I'm at 2,100 hit points, I cannot afford to drop another round that hard. So, and Andy with the sledges, the Phoenix, they, heavy armored sledges over here, heavy armored sledges, and the Phoenix, he was just winning rounds so hard that Hawk felt he needed to just change the tempo of the game completely. He took 9th this morning, top 10 finish this morning. He does get that round win and drops Andy down to 3,300 hit points. Now, you might think that won't work again. Let's see what happens this time. He's also got possible mobilized battleship or Vulcan's Descent early enough in the game that he could use that for tempo and then have it back on a critical round late game, and also like knowing which of these he might have wanted to attack. We'll see what he does. For Andy, a ranged Fire Badger over here in that defensive position. So we're going to be Fire Badgering the crawlers that got in a little bit, the Tarantula on that side. These were not winners for Hawk, right? They just distracted all of this stuff while the Farseer came in. So Andy puts the Fire Badger vertically, so it will have a bit of coverage back here. I would expect to see Hawk do something like kind of try to pull this corner. Instead, he's ranged the Tarantulas, leveled these two. What have we added? Is it... Nope, that's old. We've added that shallow flank crawler to make sure this guy doesn't get missiled. Sure. And we're going to repeat the same play. No, maybe not. We're going to mobile beacon out and around a little bit. Now, this Phoenix, I think, will get the lock. I don't think it drives far enough forward to be firing at the crawlers. And I don't think the crawlers come in quick enough. So I think this guy is very doomed. Yep. These Fire Badgers keep the Phoenix alive. The Phoenix take care of the Farseer. So it was a good answer from Andy, but it draws a 400 cost response to a 300 cost unit. The question is that enough to win the rest of the round? Does not look like it's going to be, with Phoenix everywhere, destroying marksman. Now, Hawk did get through to that tower eventually with the rest of the pull, and makes it a lot closer than it had been. So remember, before this, that set of 2 rounds with the Farseer, he was losing, 1,000 a round. He's down to 1460. True, it's a 400 cost flank if you include the crawler at this point, so answered by about the same. Alright, we get a unit drop on round 5. Melter, Mustang, Overlord, or Wraith. Still feels like Andy is in solid control of this one. And this is one of the problems with coming out in a super aggro formation. You are counting on getting that early tempo, like we saw Ibuchi do in round 3 against with the steel ball aggro that he ran. He was really counting on getting that early tempo, turned it into a game win. This time, we're adding a pair of level 2 Mustangs to Hawk both boards, really. Hawk has them one behind the Farseer, and Andy has one on the flank. There is now a flank crawler in the corner to try and pull the Phoenix. I don't believe that arrow is correct. I think at least one of these will turn to the corner. And Andy has put both Mustangs on that side. For Hawk, it's ranged Mustangs, one in a flank screening back here, one joining the assault on the right. This is right now is just pulling this so badly that that's getting everything else in on the tower. So it's not, he's not no longer winning with that, but the set of crawlers and Farseer are doing so much work out there in terms of getting Hawk in on the tower. It's a really nice design for that build. And with the tower debuff, he's able to win through the middle. And eventually, it just comes down to this one huge... Ah, goodness! We get all the way down to a single marksman surviving. Yes, a gold-plated marksman number 2. It's the round done. Let's go 3,200 hit points for Andy. That one's the bait. Don't do that. Missile strike could be useful. For Andy, it would be useful to stop the pull. And for Hawk, I think it would be useful on clearing chaff out of some things. Andy goes for underground threat, which I think is pretty well covered back here for Hawk in space. And, okay, it's not covered if you go replicate. So it's always one thing to remember that your opponent might be doing. For Hawk, leveling this guy would help protect that. Potentially also impact drill, if you had looked at the underground and thought that that was a key threat against you. But you're making somebody invest tax, right? Now, what that's going to do down here is turn this into more chaff for Andy pretty quickly. And Hawk changing the mobile beacons here, going for, let me mobile beacon my crawlers out, just back and away. But he's definitely not thinking about the replicate underground, and that is super dangerous. Now, yes, some of them, they're going to replicate, some of them are going to die to these 2 missiles. I think there will still be a few left to go after towers. These guys are going to come over as well. This is pulling a whole bunch of crawlers out to get replicated on. So I think this might actually be game. I think this play is a knockout. We'll see. But he's held the tower barely. Barely. He needs to take out a Mustang. He doesn't get it. Now that changes this. All those replicate crawlers are getting munched now. They don't replicate so well when they die. When they're doing 1/10 of the damage. But they do eventually win the round. Then get missiled out. So the tower timing on that right side for Hawk, so good from the way that he's positioned that pull, that he's able to take a replicate underground and survive it. Andy down to 2360. Now you get oil, incendiary, efficient light unit, and efficient giant. This is too late in this game for either of those. They just don't pay out. By the time you'd have finished this game, you're not going into a 13 rounder when you're down to a total of 4,000 hit points on the board. Yeah, that single Mustang that was targeted on the research center literally won the round, as Starbright says. Note taken. They don't replicate so well when they die. Love it. Fire a solid enough choice for both players. Shielded for, both of them are trying to shield their Mustangs, and there's Andy's important shield. I was going to mention that he had missed that with the way that Hawk in Space has placed this. These Mustangs weren't going to move; they were then going to turn and run through the fire. But now Andy has covered that, so this fire will be valuable because it's you're dropping it on the midline. One of the dangers of being the attacker is you can't really force shields into opponent's territory. One way you can force shields into opponent's territory is fort with barrier. So if we had saved these 2, the cash for those 2, when we had 450 left after buying these 2, we could have thrown up barrier with 650 left. Chaff going to be a huge problem for Hawk on the left side due to the fire. the right side, this shield is far enough back that Hawk has punched, or these Mustangs have punched out of the shield while everybody else is on the inside. So, nobody wants to take the tower this round for Hawk. There it is, finally. After the perfect Mustang last round, this round a little less perfect. You know how I said it wasn't going to be a 13-round game? Okay, if you guys run it this closely, it will be a 13-round game. 2 hero Mustangs getting it done for Hawk. Andy's it goes from 2360 to 2328. And you get Phantom Ray, Scorpion, Typhoon, or Sabretooth as the drops. Phantom Ray for Hawk. You see the Scorpions for Andy. That'll be a level 4 Scorpion with range, and he's got that. We talked about the leaving a 3x3 or 4x4 gap between your storm and your tower. There it is. He's got that 4x4 gap, so he could have put a giant there, like if he got a late boat drop or worm drop that he wants to put there. Instead, he gets the Scorpion drop. That'll fit there as well. Gives it range. And he's just slowly covering the board in Fire Badgers, right? We've got, they're up to level 2 here. The level 3 sledges with 20,000 hit points now, due to the heavy armor. They stay alive a lot. They don't do much damage. They stay alive deep into the game, into the round. So that could be in here. I'm guessing we get one there and one over here, but he might leave one in the middle. Oh no, he's going to tuck it up against the storms from the other side, so. Odd that you're missiling this out when they were going to get replicated anyways. Oh, I guess it's to try and get in on the Tarantula with the Phoenix. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes sense to me. A couple of crawlers alive over there. The Phoenix, or the Phantom Rays do have stealth, so it makes them a little tougher to shoot. They get in. Now you've got a couple of those hero Mustangs, and I think the Marksman did the job this time. That down so quickly. Hawk in space winning yet again. This time he's got the towers on both sides, so he's finally turned the aggro on, as it were. And that drops Andy down to 817. Now, Andy is in the state where he can't afford a mistake round, can't afford a tech that needs to be countered that doesn't get countered. So he's going to have to play flawlessly from here on out. Photon Emission, a solid choice for helping to that sort of thing. And a redeploy for Hawk. Hawk can redeploy whatever unit he needs to kind of keep it alive somewhere. So a couple of things Hawk can do. Going Impact Drill would change some of these one-on-ones. Going Impact Drill plus Replicate might actually really change things. Something I'm thinking about is Spider Mine, blowing up a whole bunch of the replicated units. He's going for Anti-Air Barrage to knock out Phoenixes. That implies 2 more forts. Whoa! Andy, big swing, big change. Goes for a level 2 Elite Recruit me a War Factory and put it out front. Now, he knows opponent is not going to get a Scorpion drop. He has looked at the bar and seen that there is no acid on the crawler. So it's very, very unlikely there would be any acid over here. And I can drop the Photon Emission over the top of it to ensure that this 337,000 hit point monster is not really taking damage the first 20 seconds or so. Yeah, and he did not upgrade the tower, to be fair. And these Mustangs are strong enough; they actually survive a long time in that fire on the left side. Anti-air barrages off of the forts got a lot of work done to the Phoenix. And eventually, oh my goodness, eventually that war factory goes down. But it's very, very late in the day. The level 5 Mustangs eventually had it covered. The rest of the board is enough for Andy to win it. What a titanic fight. 2300 MMR, 2175. Hawk and Space came through Jeremiah and Rooster to get here. Can't make it through Andy to make it to the semifinals, but had a tremendous semifinal or quarterfinal run. What a set for him. He's also he's a German streamer. Did some of the, I believe he did the German commentary for the Launch Clash tournament, which was fantastic. Along with Till. It was Till and Hawk in Space together there. And Hawk-Tur, so we had two Hawks. They're both 4-1 now because Hawk has beaten Coke in the spoiler role. That is going to leave us three unbeatens. So our three unbeatens, not Godius Prime, are Godius Prime in the spoiler role will be facing Andy. So Godius Prime has had, what a run he's had, right? Ran into Skay and then Apuchi back to back. Now faces Andy. Rough go. We will be in Apuchi versus HD Susauer. Winner faces Andy in the final, or is champion, depending on how Godius Prime does. So, congrats to those of you who betted on Andy. We had the long pole match there. I'm always proud of myself when I managed to pull pick the long pole match out of the unbeatens. So, what were our matches here? Apuchi beat Godius Prime. Looks like it was a pretty handy one. HD Susauer squeaked past. I am too weak for you to lead me. Andy beat Hawk in Space, as you saw, and Hawk beat Coke. Hawk TR beats Coke in the spoiler role. So, it will be Apuchi versus HD Susauer. Coming right up. Channel point predictions are up for this one. We are... How deep into this are we? We are 2.5 hours in. 3 players can still be champion. We've got Apuchi versus HD Susauer. You guys saw HD Susauer in the first round against Saab. We saw Apuchi in the 3rd and 4th rounds. HD Susauer coming off of a runner-up in the weekend tournament Asia. Earlier today, trying to correct that with a title here. He can win that title with a win in this match if Godius Prime upsets Andy as the spoiler on the other side of the bracket. Otherwise, the winner of this match will be facing Andy in the finals. Indeed. We ran the tips page for Sopmon when we showed him on screen. But yes, for those of you that don't know, Saab has been battling housing insecurity. And in Canada, in winter, let's just say housing insecurity is not the best thing. So, could definitely use some support if you guys are in a financial position to do that. Of course, I don't want anybody to stress themselves unnecessarily for supporting streamers, even if streamers have sob stories. But I'll see myself out. Toast, you're going to have to take over and cast the semifinal. Opponent didn't ready up for TNT 11. Whoops. Well, you are here then. You're here with me. That's why we do a cast on weekend tournaments. Thank you, Toast. All right. I actually used to drive a Saab, S-A-A-B, so I have all sorts of Saab jokes. I try not to make them for Saabman. All right. He saw who he was playing and noped out. He wanted no part of the TNT. Welcome to the 6th and penultimate round of Weekend Tournament European number 84. This match, either your final or your semifinal, depending on the outcome of Godius Prime versus Andy, as in our tradition. When there are only 3 players left, we show the one that could be the final. Pucci, near side, a brand new Amplify specialist. We don't really know how well balanced this one is yet. I found it pretty darn strong, having being able to give 3 units plus 20% plus 20%. Pucci has a Tarantula start with Marksman, no chaff. Pucci is going into HD Susauer, a quick supply specialist with Fangs and Sledges. Do you run the 4 sledge start HD Susauer, or are you a little bit more measured than that? Who is who? Pucci on the near side is the Amplify specialist, with Tarantulas, Crawlers, and Marksman offset to the right, starting out aggro. HD Susauer is the quick supply specialist, has not made his buys yet, thinking about it, unlocks Arclight and takes 2 of them, with sledges behind, or the Arclights are behind the sledges. So floating his 200, it looks like. Still thinking about that, decides to mass recruit, get 1 more unit, gets a 3rd Arclight in the middle, and is just playing, it's almost the opposite of the uprights formation. He had the uprights pointed in the other direction. Yes, 2 very strong early games indeed. And Pucci will get the right side tower first. I think the tower timing is all right. Most of this tower timing is being spent on travel. That works out for Pucci. He's got the 2 Amp Horde Tarantulas, both surviving and getting good experience on round 1. According to the devs, the Tarantula had a slightly too high win rate at the highest levels. You've got subsidized Marksman and subsidized Stang up along with a haste module. 3 great choices. I think haste module, if you're going to commit to the Tarantula, haste module is a great way to go. If HD Susauer is reading that Pucci is committing to the Tarantulas, forcing them to burn through stronger shields is a good choice. Pucci does not commit to the Tarantulas. He's going to go to Mustangs. Now, I think Mustangs with the plus 20% are ridiculously OP. So are we committing into Mustang by putting an item on it, or are we holding off and seeing? He is going to wait and see on what the defense is. The defense right now, one more Fang, and a set of Storms over top. That set of Storms is early lock, or gets an early lock on a Tarantula, and takes care of that Tarantula. Over here, I think it's getting Splash on Tarantula. It's locked on the Crawlers. Now the Crawlers are dead. So that second Tarantula also going down. No, oh, I speak too soon. I'm sorry. My bad. Now it goes down. There we are. As does the far left tower for Apuchi. He's kind of out of. Well, as long as his Mustangs go for the fangs, and the marksmen take care of the. Wow, you couldn't have drawn that up any better if you were actually controlling the units on the field. Apuchi gets the round 2 win. He's still on 4,600. We're down to 3130 for HD Susauer. HD Susauer takes Efficient Giant Manufacturing. Laisha says, Apuchi has the smart unit hacks. Exactly. That is one important thing if you are just brand new to this game. Once you click End Deployment, there is not a thing you can do to change anything on the board. You just watch and see how it plays out. So you have to have thought through timings, speeds, etc. in your pieces. Yeah, exactly. Imagine how busted Farseers would be if you could micromanage your units like an RTS. This is the thing I love about this game, is that you can't do that. They are just... They do their targeting the way that they target. In fact, I could almost see more technologies that allowed you to control what the unit does during the round, rather than giving the unit a buff, would be interesting pieces, like choose the unit that you actually deal the most DPS to. Ignore the armored guy, sort of thing. Like if you're a Mustang, or prioritize air targets, prioritize ground targets. Would be really interesting text, anyways. Okay, Apuchi is going for the flank pull. It's flank pull with Mustangs down there instead of the tank. Those Mustangs cost him 150 instead of a sledge that would have been 250, or even a tarantula that would have been 200. Killcannon says, even having basics things like stay at max range, target chaff, target giants would completely destroy the fun of this game. Aww. I think it would definitely be breakable, right? Especially for certain units. I think you'd want things like stay at max range to be on the short range units, not the long range units. And heavy targeting equivalents would just be be pretty broken on certain units for sure. Fire Badger, the drop for HD Susauer. Sabretooth, the drop for Apuchi. He's got the item on it. So he's saved until round 4. Saved his third item, his third mini Amphor. Goes ahead and puts it on the Saber. He can always sell out of that later, but for right now, that's a huge increase in hit points. Plus 20% in hit points gives the level 5 Saber 91,000 hit points and a 36,000 hit point attack with the plus 20% there. The Tarantula he's going with the Shallow Tarantula and Crawler flank, kind of going around the oil here. Doesn't know that the Fire Badger is coming, but you kind of guessed there was going to be something. If there hadn't been a Fire Badger drop, there probably would have been a Vulcan over here to light the fire. Yeah. Maverick Orage, ranged target priority balls has been on my bar for before they made the 2 changes there. The changes they made were priority no longer costs you 10 range, and then they got rid of the ER ball card. So you can't quite get the 120 meter. My steel balls snipe your tower from deep, but you still get pretty amazing builds. That saber is just a beast. It's gonna. I'm out here to one-shot your entire board, sir. That, by the way, that thing would have one-shot a Vulcan. So if the Vulcan were the play for HD Susauer, it would have gone down really quickly. Eventually, enough units take it down. Apuchi's down to 4210. But that thing was a beast, and it can level. HD Susauer taking Underground Threat. You've got, yeah, I mentioned before when we were casting him, Apuchi very often takes Underground Threat. I think I can't speak for him, of course, but I think his thinking is, even if I take it, I play it defensively, and if it's not countering opponents' Underground Threat, it's at least more chaff for me, and I'll get that more chaff, every third round or whatever it is, every fourth round. I'll have extra chaff for 100, and that's worth doing. And if it's not, if it's not countering opponent, it's even better. I see him take it very, very frequently. It takes a compelling argument to get him to pick something else. Apuchi adding a pair of more Mustangs, and gave the Mustangs range. Kind of neat that he pulled this one, so that it's kind of replacing this guy in terms of the chaff clear. The Melter's obviously a good answer for HD Susauer into our level 6 Saber. That is going to level this Melter, but Apuchi will be able to sell the Saber if he wants, or can change a lot of that by giving the Saber like range double tap and some chaff support. There's not a whole lot of early chaff on Apuchi's lines right now. It does look like Apuchi is going to lose this round with the Melters surviving and getting through to the tower on the left side. So, HD Susauer wins rounds 4 and round 5. Gets Apuchi down to 3,002 hit points. HD Susauer is at 2832. You've got a drop, level 3 Scorpion for HD Susauer. Sounds like a quick sell. That was the cash value unit. The Farseer, possible for Apuchi. I don't know that Overlord or Fort suits him in this build. I mean, man, Forts with the Forts with mini cores on them would be pretty cool, but he'd have to get out of the untacked yet Tarantulas. Now he takes the Saber or Scorpion and sells it as well. That means he's not selling the Saber. But without the Underground Threat, it's going to be better. And we add Spider Mine for the Tarantulas. So, should be better pressure on this side. The Melters, this guy's up to level 2. That guy's up to level 2. And they now have energy absorption, so they will be healing. Yeah, all three of them are over here. Range for the Marksman. Apuchi is running Assault Mode. Has range, EMP, and double shot. Takes 3 more Tarantulas, so we're going to be throwing down just a wall of Spider Mines, it looks like. There we go. And it's 2 more cheap, efficient giant manufacturing Melters for HD Susauer. The chaff arrival has kept the Melters off of the big Saber. It does 47,000 per shot, but that is not going to be enough against this healing Melter. It would have done about 50% of the total damage, Right now, the Mustangs are doing some damage. The greatest, but EMP on the Marksman would have changed this end game quite a bit. And in fact, the Marksman is still enough to win it for Apucci. Range of the Marksman, the key upgrade this round. And HD Susauer is down to 2630. Laser sights up for HD Susauer. Apucci will be thinking about additional deployment. I know he values that a lot. The question here is it worth it over the course of the game? He thinks the game will go long enough that it is worth it. So to the point I had raised earlier, Killcannon has an amazing counter argument, and he says basically part of the game is the positioning your units so that they enter the battle where and when you need them to. And, if that would get ruined if you kind of over complicate it by having text that allow you to control that. And I think that is a compelling enough argument that I will drop the case. Well stated, sir. We've added a pair of additional level 2 marksmen and a pair of level 2 Mustangs for Apucci, making good use of the mass recruitment and additional deployment slot right away. And he's also gone EMP on the marksman, sold out of the level 6 Sabertooth to go level 4 marksman with a small amp core on it. And yeah, at this point it is many explosives, but it's really going to come down to can the marksman take the healing, or turn off the healing at the end game quickly enough to punch through all of these different melting points. It looks like the answer is 1 down. Yes, 2 down. 1 marksman down. 4, 5, 6 melters down. And only 1 marksman lost for Apucci. So 3,000 hit points for Apucci, 2130 for HD Susauer. You go to round 8. Do we know how the other match is going? Odious Prime hasn't shown back up in chat to let us know if this is the final. Apucci gets, oh my god, another additional deployment slot. I will just keep taking additional deploys as long as the game wants to give them to me. He's going to have 4 or 5 deployments per round now. And HD Susauer goes for the Vulcan. Is backed up off the front line with the Fire Badgers, so needs the Vulcan to light that on fire if he wants to. I think that will help. I think some of the Mustangs got up into that spot on the right. It'll be 2 Vulcans for HD Susauer. He's in the Exodia build at this point with Fangs as his chaff, Vulcan and Melting Point. Defensive Wasp in the back corner. Apucci did not, it seems, take the Wasp. He took the extra deployment. And with 150 cost Mustangs, he's just going to be able to spam a zillion Mustangs with the Marksman as kind of the finish piece here. So we'll see in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Mustangs at this point, only one of which is... well, I guess 5 of them are level 2. But at 150 apiece, they are serving as both chaff for the marksman late game and DPS and chaff clear. This was kind of clever from HD Susauer. The range on range on the arc lights helping. Now we're down to 6 melters against 6 marksmen. Take it 4v3. Uh-oh. Rutro Tapuchi in trouble. And this is the problem with a marksman versus melting point game. When the marksmen win, they do a couple hundred damage. When the melters win, they do, well, more than 1,000. So, Tapuchi goes from 3,100 or so to 1,602. And we get a unit drop. HD Susauer still at 2,130. So Tapuchi needs to win two pretty big rounds before the melters get completely gone. And yeah, I am afraid that the melters are pretty close to out of control. For HD Susauer, a War Factory taken and sold. For Tapuchi, a pair of level 4 steel balls. Now, I love that choice for him. The steel balls are a great answer to this many melters. This will force the melters to go energy diffraction. And he can drop literally Elite Recruit and drop 4 level 2s. Take range. Has his underground threat up as well. Sold out of one of these tarantulas, one of the level 2 tarantulas, to get an amp core. Is that going on a level 4 steel ball? Oh my god, we've mass recruited one more Mustang for all of this. Yes, there we go. It's a steel ball with stuff on it. It's going to be 6 abreast on the steel balls, 2 on the far left, 2 here with the level 4s closest to tower. For HD Susauer, it's War Crimes on the Vulcans now, Sticky Oil plus Incendiary, and 3 Vulcans, 3 Marksmen, or sorry, 3 Vulcans, 6 Mustangs. And here come all the world's steel balls. They do get locked onto. No point in Tapuchi. We talked earlier about heavy targeting. There's no point in Tapuchi running heavy targeting unless the melting points were creating crawlers, and those were taking, causing an issue at the late game. The melters have, in fact, scaled out of control. 6 melting points for HD Susauer. He was a runner-up in Asia this morning. He has just beaten multi-time champion Tapuchi in round 6. And Godius Prime has beaten Andy. This is your title match. HD Susauer, you, sir, are European champion. Congratulations. And a huge win for Godius Prime against Andy. That is amazing. Should put him in the top 3. Should put Godius Prime in the top 3, I mean. Well done. This was just a melting point game that got out of control. The level 4 melter with laser sights. The hero here, Tapuchi allowed it to level off of that level 6 Sabertooth twice. Kind of drew HD Susauer into the melters with that. And I think you can kind of see what Tapuchi was thinking there, right? Which is melting point is not great against tarantula spider mines. Melting point isn't great against Mustangs when I have Mustangs at subsidized. And then even at the end game, the steel balls. But HD Susauer is just able to light the ground on fire with the Vulcans, burn down as many of the Mustangs as he could, and carry on from there. Almost wonder if this round goes differently with Missile Interceptor on Tapuchi's Mustangs. But he would have had to have been guessing that either EMP Barrage or War Crimes was coming for that to make sense. Today I have a run, says HD Sweet and Sour. You did indeed. Congratulations, well done. I do think I want to try that, right? And we do save the replays automatically, so we'll have that available. Leave. Our tournament is complete. Congratulations on some tremendous runs. Hawk in Space comes 5th. Well done. Beats Jeremiah and Rooster on the way. Skay comes 4th. Nice job. Only losses. Beats Rooster in round 6. Lost to Godius Prime in round 4. Andy had it all going, but just like Apucci last round, or last week, just like Rooster last week, goes into round 6 in top position, only to lose to the spoiler roll. Godius Prime 2nd, lost to Apucci, but beat Skay and Andy on his way to the 2nd. HD Susauer, your champion. Tremendous job. Wins over Saab in round 1. No easy opponent there. Alpha in round 3. We know how hard Alpha is. Artur MC was one of the top 10 coming into this one. We beat I Am Too Weak for You to Follow Me, and then beats Apucci in the finals. HD Susauer, your champion. Apucci, Alpha, Frostwall, and Zlaumamje rounding out the top 10 with merch. We'll show the out to 50th, since we're on a weekend tournament with a big group. Congrats to those who had their best runs today. You guys deserve it. Deserve to get your name in lights for a moment. I'll recognize a whole lot of names at the 4 and 2 level. Yep, Black Sheep drops to 31st. And there are our final top 50 there. Hey, Stu Wibley was lowest seed. Coming into this one, comes out 44th. Very nicely done. That is a good day for you, sir. So, well played. We will scroll back up. There we are, our winner. Congrats to our top 3, HD Susauer, Godius Prime, and Andy. And Toast has gifted out a tier 1 sub to HD Sweet Sour. So here we go. And Godslayer says, wow, I got almost 12k combat power. I should do more tournaments. That is one of the points. If you don't know, combat power gains are accelerated in a tournament. So if you are worried about making your progress through the season, go ahead and play more tournaments. You get it. That's a good place to get combat power. Our tournament is complete. We got about 3 hours to the Americas. And we will just entertain with some ladder play. Amarok struggled like badly yesterday. So we're sitting at 1610. Let's see if we can get some of that back today. I don't know what I was doing. Nothing was working. Congrats to those of you who bet on HD Susauer. I'm going to take a quick ad break and grab ourselves... I mean, not that HD Susauer is going to see an ad, thanks to Toast, but I am going to grab a quick sandwich so that we're working on a full stomach as we go through the rest of the matches. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Wait, I have 1628. I finally caught up. You did. You caught back up to me. Shoot. Well, you can stream snipe me when I get back. Whoops says, you have managed to lose every single prediction today? How is that even mathematically possible, Whooped? I mean, sheer random chance you ought to get one of them right.
Yes, Kilcannon says congratulations to HG Sweet and Sour on the win. He certainly deserves it. It had been a while. He has won before, but yes, it is mathematically possible. That's true. It's just unlikely. You are done for today. Wish you all a good night and thank you. Yes, congratulations, HG Sweet and Sour. I hope you are doing what Steel Sane described, walking around with a proud cock to your walk, as they say, to you are the European champion. You certainly deserve it. Well done, sir. We cast his first match. We cast his last match. Ones in between, you'd have to find on replay. Oh yeah, we did want to do that, right? We wanted to take a look at that to see if the if anti-missile on the Mustangs would have helped, right? Let's go try that while we're busily making a sandwich here. Yeah, we've probably overfilled the folder again. Feels like the UI does not love things when they get to be too many of them. All right, we're going to skip that. We're going to jump to round 9 here. And we're going to take over for Apuchi. Not because I think I can do any better than Apuchi, just wanting to know. Take the steel balls. Yes. We're going to arrange the steel balls, surely. We're just going to take anti-missile on the Mustangs. What was the rest of the build here? Peppers. Is there something we would want to recover? I don't think so. It could be that, honestly. So this would just be like the I made a cold read that HG Sweet and Sour was going. Was going with the either EMP or Warcrime Vulcans. I should probably have just leveled that guy, really. We'll see if it's any better. I don't think so, but yeah, you can see how much fire winds up on the ground. There's just too much happening there. Too many missiles in the air. So, I don't think it's going to get it done. Yep, it didn't dramatically change things. It does look like it changed it a bit, though. I mean, okay, that's actually a pretty big change. That is a win the round kind of change. Wow. That is much better than I thought it was going to do. I mean, I knew it was going to do better, right? I just didn't think it was going to be that much better. So, again, we would have had to have recognized cold that it was coming, right? And there are a lot of plays that would not have been the right answer to. So, you know, it's one of those like with 50-50 hindsight, we can do that. But yeah, he survives the round. Exactly. How is the MMR curve looking today? Well, there we go. That's the answer. 0-0, currently riding a 6-game losing streak. Godslayer, if you are stream sniping, let's go. Wow, the game wants me to have a nice, easy warm up at somebody about 140 MMR below me. It's like, are you sure you're feeling better? Let's check here. Godslayer trying to stream snipe me. Got a player named Dodger. I love it. Don't donate that much MMR. Well, it is a bit late. All right, we're gonna try something along that line. Are there crazy strats on the agenda today? I mean, I don't know what I was playing last night, so. Mass Phantom Ray, I actually have been wanting to try quite seriously. Like in all seriousness. You know what could be interesting? Could be really interesting to run a improved Farseers. Channel prediction is up. Bet y'all, says Whipped DG. It's true. Channel point prediction is up, and we are, yeah, we're blocking the obvious missile location, and blocked the wasps. Whoop says you have guaranteed payout because he bet on Amarok. It says, sorry, Amarok. Yeah, so I'm actually really happy with this start, and what I've observed about the missile device specialist, which is what opponent is that if their opponent drops down a 200 cost or a 100 cost shield or a 200 cost shield, and that shield survives and blocks their missiles, it's pretty devastating. And there we go. We are going to get that, and it's particularly helpful for us because the shield is strong into sledge. Opponent bought a second sledge. This round goes very, very differently if we had done something like trying to build a second, a third Stormcaller or something on the other side of the board. Oh, goodness, really? Let's be over there now, shall we? I think leveling this is just giving them XP, so we're not going to bother. I'm going to take the level on the Farseer. Hope that he's jump driving this to the other side, and that we'll be predicting that correctly. And yeah, this missile is actually solid, whether it hits the sledges or hits the covering. Covers this guy in the middle. A third sledge into our shield. Also good for us. Left side. Now we've got our leveled Farseer working. This Farseer is close to leveling. We are tempoing right now, aren't we? Goodness. Gotta figure the jump drive is coming from somewhere. Alright, you're dropping a missile on a crawler. That's fine too. You've also gone with Mech Rage. Sure. We're going to hit that. Probably going to EMP that in a minute. Mech Rage does get him through the smoke a little better. And it'll get him through the crawlers better. He sold out of the... yeah, we're going to need... might need to be range on the arc lights. Whoosh. Tower timing is so good. It's gonna save that shield, is it? Oh my god, it did not save the shield. That shield did so much work for 3 rounds. And almost lived one more. Goodness. Alright, who shields their smoke? Who shields the area that's already smoked? One is at 674. It might be in a scaling font, right? Just throw all of that down. Slowed down in the oil, under the gun. All the missiles and their brothers are landing. And you'll be stuck in that oil next round. And if the Farseers survive, we just win, right? Yeah. GG Fanug. We went with Amplify Core, took the Farseer drop, and the Amplified. Yeah, it's gonna have nightmares about shields for sure. I mean, the shields, we were just keeping the sledges from leveling. We missiled out this one to keep it from leveling on a round. Like, so his sledges are several rounds behind where they should be in terms of total DPS. And our Farseers are a couple of rounds ahead of where they should be because of the plus 20% damage. We just countered his specialist and played our specialist. That was pretty textbook. That was like, that looked like we wrote the textbook. Okay, we's 1-0. We are on the up. Let us matchmake. Yes, asymmetric. That's one of the things I took for sure. Is that knowing where to place the shield or minimizing the value he gets from the shield. Right, he won the round that that he landed his missile. Right, just taking away the taking away that one side's crawlers. Now we are against Pregavol. What? It's a pregnant vole? I'm confused. Amrock bullying the 1500s. Love it. I have no idea. I was in, like, there was just something off last night. It's one of those, like, you know, check for carbon dioxide or something. Like, man, I was doing so poorly. Actually, I kind of have a I have a suspicion. But
Well, maybe we can share it on air. I don't know. My let's see. I have a neighbor who is struggling at the moment with a painful end of life condition. There is, and his answer to that, I mean, he's in his 80s. He's had a long, full life, and marijuana is legal in California, so that's his solution. And if he chooses the side of the house that is closest to me, I suspect I might be getting some effect from it. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? Alright, we are probably going to... Yes, definitely. I mean, I was giggling and making bad decisions in the game, and I was just like, no. But during that 6-game losing streak, and I could smell it from his house. And like my end of the room I'm in is at the end of the house that is closest to his house. That's a narrow fence between the two. So Reven says I might have the same issue. Exploding Head Guy says, you did sound incredibly tired and confused yesterday. Right? I was like, not... I knew I wasn't making good decisions. It was really frustrating. Like, especially because I hadn't put together why at that point. It was the... Not sure how my neighbor's smoke is reaching all the way to Reven. Exactly. Oh, yeah, Kill Cannon. I mean, I've had folks that I saw have some, imagine being drug tested, failing, and trying to explain it was from your neighbor. Exactly. Oh, I swear it was the lemon poppy cookies. Used to soak their pot in LSD. Oof. Yeah, I mean... I've seen a very bright young woman. I've seen two bright young women kind of have different life experiences with it. One did a lot of pot in college, and you could just see how much it was affecting her, just her decision making at the time. I actually kind of just want to go to... it's like affecting her memory. You can kind of see it, and decision making. And she got clean, or not clean. I don't know that it's even really addictive or anything, but it's she got herself off of pot after college and is now got a nursing degree, it's done all their stuff since, has a great life, as last I heard. And, but just talking to her, you could hear the difference. Like, you could literally hear the difference both in her voice and in the way that she talked about stories, the way that she... Oh goodness, it's a round 2 anti-missile device. Alright. You thought the missile was the problem. I see. And then another one wound up kind of, like there's the whole, like, oh, it's a gateway drug sort of thing. And, you kind of hear the whole... the way she talked was about anti-missile devices? Yes, no. There's an anti-missile device here. No. YOLO guy's hearing like every third word out of this. The anti-missile device surprised me on round 2.
But it worked for Pregavol, and they kept themselves alive for a round. Kept it alive, I should say. Do I care? Sure, we'll turn you off if you had range, maybe? Care about your anti-missile device? I don't think I do. At any rate, second one is like a much darker story because she basically took the, oh hey, if the government lied to me about how bad pot was going to be, maybe they're lying to me about all the other things, all the other banned substances as well, and decided to try some things that were very addictive and wound up addicted. Shocking, as it turns out. Perhaps the government isn't lying to you about every single banned substance out there. Or perhaps, maybe we should rephrase that. Perhaps it would be a surprising level of coordination required for multiple governments to be lying to you about this. Oh well. The last that I had heard, she was still battling addiction. Yeah, it is very sad. And this was like a exceptionally intelligent young woman that I knew. Yeah, the lost potential is really sad, though what could have been. Yeah, for sure. Ooh, I wanted to know if this was going to work. You are stealthed. I EMP you. You come out of stealth, right? Yep. They be unstealthed. Good. How it should work. That's right. Get in there and eat that thing. Oh, darn it. They didn't eat it. Oh, we got one of them. We got one of the anti-missile devices. Oh, now we are missiling the anti-missile device. Go! Go, Stormcaller. Oh, you came so close. Tech stealth. Sneak up on the donut. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, well. Range evens the odds. I'll be fine with you, I think. Our guy does run anti-air. I was thinking of the Farseer as answering the Phantom Ray. We could be in trouble if opponent goes boat, but we've got the Marksman, we've got ranged Wraiths. I'll take my chances. It's anti-air on the Marksman. Yeah, opponent's Chaff Clear was problematic. They've gone Vulcan. They have yeah, they have they have War Crimes available if needed. Is that the Nano Repair Vulcan? Okay, that's a problem. For a bit. Might forever. Will be for now, though. Well, congratulations. You have invited me to play some Melting Point. Yeah, I suppose you've invited me to play some Nuke, too. Okay. I mean, really, we just nuke the... We nuke the Nano Repair Vulcan. We get the melter out there. Might even walk far enough forward that it's in the wrong spot right now, but we'll find out. You're going to be the level 2, that's fine. Really? Didn't play around the nuke, sir. Why wouldn't you play around the nuke? Okay. I mean, alright then. He didn't even level the Nano Repair Vulcan. Holy smokes. Yeah, I thought about using the EMP to try and make sure the nuke landed. Maybe that's what he did. Maybe he played around the nuke. Or figured he was playing around the EMP. In before. Yes. Yes. We have done things, Toast. We have done things. We're not allowed to do things. Don't you know the rules? And that should also work nicely. Ooh. Do we just turn off all of those? I think we do. I know. I'm evil. The kind of player who does things. SMH. Who does things? Who even does things anymore? You guys can probably have your level. Let's take range. Oh, alright. You've got some oil that will keep your units in the orbital for me, I guess. I guess you're lighting it on fire. Buying techs, buying units, taking things that are offered off of your tower? So uncivilized. I'm just glad he's going to light this on fire with the ranged Scorching Flames. And also, why is this guy so formulaic that it's ranged Scorching Flames instead of the double Incendiary that I think he actually needed? I mean, he's getting the effect of the double Incendiary here. Yeah. Big things survived. Well, not for long, though. Yeah, the marksmen are doing great. Work for the marksmen. On the other hand, we get the lock. Win the round. Opponent down to 306. How dare you try to win? Exactly. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Only there was a quick cooldown right about now. A second nuke, yes. Surely he doesn't shield again. He doesn't fail to shield again. Nobody would fail to shield this many times, right? I want temp range. I guess I've posed myself out of that. Painfully. We didn't take the crawlers to we didn't take the crawlers to prevent the nuke bust, or yeah, the shield bustings. Opponent is gonna be big mad, right? Oh, it's unlucky for you, sir. Yes, all of our melter are alive. None of your marksmen on that side are alive. Your tower is not alive. Biggest mad. I'm not seeing a GG. I'm not seeing a GG. I'm definitely not seeing a GG. Okay, well, Toast might be right here. Well. Yeah, apparently I'm a spell Andy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And no, I never got a cooldown or anything. Well. I'm just Snipe the Rock. Here we go. Well, we are 2-0, plus 27. No, I appreciate the self-discipline it takes to say nothing when you're steaming. You know, like there's respect for that. Might need to go get a new coffee. Who are we going to draw into? Yes. If you have nothing nice to say, it's better to say nothing. Exactly. No. The moment I walk away to get the coffee, I'm going to miss who we're matched up against. That's okay. See, I stood up. Aha, I tricked it. We're up against a barrel of bananas. Not just a barrel, multiple barrels. Channel point prediction is up for that one. Ooh, amplify sledges. And yes, Toast, you are correct. We have run into somebody that wouldn't defend against any abilities at all, and got angry when they were getting hit by said abilities. It's a thing for sure. We've also run in. The guy said it was RNG because I unlocked a Wraith and stopped his flank on round 3. Like, I unlocked it. Well, apparently your brain generated the random numbers. Let's see. But this might turn in this. Well, okay. Berg. I want it to be the sledges, but it might not be the sledges, Toast. We're gonna find out if this guy is playing from up front or playing from deep first. Okay, he's definitely committing to the tarantulas. Good. So we're gonna go hackers with those instead. Oh, you both nuked the same guy, and he called us noobs that could never win playing the game properly. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It is. It's the hackening again. We probably lost all those games yesterday because we weren't playing enough hackers. How dare you use the big thing that exists in the game that he also had access to? Exactly. Now you're understanding. Yeah, it's not a developer rule, it's just his rule. Alright, we are definitely hacking, so let's just unlock them. $600. How do I get 800 next round? I sell you, right? Yeah. So that gets me 800. Which leaves me 100 to play with weird items. Great. Clearly cheating to use the nuclear missile. I mean, you can certainly make the argument. It's just not a very good one. I love this one crawler that decided to go diagonal crosswise the map
I'm gonna try and draw this. I'm trying to draw the scorpion. Guys, go away. I'm trying to draw the scorpion. No. Ow. Alright. We're like created a nuke specialist. True story. He said the player base isn't ready for it, so it won't be releasing anytime soon. No. Oh god. Shows up on Hiroshima Day. And only for that day. Oh no! The barrels of bananas have tucked. They tucked anti-missile on the round we sold out. Well, confirmed. Not. Whoa, wait. Blue is going to ban 10 units in one match, making for an interesting game playing only Worm and Wasp. Yeah, some people do hate callers that much, it's true. We're gonna need to start winning, gang. We need to start winning right about now. I'm not gonna do that, but it would be interesting for me. I love it. Well, this is unfortunate. The last thing I wanted to do was take barriers right now. But we will be taking barriers right now. Oh, hey, why don't you and all of your little crawler friends sleep right there. Oh, you've gone for a back row flank. That's not going to be good for me. I don't shoot very much. On the other hand, I do hack your tarantula, and that's going to help. You know what I really like is your scorpion too. Thanks. Oh wait, don't shoot that one. We want to hack it. Don't shoot it. Thank you. Nice wasps, buddy. Nice wasps. We're just gonna hang out back here. How many opponents can we make, Big Bad? We're actually gonna win this round, guys. We have 4 fangs. 5 fangs, even. Hold your horses, democracy, Gandhi. 3 minutes later. Ooh. Additional deployment slot. Don't mind if I do. Oil him in the smoke. Or just back here. Oh, God. In the smoke, really? No. Let's keep the Mustangs away. Yeah, exactly. Let the hack spiders kill the Mustangs. We'll be fine. We might actually have needed mech rage on the sledges. Are these crawlers into, like, replicate or something? Is that what's going on? Alright, we're out of crawlers. But we might be dead. We might be dead. Hack faster. Yeah, I actually should have clicked hack faster. I should have clicked hack faster. You are correct. I think I lost this one on partly on taking these guys at level 1, and partly on not ever having chaff clear. Wait, good God. Okay, wait. That was the other thing I was thinking about last night. And in fact, I was thinking about that while watching Apuchi today, right? What is our board exactly? Set rec purd. We're up against Apfelkuchen 74. Apfelkuchen. It really wasn't, was it? All right. New. Hello, it's a Yutsune Hiko with Brazil. A different Brazil. Okay. New rule. New rule for Amarok today. We will have 5 units of chaff clear by round 3. In some way or another. Right. Oh my God, really? More tarantula. Yeah, getting 3 Mustangs would have done us a whole lot of good. For sure. Okay, so. We are going to buy chaff clear. Whether it kills me or not. Right. Right. New rule. New rule, win. New rule, do it, Blue Feral says, and fly down to 1100 MMR with the rest of us. Alright. Hello, Pat. They have nerfed the tarantula. A little bit. Not very much, though. Economic, yes. The nerf... Yeah, there is a patch at Tsunehiko. In fact, we are in the new specialist just released. The amplifying specialist gives us 3 amp cores for free on round 1, which apparently we are not going to need, because we're going to go eat your marksman with our with our crawlers. Come on, bring it up. Bring it up over here. Got work to do, buddy. It's a little late. Okay. Nice effort, buddy. It really. Go, Crawler, go. Drill puppy to the rescue. Hero Crawler was a little special ed this time, right? Fine. Okay. Well, Hero Crawler does get a promotion for it. I mean, he did eat 3 back row marksmen. Pat buys marksman and puts the cores on the marksman. I've seen that played. Oh, I was meaning, well, I want to. I'm again in about the same boat where I want to know if he is going to commit to the tarantulas or not. Hero Fang. This time, last time it was a crawler, this time it was a Fang. Yeah, well. Both his tarantulas have leveled if he wants them to. Yeah. Look at the little guy, he's so cute. Well, okay, I don't mind causing you some troubles here. Damage dealer last round? Okay. I know it is not technically 5 chaff clear, it's 4 chaff clear, but still. Fang specialist. Get 5 techs. Wait, what? Fang specialist. Surviving fangs do double hit point damage to the bar. Alright. Now Gaia goes heavy into the tarantulas. We lasted long enough that the fire burned out. Way to go, guys. Right, now we have way too many chaff clear. Chaff clear for the hackers, exactly. Well, 135 meter range Sabertooth is going to be painful. And 20 squads of level 9 Fangs, but it's on round 12. Fang Specialist gets 1 pack of Fangs every even numbered round. It was no hero crawler, it was a zero crawler. Bit of a problem, yeah. Missiles! Noes. They outrange us. It's no good. Could be knockout. Are hacking pretty nicely out there. Worked out pretty well. Yipes. Well, we didn't die. Good news, gang. We didn't die. Creep. Oh, would you like an anti-interference module? I'm sure you would. I, however, am going to have to throw down that. You for sure. Goodness, so painful.
guy is just so long to kill right now. Where do we think it's coming from, the wasp swarm? Perfect. Alright, so he's got a boat. But you have other problems. It has been looking like I was the boot, for sure. Definitely grant that. There we go. Better. Definitely a bit worried about the boats there. Shoot. Oh, we kind of read that. Yikes. So well for us. I mean, yes, they're elite wasps. Yes, it's a problem. At least we're out there in force. No, and we're down. Well, we came close. Build your own death knell. Exactly. That was the plan. That was the plan. Well, I'm not smelling anything today, so I can't blame the neighbor. I mean, I guess I can. You guys don't know. Jockle is playing some 1v3. I'm Bratwurst. Hello, hello. Are you here to sorry. Are you here to rescue me from this? Rescue me from myself? Screw it. I'm going speed sledges. I'm done with it. No. No, we are not. In before it's against spiders again. It is spiders again. Hey, at least this time. Yeah, Reven, I think you're actually pretty much spot on with that. I mean, although the final round, it wasn't. I was trying to get. Well, yeah. I mean, well, I should have noticed that he was running the elite wasps as a possibility. Perfect. You're on the other side. I'm on this side. Awesome. Let's go. Yes, we have one crawler deciding to go cross court again for some reason. Lose this tower quickly. Thank you. Perfect. Now win this tower. Go. I feel my own path. I don't follow the herd. You're all sheeple. That crawler. Crawler, don't be that guy. Okay. Win that corner faster. Even with the missile. The summoning on the tarantulas. We're gonna do better, or we did better this round than we should because we have the summon in cost. It is currently like 30k to 500 against Amarok. You can get some pretty good odds, but you have to bet about 2,500 to get them at the moment. Otherwise, that bet gets refunded. You get some pretty good odds on Streamer if you're willing to bet. There you go. Somebody betted. Now it's about 3-1. Which, honestly, the way we've been playing is about right. Oh no, whooped bet on me. We're just paying toast now. Actually, maybe this is the round to... No. The round to cover this. For sure. From here. Right? Okay. Opponent did the call in, sure. We get the 2 back towers. Thump the thump. Enjoy your tower debuff, sir. No, he got us. 7-second debuff instead of 9. Now, it's gonna win it, but and we did not achieve the 5 shaft clears this round we were going for. Not enough chaff clear, round 4, unsub. Exactly. I mean, we know this is how we're losing right now. There. Now he's gone with the explodies. Good. Now we hack him, right? Right? Sure, now we hack him. He keeps wasting missiles too, which I'm happy about. We're selling out of 1 brawler. We've kept this much closer. Well, now we have the chaff clear. Goodness. Don't have to tech him yet, Emma. You got this. Got that. Those two. I mean, it's almost like we left that spot on purpose, right? But and we hack faster, and we buy ourselves more time for the hacking, right? Here we go. More cool things. We have steel ball. We got the power already. Thanks. That's nice. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cravens. Much appreciated. He picked up the Farseers, which is a little unlucky for us. But we've got a couple of our own tarantulas now, which is nice. Causing all sorts of problems on the rest of the board. We have the air advantage. We've caused him multiple problems on the same round. Let's go. All right. Imp 4 frontside hacker. Go. You did 34,000. You did 44,000? Sweet goodness, you two. All right. Speed is actually what we want here. You did 30. Alright. Oh, lightnings. And your own hackers. You've gone counter hackers. Is counter hacking illegal? Isn't that against the Geneva Convention? I mean, there's gotta be something about that, right? Pretty sure there was something about that. We're not even hacking this guy in the corner quickly enough. We actually need a hacker further back there. Kind of expected him to sell it instead of reinforce in front of it. Okay, well, he wins this round. Yes, it's a violation. Cravens asks, is it a common tactic to focus your forces just on one side, as enemy has done? I mean, both enemy and I came out doing it this match, so there wasn't much point in him coming over to try and defend this side, or so he thought. So, this just gets silly. Want the item on the higher level one. Want one more in the bottom corner, honestly. We've made Mickey Mouse! Look at this, guys. Let's go, Mickey Mouse. Tower's level 3 now. We still get it pretty quickly. This is going to be a problem right there. Oh, just in time. Just in time, team. What? Whoops is now the most evil of my followers. Excellent. Whew. Counter hacking not working for Jockle at the moment. The Mickey Mouse defense is clearly correct for us. Is there somebody not pulling their weight out here? Well... we need range. I kind of think we need speed. I'm really not sure about that one. Oh, hello, there's a lot of stuff over here now. Playing defense on that tower now. Wait, it's like he thinks he's going to win the main fight if he plays defense on that tower. Whoosh! We have finally hacked. It's so weird how you have two different boards. One is Hackers and Donuts, and the other is Carrie's Sludge. It's true. I am playing two totally different boards. I have done this more than once. Yeah, there was literally no crossover of my units other than the other than the crawlers. Between the, it's a carry sledge with some fang and some crawler. It's carry hacker, carry hacker wraith with some crawlers and some fangs. Happy holidays! 30,000 channel points for everyone. Host is the, well, mistress, I guess, of Mrs. Claus is here. Well played, Jockle. That one was fun. Bratwurst, are you looking for some 2v2 action? Because, I mean, we can do that. We can do that. I just don't know if you want to play with me. I've been playing pretty bad. Alright. I mean, you're the one risking MMR here. What was this? This was plus 11 and win 1. Okay. I see you, I see you. Acceptables. This will take a moment. We'll run an ad real quick. While we matchmake, you can go ahead and start. This is our... No, go ahead, go ahead. I'm ready. No need to wait. Alright, new collection, new everything, right? We are 1870 here. Aha, all of a sudden we look much better. LMCV, hey. And Anytastic, okay. He knows you well. LMCV knows me well as well. So I've got quick supply with storms over our mid. It's only 2,500 hit points. I think I will take it. Don't fancy the others very much. Standard board. They are on a Discord? Okay. Do you want to be? We've got one. Opponent is Fire Badger. Your opponent is Typhoon. We are supplying quick supply. Not needed? Okay. Let's try it. Okay. Channel points are up for this one. A lot less riding on it, I think, but we're going to go with the All the Chaff. That kind of prevents opponent... Well, we're not preventing anything, really. Typhoon LMCV. I want to see what he comes out with. We're actually looking at Bratwurst's board, not mine, at the moment, and we'll turn this camera off right away, because it's not as helpful. Well, maybe we'll let it go. Alright, he's up front. We're on the auto camera for our side of the board, which is us and versus Anytastic.
Okay, he's got the chaff clear, we don't. Skip it to D3. Arc lights with range. Flip that on its back, right? Or it could be insta-vault. How do we feel about insta-vaulting? You actually think I like instant Vulcan? The Fire Badger? Okay, now we have achieved the... Please stop showing me this board. Partner has one hard. Yikes, let's go. Mustangs into sledges, not so great. We have some crawlers going off and doing the intelligent thing. We're gonna do a giant. I don't want it to be... I want it to be fort with bubble against sledges. So I'd like a fort with bubble on round 3. Sounds good. Okay. Nice. Good start. Good start, Bratwurst. Mustang into Steam Ball. No. Gets the job done though, Crawl Ball. And oh my goodness. Speed, please. Somebody. Yes, we know that one tank dies. We knew that one tank was going to die. It's on. Alright. Now what? Good, no fort. Don't really want that. Smart marksman could work. Lord. A lot of targets for it. We do wind up without a... build for the fort, right? Okay. We want the we'll take the freaking marksman next round, I guess, and the fort if it drops. We're just floating our initial spec monies until we have something we want to spend it on. Alright, you're that kind of player. Got it. It's just gonna feed my smart marksman next turn. It's okay. Who else went smart? Partner and I. Okay, good. Partner and I, not opponents. Smart marksmen are particularly dangerous, hugely dangerous in 2v2. That's the reason I took it. Because you're going to wind up fighting the other side's board at some point and collecting additional experience off of that side of the board. So, during that fight, whoever's going to win, we are going to lose. But during that extra fight, you're going to be gaining a lot of extra experience, right? So if this were Bratwurst's marksman, he would be scoring all these extra things as experience, which can really help a marksman build scale out of control. So we are very happy to be in marksman, and very happy that they are not. And extra deploys for the smart marks. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, all the rangy things that win at the end of rounds are good for that reason. But it's the extra smart that really pops here. So it's going to be two different smart marksman builds. And he has at least seen the danger here and sold out. But he's also got level 2 sledges for these guys to feast on. And level 1 Fire Badger over here is why I've got the marksman on this side. I figured something like that would be happening. Let's take care of it if we can. We've still got some crawlers alive over there. We've still got some chaff clear alive over there. We are going to range the marksman in a moment, or not the marksman, the arc lights in a moment. Are you guys just not getting kills over here? What's going on? How did you guys not level? Why? Why did you not level? Well then. Partner's on the way again. We have left a lot of things damaged under the Stormcallers. I said we were going to range the arc lights. Maybe we range. There we go. We have added 5 different unit types this round. Berlik said that when he sees Farseers, he thinks of Amarok. Aww. I love it. It makes me happy. Whooped. Thank you for telling me that. I love them. They are so good. Opponent is in Wraith with range as well? Wow, okay. Apparently I am sending a Wraith partner. No, I am not. Okay. Apparently I am sending Wraiths to partner the wrong direction here. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, this is getting away from me, Bratwurst. Maybe Bear Lake will send me some Farseers. It's not getting away from me, it just takes a minute for the... Yeah. Just takes a minute for the marksman to come online. That's alright. Opponent has been getting fed, that is true. Get the spacing right. I hope we got the spacing right. Maybe I need to speed. It's alright. Surely he comes through. If I were him, I would be doing something like this. Right here is where the ion beam should be. Play about the same angle as ours. No ion beam sold a sledge. So this pole was intentional to bring all of these into the fight there, or into the ion beam. So that worked really nicely for us. He did either sell or redeploy out of that, and our sped. Did all sorts of things to try and make that ion beam not as valuable, but the pull there was pretty strong for us. And that's going to be a lot of level and such for these marksmen who needed it. Partner? Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. I detected a problem over there. This doesn't seem to be going good. Okay, well, marksman, this is the time to get fed, boys. Go get your levels. Get your levels right here, boys. It's might be your last chance. You two are. Well then, partner died, apparently, yes. I'm guessing it was a very nice ion beam over there. Oh, bear-like. Look, you. We has our thing. Ion beam was misplaced, and steel balls had heavy target. Okay. So, yeah. My guy has redeploys available. I would do as many of you as I can. I can't do all of you. Okay, we have temp range, but we didn't loan. Let's go check and see if partner is loaning yet. Not yet. And the head, yeah, this is the range heavy target. Yeah, this is a great build. LMCV is running my build for sure. Not quite the same positionings, etc., but that same general plan. We are going for max range advantage at this point. He's going 8 guns, and that's fine, because we took the EMPing DC. Well, also 8 gun, but didn't think it was worth doing 8-gun with only 2 Wraiths on the board. Might have been wrong. And the Worm did achieve one thing. It kept us from ever targeting the Wraith on that side. We never turned the targeting, never turned EMP stuff off on that. It's been painful. Partner is not alive? Wait, is alive? Is alive. Has a level 2 Overlord with Chin Gun down there, playing some defensive games. Has no towers left. In trouble. Okay. Probably time for Lone and Range, at very least. What do you guys think? Lone and Range? Probably Lone and Range at this point. I think Lone and Range, yeah. Alright, what are we doing here? Aim out this direction. Just get out of the way so I can get in on tower, please. Also replicating and a backline of this, but we've got a huge pullback there. Nope. It did not get it done. Oh, partner is gonna get a... Well, partner's not gonna win all of this, is he? Doesn't look like it. Heavy target steel balls onto the assault mode marksman is a great call by LMCB. That is tremendous for pulling the W. Alright. It is down to our small little piece, level 3 Mustangs, a pair of Overlords. They've got to get it down to basically crawlers only against 8-gun Wraiths and a Worm. It's not going to happen. GG's. Like I said, Bratwurst, I am not playing at the top of the game right now. I enjoy playing with you. I'm just saying I don't feel like I'm gonna hold up my end of the MMR bargain here. Well, and Bratwurst is like, yeah, I don't care. I'm going again. All right, we're going again. He says, no problem. All right. As long as it's not a problem. Oh, goodness. Rematch time. Oh, somebody skipped it? We skipped it or they skipped it? No, you're fine. You don't have to. I mean, I'm ready for you. Oh, you did? Okay. Just giving them a minute. Give them a minute to match up with somebody else.
All right, we have about an hour till tournament, folks. So if you are thinking about your America's tournament, that's coming up in 58 minutes. Rooster and Apucci are teamed up? Rooster and Apucci are teamed up. We're dodging that, right? Neighbors watching saying, yeah, sure, it was my fault. Totally. I just took some magic mushrooms. Should I still do the tournament? I mean, you will probably not mind losing as badly as you would off the magic mushrooms. Although, if you get super into the believing that the tournament is real, it could result in some scary dreams later. Number of players online is lower than my MMR. That has, I don't think that statement has been true since ever, maybe? And it's only true for 2v2 MMR, but still. Not how it's supposed to be. Certainly not on tournament day. Goodness. A lot of folks we know are playing some 2v2s. Cody is, C. Mully is. Gaslighter, that's a name. Micro B9, D5R. Oh, we saw Bipolar King earlier. Oh, I think we're gonna match into LMCV and company again because they haven't gotten a match yet. The same thing we want to do. Same thing we do every day at Bucci. Seal clubbing. Oh dear. Oh dear. Wait. Apologies for the long matchmake wait, guys. You see the problems folks have at higher MMRs. Higher MMRs have problems. The way the matchmaking system works is it expands out from your current MMR. So I think it's about every 10 seconds or so, it expands the radius that you're looking by and checks for you again. And every 10 seconds or so, it checks for somebody else. Same thing. So we get Chibi this time, and I don't recognize that one. So, oh well, that thing's out of reach. Somebody else want to Google Lens that? We'll go with Chibi into 201. Because they're not going to put it up on one screen for you for quite a while. Here we go. Chibi and 201. Clearly, we didn't have enough Farseers. You're right, Maverick. You're right. We won that one game with Farseers. That was fun. Channel point prediction is up. It's currently infinite odds against opponents. So you can get infinity to 1 odds. Of course, we don't pay out unless they're lower than 10 to 1, but you know, yeah, you're gonna have to bet like 90 more. There you go. Now we pay out. Okay, and from here on, we're paying out no matter what. Like if somebody drops 50,000 on this, we're paying it out because they know what the odds are. So just once, it's only the initial bet that I cover that way. All right. Okay. We could try some amplification. We could try some speed. We're going to take an amplify specialist. Hello, the Gleeper. How are you doing tonight? we're going to sit on this screen for a while. So, all right. It is a normal board again. Opponent is, surprise, surprise, in Tarantulas, but is a Sabertooth specialist. Okay. We are going to run from what about here? Amplify the crawlers. Yes, new specialists do seem to start with low HP. We could amplify the crawlers. Okay, does everybody... There are fangs on the board. None of opponents have chaff of any sort. Which means basically, like... Aren't you guys proud of me? We took a chaff clear on round 1. Would amped spiders... So, no. Level 2 amplified, I think, would. 347, 2329. Yeah, there's no... I don't change any breakpoints here. One breakpoint I could change is making the marksman take 3 shots to kill the Arclight. You have a new work where you have to actually work now, but you save 40 hours a month because it's next to your home. Actually, at one point in my life, did a spreadsheet that included... Oh, it's why you've been absent. I see. It is definitely worth it. I actually did a spreadsheet that to evaluate job offers at one point, and taking into consideration the commute times in terms of depreciation on the car, hourly rate for me, etc. And it is shocking to compare a much worse offer that is close to your house versus a much better offer that is further away. It turns out that the cheap offer closer to your house is far and away better. We are going to win round 1, it looks like, but this kind of looked like a Assault Mode Marksman start to me. Red for the win, says Abstain. He's betting on the Assault Mode Marksmans. Alright, I see you. We are not going to get out in front of this, are we? Is anybody going to... Oh, dear. That was pretty unlucky. You guys... Yeah, that's alright-ish. As we kill that one crawler. Please kill that one crawler. Alright, that was okay. Now just kill all of this as it comes in. Look at this. Volleys from different distances. Different times. Hitting different things. It's perfect. You live 0 seconds from work. You live in a small rural town, so housing is extremely cheap, and your walk is a 1-minute walk from front. That's nice. New job sucks. Oh, sorry, Gleeper. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, quick teleport. I'm gonna get hit with the... I'm going to get hit with these guys as assault mode and quick teleports down the side. He's sold one of the tarantulas already. I just want to pull you, thank you. Should be one right about here-ish or here-ish. Hard to say. So there. And while we're at it, let's see if we can cause some problems on the outside. Now what? Now what? Now what? Are we selling you guys? And if we're selling you guys, does that mean you actually get the thing? I think it does, you know. Yes, that's the thing, Killcannon. It's the 3 to 4 hour one-way commute. Like, that's the one that you just like, no, it's terrible. Don't do it to yourself. Friend that commuted from DC to New York. Oh my god. I actually know exactly how far that is. Well, do I? No, I went from Northern Virginia to New Jersey by train. So I got a fairly good idea of how far DC to New York is by train. That is a very nice race, sir. Good choice for you. But you are not in your assault mode marksman? I'm confused now. But okay. Whatever, we'll see what you do here. This poor Sabretooth getting eaten by crawlers. And here come 2 crawlers to finish us off. No. Storms that did so well last round have done 4,900 damage this round. No. These guys deserve the amp core. They're the heroes. Go get your tower. Go get your tower, team. That's right. Eat them. I know. Realistically, the Saber could have just run over the crawlers. Okay. Round 3 supply, partner. Elite hacker? No, okay. Elite hack. Okay, got it. Elite hack. Possible. Or, no. It's fine. It's fine. If you didn't, no is fine. It's fine. I just was trying to figure out. I wanted us on the same path here. This is chaff clear. It flies. Okay, I'm skipping the hacker. We're gonna go Rhino. Rhino assault back there, I think. Well, that's a new issue for players to think about. Yeah, Maverick Org, I did think about that. Level 3 hackers. Would have been brilliant. But replicate into the into what he's throwing down. I want to force him into the Wraith. Was kind of what I was thinking. Maverick. Or apparently Farseer Crawler? I mean, it's got to be a thing, right? Arclight's such a main character off by himself, smack in the middle of the board, right? Bring your army to me. Okay, 8-gun plus wasp. Sweet. We have him in the air into the, and we can just jump this or sell it to get it off that flank. While the, yeah, we just sell it, right, to get the thing back. We've got 150, we buy 2 more of you, and we're just going to keep this thing running. The 8-gun wraiths will turn off when we get the chance. Because you're never outranging EMP Farseers with them. Your poor wasps are going to have trouble, especially their AA, they don't have ground. Yeah, we've got them in some bad decisions, I think. Spidey says I've played 6 games this evening, won 5 with Scorpion. Acid, Siege Mode, Range, and Double Shot. What is your opinion of Scorpion? I don't like the low rate of fire, but at a certain MMR, it is going to be the dominant unit because opponents don't buy enough chaff. And eventually, people should get to having lots and lots and lots and lots of chaff to try to answer things. Is it worth subsidized staying into this? Probably, right? But you have leveled, you get a thing. You guys get range. You. Hold on, we get you in front of tower. Probably get you in front of tower also. Get you. Perfect. Yes. If you're at 500 MMR, it's going to work great. So Spidey, don't overbuild one build because it's working. Work on developing about 3 or 4 different builds so that when one of them is no longer working, the others, you still have the others to rely on. That's clever. That's going to cause us a problem, right? These guys have range. The rest of this is not because we EMP it and outrange it. I'm going to throw down some marks or some Mustangs in here, I think. Please sell that for a Mustang in a moment. EMP these guys. Alright, well, we had fun with that round. Maybe this just goes over here. You guys get your level. Get to arrive from deep. I said I wanted the Mustangs, right? missile should hit this guy. Opponent was a little too close together with units there. Opponent also took Mustangs. Well, at some point has Mustangs, I guess. Wow, this has worked very nicely for us, partner. We are on our way. With Worms, Replicate, and Farseer support for them. Stay alive, we coming, we coming. Stay alive, you got this. We here. Oh, you didn't need our help after all. Brawlers, Sledge, and Marksman. Loads of those. Any tips on how to counter the sledges? So, the Scorpions are actually a very good answer to the sledges, but. Oh goodness, we could Elite Hacker again. Yeah, sure. You'll have to kind of show me where. Put a unit you don't actually intend to keep there. Is that the spot? I will drop exactly that. No. I'll drop that one, and then you can drop the one you want. So I've placed it right where you have it. Now you no. Just undo yours, and yeah, there you go. Now you've got it where you wanted it and somewhere else. It's perfect. Why make this hard? Don't have me put it somewhere. Put it yourself. All right, you guys are going to be. Let's have you do AA. Yes. Probably could have played that round better, but got into paying attention to the opponent's side. I should have ranged instead, and with other things. That's all. I think all gonna be fine. I think we're losing this round heavily. The missile here mattered so much that he took the shield for it. I think that's just. They are level 1 untech worms. Both sides. I mean, I took a tech on mine. Played my side poorly because I spent too much time paying attention to Bratwurst's side, but that's okay. We're fine. We've killed off the worms. We've EMP'd this stuff. These poor guys are going down. They will win, barely. A very close round on both sides. Yikes. Nice job, partner. Come on, finish. Finish. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. There we go. Dominant. Hold on, we left them alive. How did we leave them alive? Lone range speed. Finish. Right. Perfect. Who leveled that? 27, 43. Perfect. You're gonna do that. You guys upgrades. Oh, you're in anti-missile. That's where you went. I see. Okay.
about it. Let's get our view. Take this. You guys just go that way. You guys get that. Level a tower over here. Actually, he tried to EMP the, or I think he tried to EMP the worm. And this was a really solid choice from him, though. You can see how much of a trouble it's causing us. We were far too Farseered. Far too Farseer dependent here. And of course he's gone double shot on the sabers, so the poor worms are in a lot of trouble. I might sell out of the level 2 worm, actually, to run the 8-gun and degen? Might be 8-gun and degen. We're not in. Okay. Ooh, shoo, shoo, shoo. Oh, perfect. You answer a whole lot of problems. We want you up back here too. What would we do with 300 folks? Ooh, no, we can't missile things out, but we could. One more down here. Bug. Yeah, the anti-missile is just way too strong on us. All right. Anti-missile is a great choice from opponent, and he's running it into partners' range. Yeah, or storms. We're not going to have a good day either. Does Chibi won it with this? CB has won it with this. Ugh. Sorry, Bratwurst. I went too hard on the Farseers. And I shouldn't have wormed into that board. I should have gone fire on the ground, I think. It was close. I mean, if we knock them out, I mean, we had 2 different rounds where we won and had the chance to have finished with 210 hit points or less. So I don't feel like that was terrible, but I was not in the long-term scaling comp for sure. Zergery and Alias. Well, here's a chance to get it back, right? Not risking much. All right. Giant Specialist. Stormfang. And we're on a normal map again. Are you only queuing standard maps? Is that what you like? Or is that just all we're drawing into right now? Gotta figure Alias knows how to defend Fang Gaming. High MMR selects standard. I see. Also, can I please have the ability to click on my units? Thank you. Alright, we seem to be... Well, I mean, we've got clumped storms over the top of a kind of aggro sledge position. Is this likely to be... It is not an assault mode marksman at the moment. Oh, is this a production factory board? Is that what we're looking at? Your cost, I see your cost. Saber, your guys' supply. I'm giant. I can do production factory. Probably. Did I take production off? Did I take production off? Let's go check here. Where's our war factory techs? Yeah, we're in double prod, not triple prod. Would hurt in a long-term encounter. We could overload the storms. I don't ever grab the level 5. I mean, a lot of times I have found level 5 to be a bait, unless it's a one-round knockout, where they don't see it coming and you just do it. Okay, we could... Pick the wasp, right? I actually want the wasp. Okay, took the Mustang. That's fair. Covered the Fang Gaming possibility. Oh no, the only time you grab that card, they got blind missiled. I love it. You're like, hey, wait a minute. We floated 200. Unlock is free. Opponent was expecting wasps. Oh no. Alright, I am smacked, partner. Okay. They're also in the Mustang, which is what we didn't want. So I sold the wasp in order to supply, I think for me, is a good play. I took it, sir. Hey, you as well. So round 4 we'll have 1100, which will be 500 for shield, fort, and probably one more Fang. Haven't ranged yet. you took heavy armor. We both took supply. You're in trouble? Okay. Yeah, you're also feeding Mustang level for yourself. Be handy. Thinking about this, that pack out there, but I don't think it's right. I think we're going to want to save our money for later. That is your no new matches. 15 minutes till tourney. So no new matches. If you are planning to play in Weekend Tournament Americas, it will be starting in about, well, registration just opened. The tourney itself starts in about 15. The demolishment of Amarok over here has already started. Partner might be in hyperscaling Mustang. If they can hyperscale into feeding off of opponents' Mustangs. Oh, that's unlucky. Quite a bit unlucky. Ooh. Those guys have only come over. Instead, we're going to get hyperscaling Mustangs for my opponent. Whoops. Problem. Yeah, well, who's the best monies here? It is range on the Mustangs, right? Yep, that's
so we got ranges on the same turn. Way to go, team. All right. Yes, the level 3 Scorpion with heavy armor is alive, but yeah, I did not lose by much, partner. You've got a 30-meter range advantage, and that thing's wounded. Good work. Oh, goodness. Whoosh. Oh, I thought this was... Oh, well. You're not even close to leveling, so... You foresaw this. You saw the melter coming? You foresaw placing the enhancement module on the fort. Well, yes, but placing it... Did you foresee placing it on the wrong fort? Yes. Okay. Good. Sigh. Yeah, well, at least it's got 20% extra hit points for this. And this guy goes down. That's a little rough. There are many scorpions coming. Yeah. Scorpion Mustang is a particularly good composition. Opponent is in it. I am losing to it. Assault Scorpion's exactly what they needed, honestly. still got somebody alive over here, unfortunately. So he's going to come to you in 2 different parts over there. Oh, well, looks like you're in the same trouble I am, so... Oops. All right. If you guys are playing in tourney, good luck in tourney. Look, scorpions are good. Yeah, no, I just had the exact wrong angle on that one, Vicar. And that's just an expensive. I only took it because I thought I had that fort leveled. So that put me down 200 and never did gain any benefit from it. All right, tournament is in 5 minutes, folks. Yeah, thank you for the games, Bratwurst. I'm sorry, I knew I was not in shape to play. Haven't been playing didn't play very well yesterday. Didn't play super well today. Hopefully we can turn it around tomorrow. But need to polish. Yeah, it's fun playing with you, for sure. I just wish I could provide a slightly better partner today. More like last week. Would have been nice. All right, folks. We are going to run a longer ad so that we don't get ads during round 1 of this tourney. We know the tourney can go pretty long. So we're going to run in a long ad now. You've got, 5 minutes till tourney, and you'll have that 90-second countdown. Artur had a great, was one of the top 10 seeds in Europe. Stony Kick, Dachshund, Red Scare of 94, Saras Victoria, Dolmont, Odyssey, Miasim, Apuchi, all in. Miasim, if you don't know, is one of the devs. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with all of that in a couple of minutes. Also, going to make myself a quick dinner. Two minutes to go. All right, you got about 60 seconds to get yourself in if you are going to play in this tournament. Looks like Skay, Apuchi, Call Me Daddy, Chemtrails, Miasim are the favorites, with Odyssey the only other one above 2200. We've got 146 participants, which will be the Sam Bimpy says, good luck, have fun, friends. Oh, streamer, you were my most streamed this year in my rap. Aw, thank you guys very much. Appreciate that. 151, it'll be two small groups of about 75. So it's likely to be a 6-round tournament, not a 7-round tournament. Looks like about 158. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. We are here for, oh my goodness, you have Vibe against Skay already. That might be our match. Oh, Dolmont versus Cody. Could be a good one. Bellicose Drake has drawn Archer MC. Pig Random has drawn Black Sheep. That would also be fun. Bimpy has Call Me Daddy. That is less fun. Mike Tyson has Apuchi. They are both obviously very strong. I think let us go take a look at, you know what? That's probably our match. The BDU came fourth this tournament last week. Miasim is one of the game devs. That will be our match. Perform well, get shown on TV. That's the way it works, right? At the time my recame cap, you were only 7 hours away from becoming my most watched streamer. I don't really watch my number one anymore. Not bad, considering I only started watching in September. Indeed. Hello, Cody. Welcome in, my friend. How have you been? I saw you playing some 2v2s this evening. Now you are the number 32 versus the 9. I'm for some upsets, indeed. Channel point predictions are open for Miasim against the BDU. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament America's number 84. Nearside Blue, Miasim, the game developer, might well take us takes a Sabertooth specialist with Crawler and Sledge. The BDU, 4th place in this tournament last week, has been, see how he does. Cody says, I took a month or 2 break. I've been playing some 2s with Sir Limbo and a few Croatians. Let's see if 2s got me prepared to play. Well, good luck. Have fun, my friend. Welcome back to the game. Glad you're here. Miasim is the Sabertooth specialist. The BDU did take the Typhoon specialist, so we'll have a Typhoon coming on round 3. Typhoon with Tarantula and Fang is a bit of a rough, Tarantula, Fang, Typhoon. I think what I would do with this is likely, use the Tarantulas as my early chaff clear and then sell out of them to transition into the Typhoons on rounds 3 and 4. Miasim takes both types of chaff, so it has crawlers and fangs all behind the tower. We've got the sledges in the middle, and the BDU, seeing the sledges, takes a pair of marksmen to make sure that they can have some single target chaff clear and are able to. Looks like you might be expecting a. No, that's not it. That's less expecting an aggro and just playing from standard. Let's see how we go. So generally, Tarantula does win the matchup against Sledge on round 1. Oh, good question. Spidey asks, why are the Fangs so far behind? Aren't they slow and will just be late to the party? Yes, that is by design, for 2 reasons. It's a long-term play. They show up late and keep you from targeting the other high-damage units. They also cut off the flank. So that Wasp flank, the Phoenix flank that can come in and get a late tower, that is permanently cut off. And if you'll see, I mean, high-level players are playing that position. This is 20 meters back. Miasims is more like what I do. Nope, Miasims is also 20 meters back. 30 meters back if you are a speed specialist or you like to take speed and mech rage on them, helps to ensure that they cover this. So here we go. This is BDU kind of playing the Wasps into it. Interesting choice. Takes the Wasps into it. Miasim took a pair of level 2 arc lights as his drop. That is very strange. Unsupported. These just lose, right? I think they just lose to the level 1 Fang. Maybe the Fang... No, they win against the Fang, don't they? But they... They'll win against it, but you'll watch how long they take to get there, Spidey. Yeah, neither of them were playing that for the first round. So yeah, the Wasps do win, but you can see how much of the fight is over by the time they actually get to that tower. So it served as a very substantial delay. And notice on the left side, those late arriving Fangs are still alive. So they will be available to clean up the few remaining Wasps at that point. Pew pew. Fangs get the job done. So that is a perfect example. Glad you asked the question. Perfect demonstration why you might have those late arriving Fangs. I swear, these are not paid actors in front of you. Miasim, of course, the game developer, the BDU, 4th place finisher last week. Miasim takes triple Phoenix with mass-produced Phoenix. Now, Miasim is one of the game devs who loves to show off some unique strats that you might not see other times, and mass-produced Phoenix is one of those. You can just throw down 3 100 cost Phoenix, and knows that the BDU is going to be in the Typhoons, because it knows that they're the Typhoon specialist. Now, the BDU has gone with a pair of hackers, so it's, I figure I have Typhoon and Tarantula for my chaff clear, I've got Hacker, and he just does not see a mass-produced Phoenix play coming into Tarantulas at all. That is entertaining. He also takes them at level 1, takes them on round 3 at level 1 rather than round 4. The way that I tend to take them at round 4 and at level 2. He also mass recruited to get the 2nd Typhoon and the 2 hackers. Fabulous. Fabulously unique play. You're not often going to see a round 3 matchup of hackers versus mass-produced Phoenix. Let's see how it goes. Well, the side that Miasim had 2 Phoenix on wins. The side he had 1 Phoenix on loses. Miasim wins round 3. Miasim was taken down early to 3168. He's won the next 2 rounds to get to 3370 on the BDU. Super Supply Enhancement round 4. It's the first round it can show up. And, yes, Whooped GG says, wait, the recently reduced cost of aerial specialization on the Typhoons will be relevant this game. Yes, it will. Miasim, being from the 201, tends to play the Stormcaller line a lot more than the Western players do. The Asian meta The 201 meta is far more Stormcaller and play from standard heavy than the 501 meta. And of course, Stormcallers are considered a good counter to Hacker, since you can outrange them. The BDU added the Marksman to try and answer the Phoenix. Now it is getting out of control. Miasim's at 3168, the BDU down to 1782. Cheese King thinks Miasim will win at this point. Look, nobody's going to bet against you, sir. But thank you for reminding me. I do want to hide the chat. Miasim takes the pair of level 2 Mustangs. Whooped says, wait, I feel like I am being sold on the mass-produced Phoenix card. It is really good. Have you tried it back in the day when mass-produced Phoenix was minus 40%, minus 40%? You haven't tried it since? It has changed. It's minus 30%, minus 30%, and is much better at that. Much better because of that. I think for Miasim it would have been far better if he had the full carry text. He does not, but he does have range if he needs it. Note that he's not leveling them up. Why level it for plus 70% when you could buy a second one? Imagine getting mass-produced and extended range. Well, range on them. No damage, but so many. Extra deploy. When you have enough of them that they're your chaff clear. I do wonder how the 4-player free-for-all meta would change if the round 2 drop were moved to round, like the round 2 unit drop were moved to round 3, and round 2 were given like a guarantee that all 4 drops are things like, you know, improved sledge or the range, you know, extra range Phoenix or mass-produced something, and it'd just be like, here you go. All these games will be different, so that the builds will be unique. Well, the Storms definitely beat the Hackers here. But an important element of this is, yep, the Phoenix only cost 100. They still do 200 hit points on the bar. So Miasim took that on round 3. Got 3, 6, 1800. Well, had 600 from the 3 Phoenixes each of those 3 rounds, so that's 1800 of the damage. Without them surviving and doing the damage, he doesn't do the hit point damage. He also added the ranged storms, so the when he's got both of those surviving and doing their full damage here, and that's just kind of brutal. It was, you know, at this point, 800 plus 600 are surviving every round, so he's doing 1400 damage a round, and the BDU just couldn't turn it around. The game developer knows what they're doing, and gets W, beating the 4th place finisher last week in 5 quick rounds. Let us take a look at some of the other matches going on. I wanted to see the how is Mike Tyson? Mike Tyson's losing. Call Me Daddy beat Bimpy. Let us see. Fedez and Odyssey could be interesting. Is there anything else? Let's take a look here. We'll go into Bellicose Drake and Artur MC. Yeah, that one was a very quick game. Wrecked Bimpy. Yep, sorry. I mean, I like you guys. At your own game. 2180, yoink for Cody. Cody would like some MMRs, please. Oh. Plus 36 tasty MMRs for Cody. Cody, your sledge line build is very much in vogue right now. including your sledge flank. Cast made that very popular, so just something to keep in mind. If you see somebody else going sledges, they may play it a little bit more the way that you used to. Bimpy does have the advantage of... oh, you've seen Sir Limbo do it. Okay, good. We are looking at a Artur MC as the Amplify Specialist with those new mini amplifying cores on a trio of tarantulas and another tarantula with a improved firepower control. He's got lots of levels he could take, and has gone instead for range on the Farseers on the back line. So obviously trying to take down the overlords with chin guns at this point. It's become the important element. Bellicose Drake near side, Typhoon Specialist with efficient giant manufacturing and extra deploys. This will scale out of hand quickly if you let the Typhoon boat player just have their way. It won't be a problem. They just keep getting techs and everything. Now, he's got jump drive on the bar. He could switch sides, but right now he's not winning into the double Farseers. If I'm Artur MC, I'm thinking about a Farseer on this side just to make sure that that's not also winnable. If that happens, you can always win that side harder. So, Bellicose Drake will be down to 1604. Artur's at 2414. Dying in flames. Dying in flames to aggro. Alright, Bellicose Drake gets a second efficient giant. Would you like 300 cost overlords? Why, yes, I would. Would you like to build 3 of them per turn? Why, yes. Yes, I would. In fact, he can afford 4 of them, if that's his heart's desire here. Not going to take 4 of them. What are we taking instead? Selling something. Now we can afford 4 of them. We sold a... yeah, of course. We sold an unteched Wraith to get up to... wait. 2 leveled Typhoons with no techs? Sir? What are we doing here? Okay, we have bubbles. Took a loan. Bellicose Drake took Efficient Giant this round and didn't buy any giants. Be going in at that's solid. He's going into high explosive ammo this round, so that's going to get a substantial nerf against the Typhoons. Typhoons are right on the line. This is very, very Scorpionable. I never do this, but it is kind of the Woot style play. You right up on the front, give no quarter. The other thing there, of course, is my heavy targeting steel balls can get targets on that as well. But the idea here was make sure that there are big units on the ground that those Farseers have to target, and keep them locked onto the shields instead of the boats, so that the boats can do the damage. And you can see that working. He's got that one, the one Wraith for chaff clear, but the Typhoons will do that job momentarily. He'll probably sell the second one, sell that second Wraith as well. I mean, you can buy an Overlord for the same price, right? But now there is the only real danger is this level 3 hasted Farseer. It will clean up the board, make that a level 4 hasted Farseer. But now Bellicose Drake is going to be able to afford that 4 boat to deploy behind this. I imagine we're selling out of this guy. None of this, well, possibly that or that help Bellicose Drake. For Artur, it's too late in the game, I think, for this. And absorption module on one of the... Yeah, if he had an available high level unit, maybe this? Maybe this guy gets it? Level up and get the absorption module. No, he's taking improved War Factory. So, and Bellicose Drakes takes the Amp Core. 1. Are we buying 4? Or are we only buying... Wait. We're only buying 3. 1. We sold not the Wraith with the laser sights. We amp for those 2. We level those 2. We level the Wraith. Okay. So we're at 350. Still take a Overlord and something. He unlocked the War Factory. He's going for it. He's going for the level 2 War Factory this round. What a nuts finish for this game. Improved War Factory, increased hit points by 40%, attack by 15%. The idea here is this thing tanks the amp cores. Tanks the Overlord artillery for the boats, and breaks the shield bubbles really quickly. While also, oh by the way, targeting in 3 different directions. He's got it out on the corner there. And is it positioned? It is. It is blocking the mobile beacon for these guys. They're not going anywhere. At least they are level 3, and nobody's really shooting them yet. They have burned their way through that beast over there. That's pretty impressive. Here they come. 1 down on those level 3 ground cannons are dealing like 16,500 damage per shot. That is going to pull through a lot of things really quickly, and does blow even through the level 3 Farseer on the far side. Artur couldn't afford to level that up. He's also fed XP into these, so those Overlords will get to level all 3 of them if he wants them to, or he can just go for numbers. Bellicose Drake takes steel balls. Go ahead, get some ranged steel balls to lock onto that thing and burn it down. I don't think this was the play for Artur, honestly. What do you guys think? Yep, he has realized that and sold out of it. He's got 2,600 to spend. And a trio of rhinos. It's a trio of level 2 rhinos coming in. You could almost blend her from the corner, dude. That's just amazing. Wow. Bellicose Drake is going with I will hit the opposite side where that improved War Factory is not. And Artur MC is trying missile interception on the Mustangs. Switches sides. You can see him thinking about it. He took 4 of them. Now, the missiles do not intercept the chin gun, and that's going to be a problem. He's also missiling out the chaff, I think is his intention here. A lot of that is... Well, 2 of them... 1 of them got wasted. If these rhinos had Whirlwind, they would be doing so much better. With the mobile beacon, 1 of them has walked right past all the intervening chaff and gotten to the tower. That helps. You can see the anti-missile is stopping some things, but then you'll just see big pops of units blowing up with the chin gun, but eventually the anti-missile, the rhinos getting the tower, and the Farseers, just enough for Artur MC to hold off Bellicose Drake and get around 1 win. We've got 1 match still ongoing. Is that really Godius Prime? It is. It's really the Godius Prime match. I wanted to see that one too. Let's go. Godius Prime had a great run to a top 5 finish in fact, why aren't we showing that? think he had I'm not saying this wrong, right? He had a great run in Europe. Yeah, it ran to second in Europe. It's not showing the badge. Must be all right. Well, came second in Europe and is looking to do what HD Susauer did. HD Susauer ran second in Asia and then won the European today. Codius Prime would be in line to do the same. Godius Prime on the near side is a Fire Badger specialist who's pretty much transitioned into Tarantula, triple teched, and single teched melters. The melters actually have the same range as the Tarantulas. On the far side, Zufil is a fortified specialist with efficient tech research and a boatload of overlords making wasps. The answer there. And those are overlords behind worms. Right side tower is a level 3. Will go down to spider mines when they get there. There's also a level 4 Farseer in the midst there. And it looks like some crawlers are still alive. Do we have enough clear to actually take down all those wasps, all the produced wasps? Looks like, well, it is hard to say. Looks like yes from the last wave. There are things working on this wave as well. There's still a worm down there. Oh, those poor melters. Ugh. And Godius Prime's attempt to go from second to first falls at the first hurdle. So last week's 4th place finisher and then European 2nd place finisher have both fallen in round 1. We are on to round 2. Winners this round, Skay, K, Sugar Shane and Harry upset Jeremiah. Very nice. Miasim beat BDU. We saw Cody beat Mualani. Red Scare of 94 with a win. Laminator, Kick, Zufil, Artur MC. Still don't know this one. W. Garrison beat Dachshund. Nicely done, W. Garrison. Nickname with a win. Black Sheep beats Pig. Saras Victoria over 1K MMR. Fedez upsets Odyssey. Well done. Chemtrails beat Cheeseburglar. Call Me Daddy and Apucci both with wins. Elsewhere, it's not sure. TW86, Mumbo Jumbo, Cognitive, Sheep of the Night, Blunted Baboon, Ganja Wizard, Gregory Sausage, Yolo Ente, Via Nostradamus, Dabears, Dentra, Hecate, Cine, 1094, Gohan with the wins. Let's see what we have. Dachshund is the spoiler against Skay. That is probably the best likely match. Mualani, Cody's up against Sheep of the Night. Sugar Shane and Harry, after that round 1 win over Jeremiah, draws Mumbo Jumbo. So Sugar Shane and Harry going up against streamers. Nothing but streamers. But, Laplace's Shadow had a pretty good run earlier. Let's see. We'll go for Skay versus Dachshund. Your channel point predictions are up for that one. Congrats to those that picked the winner correctly in round 1. About a minute, you'll be able to see the pieces. Did somebody drop off? I didn't actually calculate or check to see who dropped, so I didn't calculate who was matching up against who. But yes, possibly somebody dropped off. Oh, yeah, if 40 people had a wins and you were 18th and Mumbo was 23rd, that would have done it. You guys would have been facing each other. But yes, somebody has to have dropped because there was an odd number. So the 41st player was facing his Dachshund, actually. All right, welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament America's number 84. We have Skay, who was 4th in Europe earlier today, is Quick Supply Specialist, Nearside Blue, #1 seed currently alive in tournament. Dachshund, the surprise loser of round 1, shock loss to Sugar Shane and Harry, I believe, with Aerial Specialist. Or did Sugar Shane? No, Sugar Shane and Harry beat Jeremiah. Who beat Dachshund? Well, I don't remember. Hold on, we can figure that out real quick. Oh, Miasim abandoned. Miasim won that first round and abandoned. It was W Garrison that beat Dachshund. Apologies. All right, Skay, we know what Skay wants to run. Skay wants to run All the World's Marksman. All the World's Marksman run Shooting Squad, and they will build the Fangs later. He's going to want a... Yeah. That is the way this works. So here it is. He's quick supplied into 6 marksmen. And has just... No, I don't even bother with the chaff clear. I didn't bother with chaff. If I need chaff, I will have my marksmen make chaff, but... no, if you have enough marksmen, they clear chaff. See? What are you guys worried about? I don't know why you guys all build chaff at these lower levels. Skay does not need chaff. There you go. Skay wins round 1. Dachshund dropped from about 5,100 to 4,760. Of course, Dachshund one of the top 10 seeds in the tournament, so Skay a little unlucky to run into them on ladder or in round 2, but since Skay did not take the Fang, even though they're unlocked, Fangs remained in the pool of possible drops, showed up as the unit, both players taking them. Just getting the 3 deploys of chaff, so valuable to be able to then spend your real deploys on whatever else you wanted. If that's getting up to 9 marksman Skay, that's a choice. For Dachshund, it's we know Dachshund loves to run this 5 spread, W spread of crawlers early, and goes ahead and puts some Fangs up front. So the idea is the Fangs. Oh my God, Skay, I was joking. You didn't have to take 9 marksmen just because I said it. Okay, he didn't really. It's only. Wait for it. It's 8 marks. Okay, all right. I'm not impacting the outcome of the game. It's 8 marksmen and 1 crawler. Yeah, I'm not a madman. I'm only getting 8 of these. Look, how else would I clear chaff? I just realized each crawler our marksman kills is 4 more experience for it. Wait, no, 8 more experience for it. Because it gets both halves. It gets the kill credit and the damage credit. Why would you feed your XP to anything other than your carry unit? Skay skips this. Didn't want improved Phoenix photon coating. Dachshund takes the improved Phoenix. So that is a 250% extra hit point, 50% extra attack, and they cost 300 to recruit instead of 200. But they do tend to stand alive at the end of rounds, even into a marksman. I mean, marksman does 2,300 damage. These Phoenix have 5,300 hit points, so they'll survive 2 shots from a marksman. Skay adds Vulcan #1, and you can see where this build is going because best partner, shooting squad, Fangs on the board. He's the only wasted units right now are the 2 sledges and this one crawler that's trying to keep people off of the marksman over here. One crawler arriving as chaff super late. The marksmen are kind of wanting range. They keep getting out in front of Fangs, partly because they have the 8 meter per second speed. Fangs have 6 meters per second. So of course, the marksmen walk out a little bit faster, and these are delayed, late arriving Fangs. With the Phoenix getting some single target damage and not enough chaff out in front, Skay loses this round. Dachshund on 4760, Skay down to 2078. You go to round 4. Fortified Mustang available. Supply, Rhino, Photon Coating. Dachshund doesn't want any of that, skips it. So does Skay. Skay takes a pair of Vulcans, will have 50 left. The idea, I think, is the Vulcans are the tanks for the marksmans. We'll do some tanking. They will take a while for those Phoenix to break through, but 5,300 damage into 3,500. 7 shots would be, 2 volleys from these 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Down goes the Vulcan. It won't be long. If they get a lock on it, it's going to be 3 seconds, 3.2 seconds before that Vulcan goes down. Well, I guess there's projectile travel time too, so it'll be more like 4 seconds, but still. The 5,300 damage also lets those improved Phoenix one-shot tanks, which has made the tanks a lot less useful as shot stoppers. That medium-level chaff. One of the reasons that sledges are valuable is that Phoenix don't one-shot them. So, in general, as rule, but of course the improved Phoenix, with Aerial Specialist doing plenty of work out there. Skay is in the long-term scaling comp. Skay has 650 hit points. Are we going to see back-to-back 5-round matches? I used to pride myself on picking the long pole matches. Dachshund goes for the Wasps. Wasps for the Aerial Specialist. Skay is giving this a lot of thought because he does need to stabilize. Goes ahead and takes the Farseers. That is a solid answer to the possibility of Wasp flanks. He puts the Farseer on the corner. And at this point, we like to talk about a build as needing basically 4 things. We need a chaff. So we've only got 4 chaff units on the board. We need a chaff clear. That would be the Vulcans. We need a single target killer that can take care of both ground and air. That is the Marksman. And we need a anti-wasp answer, which is the Farseer, except Skay didn't want Farseers. He sold out of 1. So I think that means Dachshund, well, he kept the one on the side that's weaker in Fangs. Takes 1 more crawler for the back corner. And 1 more crawler. Interesting to see him sell out of the Farseers with the Wasps as a drop. But Dachshund went to 8 of those improved Phoenix and the 2 Wasps. The idea is from Dachshund's perspective, the Wasps tank the marksman shots that were otherwise hitting key chaff clear and Phoenix units. And yoiks. Skay's Farseer does kind of get the job done on the left. Fangs enough to get the job done on the right as far as handling those, handling the Wasps. And it looks like Skay is stabilizing, has the range on the marksman, has just enough extra chaff. Now, to turn it around, stabilize in round 5, drops Doxin from 4,700 to 3,200. Ruh-roh. Now everybody levels, and the snowball is off and running for Skay. Doxin skips all of this. Skay skips. You might have seen Skay take efficient light unit manufacturing if you just wanted to slam out more marksmen. But we've seen Skay get into like 14 marksman builds before. He sells the Farseer. I don't care that you have wasps, sir. I just don't care. Doxin adds a ranged Vulcan of his own. I'm going to get a lock on these guys so that the whole board doesn't chase them. Needs to have this Stormcaller working here so that the Phoenix aren't working on chaff for too long. Skay has added some anti-missile devices. Spent 4 of his device deployments this round. You've got 8 device deployments per round. Doxin went for 2 with the missiles, because he doesn't know there's anti-missile devices over there. AMDs will handle that. Skay's answer to the wasps is a couple more fangs. Late. But straight opposite them. Late, and even later. If Skay could mobile beacon these ones backwards off the map, he would have done it. I actually think that would be kind of cool if the very deepest part of the map was available to you, the mobile beacon through. Oh no, I want to run away. I know I can't deploy back there, but I can run into it. So with the chaff player on the left, things have gone a bit better for Doxin. Still got that Vulcan alive. Still has the 2 middle Phoenix alive. The Vulcan stayed alive all the way to over here, but eventually Skay's build comes good. Doxin goes down to 2,700 hit points, 2,369. Skay's on 650, and all 4 of those anti-missile devices survived. Imp Core, for both players, that's going to go on a Vulcan for sure. The level 2 for Skay, of course. The new level 1 for Doxin, he figures needs to cover that side a little bit more. I'm not sure why not the one that has it's halfway to leveling. I'd have to ask Doxin. He is bringing in 2 more, so it's going to be... oh dear. It's going to be 4 Vulcans. It's like he knew this was coming. Skay goes to shooting squad, and then also range on the Fangs. So trying to keep the Fangs further back so they stay alive. And we'll just have a whole boatload of them. Well, ground load of them. And of course the Fangs from shooting squad come in at the level of the marksman that spawned it. He's also taken best partner. The marksman that comes in from best partner comes in at the level of the Vulcan that spawned it. So it's not that many right now. 2, 1, and 1. But again, this is part of Skay's build getting out of control. One of the next steps will be portable shield on the Fangs so that they stop. They take a little bit longer to kill. Or that would be the case if you weren't just lighting the whole ground on fire. It might not be valuable into the Vulcans, but this is usual course of this build. So Skay's Vulcans are basically down, Doxin's are still up. Most of the Fangs are gone. Mostly. There's still 1 pack of Fangs left to annoy those Phoenix, distract them, and marksmen keep feasting off the Phoenix. So 4 rounds in, Skay was on 650 hit points. He's won round 5, round 6, round 7. Doxin gets a desperation nuke. Skay takes the nuke as well. Well, when you are the air player, nuke is a little bit more painful. Now, Doxin can keep the Phoenix alive with energy shield, or the Wasps alive with energy shield. We'll see if he does.
Shields on the ground for both players. You'd expect to see the 4 wide from each of them. This is the minimum efficiency coverage. Is 4 bubbles, placed as so. You can kind of see you don't want any overlap, particularly because you can get splashed. There is Doxin with the energy shield. He doesn't know where this is coming, but he needs to keep the Phoenix alive, so he does put the energy shield on him. Don't care which side you're bombing, I've got that covered. Skay is repositioning it to make sure he hits Phoenix, switches sides. I'm glad this has been a better match. It's closer. I think Skay is in control here. Of course, Skay will wind up picking up no minor points from Doxin, which means Skay could be on 0 minor points, and that sets up the situation where Skay faces the top unbeaten player with 2 minor points, which will usually be something like the number 2 seed or number 3 seed from the tournament to begin with. That's a change I'd like to see made. Skay is getting minor point credit for Doxin's skill level, and not the fact that in this particular tournament Doxin hasn't won that many. Doxin, of course, an excellent player with over 2200 MMR. So, both sides nukes land. Brings shields down over here. I don't think this game gets another round. Shield against the nuke, too expensive for Doxin to do the other things he needed to do, and Skay wins. Doxin winning the first 4 rounds, Skay wins the last 4. 2300 MMR for Skay. Doxin's at 2023. I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier. Has been up at the 2200 level before. Not currently. So Skay is through to round 3. That is the just pure economy focused. Remember how I said at one point he only had 3 units that were not part of the build? He did technically finish with 4 units that weren't part of the build. He sold out of the 2 sledges, did wind up with 4 late crawlers, 1 early crawler for the mobile beacon, and everything else is a Fang, a Marksman, or a Vulcan. When you first pick up this game, this is one of the builds that you spot, right? This is just one of those, ooh, I can do this, and it would summon this, and it would summon this. And it works for a while. It does not work at 2300 MMR, unless you are Skay, and you have got it all the way down to a science. And even then, he's going to lose the games where, you know, Doxin finishes in round 4, or he doesn't quite stabilize on round 5. Maybe if there hadn't been a Farseer over here and Doxin's Wasps were able to get through it onto the tower or something on round 5, that could have been GG, right? So it is a known build. Why didn't Doxin counter it better? That's a good question, Spidey. In part, you've got a problem where not enough people run that build at that level that you get the practice hitting it as hard hitting and as quick hitting it as Skay did, right? Like, this is the thing. I can predict these builds from people. I can't stop them either, right? Like, I know exactly what Woot is going to do. I can almost show you on the board where he's going to jump drive to, right? And I still can't beat him with it, right? Like, then the same is true for somebody like Skay. It's just really, you know, what are you going to beat that with, right? You need something that is able to clear the chaff that shows up. You need something that's able to handle the single targets, like provide plenty of single target for those marksmen to waste their time on. And you need something big and tanky for the Vulcans to waste their time on. The problem is, if the Vulcans are targeting it, so are the marksmen. So the marksmen row it down. And then, yeah, he is just very good, right? He is the number 1 seed in this tournament. It's like but it's a partly a he runs this build that we don't, that is unique to his style, right? All right, we've got 18. I think we're going to have 20 unbeaten left. Skay, K, Chemtrails, Red Scare of 94 have all gotten wins. I need to grab this player's name. Is that that is Iron Pillar Mage. I fact. Oh, oops. Sorry. Not search, please. Okay. Nostradamus, Zufil, W. Garrison gets to 2-0 with a win over Ganj Wizard. W. Garrison, the player that beat Doxson earlier. Cody beats Sheep of the Night. Sugar Shane and Harry gets to 2-0. Wins against Streamers back-to-back. Getting it done. Not Sure beats TW. Cognitive and Fedez are in an epic. Just a few hit points left there. Blunted Baboon against Nickname. Blunted Baboon is through. Evil Kitten. This is Evil Kitten. Is fourth in the mini tournament advanced group 2. Okay. Via and Artur will jump into in a moment. Laminator beat the Bears, Black Sheep, Saris, Victoria, Call Me Daddy, and Apuchi, the favorites, all getting the wins along the top end. We'll step into this one as the last remaining unbeaten players. All kittens are evil for being so darn cute and for having such sharp, sharp nails. How do they achieve that? Alright, we saw Artur earlier. This time a speed specialist with elite specialist. And what the heck are you doing? You have elite phoenixes with range and shield. Sure, those are your big damage dealers. We have ranged and floating artillery array speed wraiths. So those almost move 15 meters per second. If you took temp range, they'd be able to run your crawlers down from behind at 18 meters per second. Took temp speed. Via is in Typhoon Specialist with efficient light unit manufacturing, so it has just been spamming out small units. Has a shield fang, and there are all the Typhoons with the aerial specialization, of course, and barrier. It's a very deep ranged Scorpion as well. That is kind of a clever, the backside Vulcan to light the oil on fire. Pretty neat little combo there. The Ion Beam kind of whiffed over here. It's a little bit behind those Typhoons. And on the right side, Ports are doing their darndest, but Via is just pushing through Typhoon, a very good unit. Yeah, Kilcannon, you've got that right. A build like that, you have to be able to force it no matter what comes onto the board, which is why him pulling it off at 2200 is so amazing. His economy for it is tremendous. This is a huge win for Via. 1588 MMR, upsets a 2000 from Artur. Congratulations, Via. Nicely done. Leaves us with one match ongoing. But now we know who our top 20 unbeaten are. And you can start predicting who your matches are going to be. It looks like Skay has a minor point from their first round opponent, so they're not in the very bottom of the field, which is good. Mualani at 17th is going to be facing the 4th seed Zufil. In the middle of the pack, you'll have K versus Chemtrails, Apuchi versus Black Sheep, Skay and Via. The others that will be kind of in that. We might take K and Chemtrails, I think. How do we take Zufil and Cody? Ooh, maybe we take W. Garrison and Cognitive. Turn it. Let me know who you want to see. Do we want to see? Here we go. That's the question. Let me know what you want. We want to see Kay versus Chemtrails, Cognitive, or Cody in our next match. Let me know. There's, of course, still a match happening. It's somewhere down here. We don't need to see the antagonist against this fellow. Down at the bottom of the barrel. Fimpy gets a win against Cheeseburglar. Nice. 1K MMR player beat the BDU. So the BDU, 4th place last week, not happening this week. Down at 0-2 start. Otius Prime recovered with a win over Bellicose Drake. You guys don't have an opinion on the whether we want to see Chemtrails, Cognitive, or Codify? I gave up opinions for Lent. Okay. Also, no opinion from Spidey. You're also terrible with a clander. I don't even know what a clander is. Do I need to Google this? Game's going another rate. Oh, a calendar. I'm also dyslexic, and I'm terrible with a calendar. Okay, that makes more sense, I think. All right, it's 3 a.m. for you. You are welcome, Spidey. Thanks for being around. Appreciate it. Good night and sweet dreams. We'll be back on. Well, I think I'm planning Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of this week, with shorter stream on Tuesday, longer on Monday and Wednesday. And might possibly do some tomorrow. Haven't committed it yet one way or the other. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads. We are just waiting for that last match to finish out. Don't know what we're doing here. Of course, if I jump into this, that'll be right before the it's 91 hit points. Should have jumped into it a while ago. I thought it was going to end a lot quicker than that.
in round 12 of this one. It could go on. It could go on, says Pimpy. Oh no. What are we even looking at here? An amplified specialist with improved sandworm who doesn't have sandworms on the board. Does have amplify core type tarantulas with mech rage, but nothing else. But running into the acid and dying really quickly. So you might have wanted to sell those and put somewhere else. Also owns a war factory with missile interceptor. The antagonist is a rhino specialist with triple tech melters. That's pretty good. And ranged forts. 43 levels of marksman on this side of the board. So this is Skay's board without the Vulcans cleaning the path, I guess. The marksmen are all quad tech, but they don't have EMP. They can't turn off the P-techs on a marksman on the melting point. Farseer, however, can. It is the EMP range and missile interceptor Farseer. So slowly and surely, the melters get whittled down by the marksmen. Okay, this has got to be over, right? This has got to be over. There we go. The marksmen get the job done. One of the reasons a marksman build goes so long is that they don't do a whole lot of hit point damage. Because one of the things that Skay has done with it, of course, is by adding the Vulcans. When he survives, when he wins a round, he's got the hit point damage to finish it out pretty quickly. You saw when he was winning rounds, he's only finishing, he's losing 4 rounds at a time, or it took him 4 rounds to finish Doxanov, whereas at the bottom end, it took 12 rounds to finish off an opponent. Alright, now we know for sure what our matchups are going to be. Nobody took a choice on this opponent, on what our next matches are going to be, so, I think... Let's take Kay and Chemtrails, I think. It's likely to be the best of the matches, I believe. And Kay did stay through a nobody showed match in round 1 for this. We'll show Kay against Chemtrails coming right up. Chemtrails will be in blue, and Kay will be in red. It's been a while since we've shown a Chemtrails match. There we go. Channel point prediction is up for this one. The other matches going on, somebody abandoned. So we wound up with Kick versus Call Me Daddy, Sugar Shane and Harry versus Red Scare, Cognitive versus W Garrison, Via versus Laminator, Gucci versus Black Sheep, Chemtrails against Kay, Skay's here, a Blunted Baboon, Zufil against Mualani, and Nostradamus against Saris Victoria. We're going to be in Chemtrails versus Kay. Channel point prediction up. There's already a bet. We'll be in about 90 seconds before this match starts, I think. Well, 60 seconds it looks like. I don't know these two players' current MMRs. I think they've both been over 2,000 recently. So we will see in a moment. All right, welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament America's number 84. Near side in blue is Chemtrails, who has that new Fly Specialist or Amplify Specialist available. Far side K is going to be a Farseer Specialist with Fang and Stormcaller. Chemtrails also skips that for a Sabertooth Specialist. We saw that earlier. So top players are skipping Amplify Specialist for Sabertooth at the moment, seeing Sabertooth as stronger, or at least knowing how to play it more solidly at the tournament level. They might be taking the opposite choice on ladder. Chemtrails is a Sabertooth Specialist with Sledges and Arclights, presumably adding a pair of Fangs or a pair of Crawlers. Depending, might add the Fangs in order to have the Crawlers available as a drop. K took the Farseer Specialist with a Fang and Stormcaller, and has added a pair of Arclights. Chemtrails does not want to wait for the drop, takes the Crawler. Now that is one thing that we should point out about that Skay versus Doxin match. Doxin didn't block the Fangs that kind of allowed Skay to get away with playing all the marksmen early and not having any chaff. He was able to just get the chaff as a drop. One of the things you can do is block by dropping at least one on your board. People have asked frequently why, exactly how does all of that work? Because we saw that Skay unlocked the Fangs, but it wasn't blocked, but unlocking other things blocks. So the way that works is the sum total of monies spent on a unit are used to kind of put it into a priority queue, if you would. So Skay had spent nothing unlocking that Fang. There were no Fangs on the board, so that counts as 0 spent on that unit. So Doxin could have dropped 1 Fang on the board, spent 100 on that unit, and now it's at the very tag end of a queue. It could come back around if there's all the different specialists have dropped units onto the board and everybody's taking different units from the drops. Eventually the Fangs might have shown up again as being the unit with the least invested in it. But you, for example, if you are the giant specialist, you can take your free unlock to unlock melting points, and that counts as having spent 200 on it, even though it didn't cost you anything. And that blocks it. Also, the aerial specialist should be blocking the specific air units they don't want to see. Chemtrails wins round 1, and that puts us, gets a level into one of the sledges pretty early. It takes a laser sight. Chemtrails has intensive training available. Laser sight, also advanced missile specialist, could have been interesting for punishing things on the front line. K, as a Farseer specialist, unlocks and puts a Wasp on the line, gives them the laser sight, and has them running at the unprotected tower over here. Chemtrails is still thinking about this, takes his time, and doesn't need to rush. I mean, round two, take your time on the reinforcements. You know you're not going to spend like 40 minutes spending 400 cost, right? So go ahead and take plenty of time thinking about your card on round 2. It can really shape your game, and he's taking his time. Let's see what he takes. It was the advanced missile device. As a Sabertooth, takes a pair of crawlers. I presume one of the crawlers has to go up front to block missiles on the sledges. These sledges are very close to the line, so a missile over here I think can also target them. So you might see a crawler in this gap as well. Looks like it'll also be a little mobile beacon, but these wasps are, rather than being straight on the tower, note that K put them a little bit outside, so they're not targeting this. They are just targeting the tower. They're going to go straight at it, and the crawler over here is to prevent the missile against the Saber or this sledge. Quick tower take. A really, really quick tower take.
But Chemtrails has drawn the whole rest of the board into this fight, including the Wasps. The Wasps are not going to go get the second tower. Okay, not unless we send a mobile beacon on it. Not going to matter because there's no upshoot on Chemtrails' board. The Wasps will win. People have asked me, how do you beat a Sabertooth? And, sorry, it's very loud right now, I know. People have asked, how do you beat a Sabertooth? And it is, well, chaff is one answer, but flying is the other. That round 2, yes, thank you, Wasps, you are very loud. That round 2 Sabertooth drop, the way to beat it in particular is to have a flying unit that can target it. Personally, I like a Phoenix because it does so much damage. You can afford it on round 2. For K, he went for, I will get your tower with a Wasp and then come over and finish it off with the Wasps. Round 3, you've got that extended range War Factory is back. Also a heavy armor, a smoke bomb, and an underground threat. Both players are pretty vulnerable to that underground threat. If you take kind of a look at their boards, there's not much back there. These guys don't stop the... I mean, they slow down a crawler, but they don't stop it. Things. Well, that's interesting. You did not get a photon... That's a bug. That's a very strange bug. I have no idea how I even achieved that one. The sledges. The Wasps have been leveled because they took that tower. They've been jump-driven. And Chemtrails went ahead and took the tower level, but didn't, and put a Fang in front of it. So the Fangs are kind of the answer over there. And goes ahead, defended against the call-in, by putting his own crawlers there. As additional. Is this the oil plus smoke play? Hey, that's just rude, Seth. That is just rude. It is that. So, of course, you can drop on the same spot, and you're going to be stuck in the oil or you're going to be stuck in the smoke, not able to really shoot back. And yeah, that is one way to stop a attack in its tracks. Keep it stuck underneath the Stormcallers and just let it get rough. Unit drop gives us Tarantula, Fire Badger, Typhoon, and Marksman. Yeah, I agree that smoke oil play is really nice. Okay. K takes 3 level 3 Marksman. That's also a solid answer to getting enough damage on the board to turn through both the sledges and the Sabertooth. Of course, Chemtrails we know is going to think about it, so let's take a look at what else K is doing. Ranged on the arc lights. And it is going to be the level 3 Typhoon. Chemtrails puts it far right with a Crawler. The Crawler is to draw the Stormcaller fire, so the Stormcallers don't just insta-target the Typhoons. Is there going to be an attack on those Typhoons? There's going to be 2 more Typhoons. Alright. Now let's go. This is getting spicy. Chemtrails going for the weak side. Triple Typhoon plus 1 Crawler. And not just going to abandon the oil. Sold out of the 300 cost sledge that was going to get stuck in that oil. This is the least lucky repositioning of or jump drive of Wasp I've ever seen, K. After the brilliance of this play. that ouch. Oh dear. Of course, that missile was supposed to chew up the fangs so that these guys wouldn't get stuck under the Typhoons wouldn't get stuck under the Stormcallers for too long, but it's worked out for Chemtrails. Switch side, hit the side that is not heavily protected on, and get through to the level 1 tower over there. These Typhoons, when he adds missile, I think, they're going to be really deadly on that tower attack. And your units will be stuck in your own oil and smoke. Waha! No, wait, my units will be stuck in the oil and smoke. Okay, the oil and smoke is gone. So, K wins both rounds that the oil and smoke were up. Chemtrails is down to 25-22.
enhancement module for chemtrails. Hey, is... Where are we at? Chemtrails took that really quickly. What are we... Did he have the sledges to level? He did. So I think it was level the sledge, sell the sledge, level the Typhoon. Gives him 1050 to spend, and gets him a free 150 level over here. Okay, took this time on it. Goes ahead and puts down the Incendiary in front of this. Chemtrails builds out a more Typhoon. Unlike my play where it's Typhoon and Steel Ball, this is just all Typhoon aggro. With a little bit of Crawler to support, I suppose, but they will run into the fire and die. Assuming they're going to be kind of mid-positioned back here. Actually, they're going to be front-positioned. Still be in the fire to die. Still has 500 available. That should be a tech, I would imagine. And that first tech is going to be Mech Rage. So 4 more speed, 50% attack. That gets these Typhoons moving at 13 meters per second. And still doesn't have temp speed yet. So they're going to be very fast. Ranging along behind Crawlers. Now they do have temp speed. Look at that. So the Crawlers are going 19 meters per second. The Typhoons will be as fast as a default Crawler at 16 meters per second. Also, making sure they don't get stopped. We're just going to... Don't distract them. I want to go right through this junk. That gets the 2 higher level Typhoons out of the fire, which, handy. Gets them all the way through to the tower really quickly. So despite the fire, Chemtrails gets through to that tower. Now, do we come back and win the round? That's the real question. Shield bubble up. Missile protects the tower down here. There's 2 Crawlers still going for it, but the Storm Crawlers are doing a lot of work for K. These storms have done 102,000 damage in 5 rounds, and they are surviving to do the 200 hit points damage on the bar. So Chemtrails at 1972, K at 3720. We got a pair of level 1 Overlords for both players from that drop. A will take a range launcher overload and a 3rd Overlord. And Chemtrails has invented, like so many people before him, has invented Typhoon Boat. He does not have range and launcher overload, so he's going to lose the air war head-to-head here. But does potentially have Overlord Artillery. Could potentially have the shields up. There we go. Shields, of course, scale with level for the Typhoon, so 8,000 hit points per level. That makes these a 32,000 hit points total shields over here. These guys are something like 48,000. And if this guy stays alive, he's likely to level as well. Okay, ignoring the fact that these guys chew through fangs pretty quickly, just goes ahead and double levels them. I suspect that is in case there was Chin Gun Overlord, so the Chin Gun Overlords would be slowed down for the maximum possible time. One of the big dangers to the Woot style aggro, of course, is that you get into this spot where, you know, the ground game is over and the air war is still ongoing. The Overlord Artillery snipes the tower from 140 meters away, which is right around here-ish, honestly. And, you know, having these guys, even though the air war is still ongoing, yep, there it is. We didn't actually even have Chin Gun on and got the tower that quickly. With Chin Gun, it'll be even worse. Typhoon Boat. Typhoon Boat, very good. And of course, the trick here is Chemtrails has gotten to this very, very quickly. It's round 6. He's in, 6 300-plus cost units already, multiple levels into them, and double teched on one of them. So He's gotten it very, very quickly. Like, we can all get there, right? I can build this board by round 8. It's just getting there this quickly is the impressive part. And getting there this quickly with 2,000 hit points left. So, it'll be Smoke Bomb plus Sticky Oil in front of tower for K. For Chemtrails, what are we thinking here? Are we selling a Typhoon? No, we just leveled this Typhoon, so we're happy with that. We've got the haste module outside for the level 4 Typhoon. So that thing's moving at like 18 to 21 meters per second, depending. It'll be 2 more Overlords. And are we taking... We've got 350. Are we taking the Overlord Artillery? Is where I would expect this to go. Mobile Beacon across. There it is. Chin Gun for the Overlords. So K is trying to slow that down as much as he can. He's gone level 2 tower. So it's 23,400 hit points. And puts up a shield for another 40,000. So it's got like 60,000 hit points that you have to chew through. But 4 volleys from Overlord Artillery would be, you know, 20... call it 2,200. 22,000 even. So 3 volleys will take care of that on the Chin Gun. There is a level 2 Wasp jump driven with laser sights trying to hit this tower from the backside with a mobile beacon. There's a sentry missile ready for it. Chemtrails read it like a book. There are 2 Wasps that didn't go to the to the mobile beacon. They have eventually turned on tower. By the time they get there, the whole main fight is over. That main tower has gone down. Even the oil and smoke slowing down the Typhoons hasn't been enough. That was the Chin Gun finishing off the tower. The other way to finish that would have been missiles from the homing missiles from the Typhoons. You get that to hit the tower from 800 or 180 meters. Sorry. K is down to 432 hit points. And Typhoon Boat is on its way for Chemtrails. Looks like he will be booking his place in the 4th round. Barring a miracle Hail Mary from K. Efficient Tech Research and Elite Fang are not those Hail Marys. Underground Threat could have been interesting, but he's going for the laser sights. I wonder if he's going to sell that other Wasp. And, are we selling this to put 2 Wasp, 2 laser sights on Overlords in the defense, give them to 2 level 2s? Other possibility would have been aerial spec on the Wasps, and try to chew through the air game quickly. Chemtrails running the same mobile beacon. Taking the level on the lead Overlords. They're the ones that are going to be first into range on things, and also the first ones taking damage. They're the ones that deserve the levels. K has taken a Vulcan trying to light the ground on fire down there, I believe. The oil underneath the smoke on fire to clear out some of the chaff. Part of what's happening, I think, to K's defense is that the range launcher overload, I said he should win the air war, right? But that's not happening because these are never engaging with the boats. They are stuck engaging with the ground game. For Chemtrails, it'll be... He's throwing down the underground threat right in front of things as well. Little unfortunate that he's put it into the oil on the round that the Vulcan shows up. As you can see, it's just taking so long to get through these outside through the shield barriers. That's so much time that these overlords are not engaged with the enemy overlords. But eventually the right mobile beacon on a haste module overlord gets the tower over here. These guys, notice how long this mobile beacon is. They did follow all the way over and get that far side tower. For Chemtrails, 1 boat left, not able to finish off against the laser sight Wasps. K stabilized on round 8. Chemtrails down to 1778. That was... I said he needed a Hail Mary. It staying alive that one extra round. Now he gets the 3 level 2 Mustangs. You can probably double tech those and recruit a couple more, and that will go a long way. There is range for them. We said double tech. There you are, double tech. Aerial specialization, ranged level 2 Mustangs. Are you going to take 2 more of them? Is that the play? He's down to 250. He's not taking 2 of them, at least. Has range or lone and range. Gets shields up. Throws down the incendiary bomb in the way again. This didn't seem to... well, maybe it made a big difference in terms of K won the round last round. Chemtrails also took the level 2 Mustangs and has just kind of scattered them around in the main attack in different distances. Doesn't bother going for teching them. He's got a anti-air answer already and takes aerial specialization on the Typhoons. Keeps clustering things together. So now you've got the mobile beacon across again, with the 2 overlords that aren't in the mobile beacon left to clean up afterwards. Hello, hello. Congrats on wins against Jeremiah and Mumbo Jumbo, Sugar Shane and Harry. That is a huge set of wins for you, sir. Nicely done. Did you make it to 3-0? We haven't checked in yet. Tower does go down without the mobile beacon, but that tower timing left that one... Oosh. That is 450 hit points left for Chemtrails. Just enough to finish K off. Congrats to Chemtrails through. I did say these were players over the 2000 MMR. I'm sorry. That is 2,240 and 2,290 MMR. 2 of the potential favorites to win this tournament at that MMR level. And meeting each other in round 3. Chemtrails gets the win. K barely knocked off at -18. Sugar Shane and Harry says, no, I got crushed in round 3. Fair enough. Saras Victorious beat Nostradatus. Cody beats Zufil, so he's 3-0. Skay gets to 3-0. We saw Chemtrails win. Apuchi beats Black Sheep to go to 3-0. Laminator over Via. Cognitive beat W Garrison. So W Garrison had a great win in round 1. Does take the loss against Cognitive. Red Scare of 94. This is like 2,300 MMR, right? Sugar Shane and Harry gets the win against you. And then Call Me Daddy did beat the spoiler roll kick. So we'll have 10 unbeaten in round 4. That'll leave us with 5 unbeaten in round 5. And potentially 2 or 3 unbeaten for round 6. Our last match going has the 13 hit points and 24 hit points, so it's not over yet, right? Surely they'll go 3 more rounds. Congrats to those that supported Chemtrails in that match. You guys have won your rocks back. We didn't have anybody bet against you. Alright, we know Blunted Baboon has to win this round because we know what the scoreboard said. So, how have I managed to... I've lost the mouse, but you can see that it will sometimes find the join prediction button. I wonder if this is when I bet this is when I wind up accidentally blocking people. Because I don't have... But I bet I can click on their name. There. Whoa. I could join prediction. What I really wanted to do... There. Oh, perfect. So Farseer Specialist. Or apparently I clicked on that arc. Well, close enough. Now we get the mouse back. Here we go. Now we can commentate properly. Or something. Round 12 of this one. 24 hit points, 13 hit points. Surely you can kill off every unit on the board and ensure we get a 13th round, right, guys? Marseer Specialist with additional deployment slot for Evil Kitten. Blunted Baboon, a quick supply specialist with advanced targeting system and advanced offensive tactics. This is a game, yes. It's the I have techs on everything game. But it looks like this might have once been a carry Arclight attempt. Is what I'm thinking. We tried to carry Arclight, and then we ran into some forts with, like, super heavy armor, maybe? It was, okay, so it was carry Arclight against Triple Tech Tarantula. We eventually wound up with, like, ground spec Wasps against air spec Mustangs. We also had fire Stormcallers to take out the Mustangs, I'm sure. And we've got Triple Tech Fangs with Ignite to take out the forts. I just don't know how we got... Oh wait, nope, there's some marksmen in here too. That's a double shot marksman. Just one of them, hanging out by himself. I didn't see any others. Blunted Baboon does defeat an Evil Kitten. Perhaps when the kitten grows up, it will be able to beat baboons. But 1700 upsetting a 2000. Nicely done. And that puts us through to our next round, where you will have 10 unbeatens. Cody in the 10th slot will be up against Saras Victoria. Laminator will be facing Skay. Chemtrails against Blunted Baboon. Apuchi against Call Me Daddy. There is a pair of finals champions. Finalist winners. Or tournament winners, I should say. Cognitive against Red Scare. I think we have to take the Apuchi versus Call Me Daddy. I am somewhat tempted by the Saras Victoria against Mualani. Yeah, I am also new to the name, so... They're something like 2300 MMR. So, but have not been tournament threat lately. So, and Cody says, oh no. I'm tempted to cast that one. But I think Apuchi versus Call Me Daddy is probably the intrigue match here. We'll go for that. Apuchi versus Call Me Daddy. But, Cody, that might be, 2300, but doesn't know all of the old builds, if you know what I mean. Right, your round 4 channel point predictions are up for Apuchi versus Call Me Daddy, which will be starting in about 1 minute. Is that enough time for Amarok to refresh the coffee? And yet, they are still 2300. That's right, because not everybody tries the old build. Pimpy says, I got wrecked by Production Factory yesterday. It was before my time. I hear she's someone who loves big cannons. Hustling Abridged. A timeless treasure. Alright. Welcome to round 4. We've got 10 unbeaten players left. The top two in terms of tournament wins would be Apucci and Call Me Daddy. They are not the two highest in terms of MMR still standing. Apucci is a speed specialist with sledges and crawlers. Let's go speed sledge. Love it. And Call Me Daddy, elite specialist with crawlers and tarantulas. Elite specialist, of course, you get your units at level 2, including, if you wanted it, a level 2 tarantula on round 1. Forgoes a deploy, right? You can't afford to deploy another tarantula. Well, actually, technically, I suppose he could. No. You really couldn't. Okay, never mind. So it's going to be one tarantula in the back to cover this tower. Nope, it's going to be 3 tarantulas up front. Let's go. With the crawlers behind. Looks like Apucci is going to come out speed sledge on the line, ready to come attacking. So we're going to get the headbutt. Yeah, we get to zoom right in on this because we don't care about the whole rest of the board at all. Arclights targeting onto the getting immediately targeted onto the tarantula is very unfortunate for Apucci, but he's going to take out the 2 level 1s, I think. Nope, he is not. He's going to leave one of the level 1s alive. The level 2 comes over to clean up. Does finally take out the level 1. The level 2 will finish things off. Call Me Daddy getting the tower from the far side of the crawlers. And that is round 1 to Call Me Daddy. 2-time America's Tournament champion, I think, both times. And Apucci, of course, is, I think, has something like 6 or 7 tournament wins to his name, including Europe and Americas, and, of course, the Launch Clash tournament, big cash prize tournament earlier in October. Apucci, well, both players have their choice of drops. Farseer, Marksman, Typhoon on round 2, and Stormcaller. Both players took the Marksman. For Call Me Daddy, the Marksman will help clear out the sledges. For Apucci, you can see that the Marksmen are set up to insta-lock the tarantulas. Literally insta-lock it even without range here. And then this one, when it has range, it'll insta-lock, but when it does not, it will take a step, I think, before it gets the lock. Call Me Daddy adds a second tarantula outside, a second level 2. So spending Z-monies to spend 50 on the Marksman, spent 50 on this missile on the far side tower, which is going to pay off this round. It's going to prevent Apucci from getting that tower with a cheeky crawler. Apucci also throws down Fangs on the line. So Fang on the line is the do not ever do this sort of thing. Obviously, Apucci at 2200 to 2400 MMR, depending on the day, is not your standard player and is going to go ahead and do that one. But the canonical answer to that would be replicate crawlers that replicate off of your unfortunate Fangs that are on the line. But Apucci is looking at that and saying, I want something up there that I can put shield on. Can't get missiled out easily. I'm going to force him to put the crawlers on the line if he wants to. If he puts the crawlers on the line, they're right in under the sledgehammers, and my sledges will clear it. But Call Me Daddy wins round 2, Apucci down to 3,500. He's got Amplifying Core, Advanced Missile Device, Assault Melting Point, and Efficient Giant Manufacturing available. It'll be Assault Melter. Increases melting point hit points by 70% and movement speed by 5. He's already a speed specialist. These are moving 8 meters per second faster than a normal melting point. but have no range. They range decreased by 15. What are we doing with our deploys? Holy smokes. Call me daddy's like, nope. You know what? I'm going to put my fangs in front too, so your marksmen don't get insta-locks. Pucci goes for an insta-lock assault melting point. It's going to lock the amp core, and of course he doesn't know this has the amp core yet. It's going to lock the amp core tarantula right off the rip. I just... Wow. Just wow. Insta-rip. Good night, Tarantula. And then, of course, the Arclight comes over to handle these level 2 crawlers with you. Level 2 crawlers out here. But, finished off the level 1 crawlers easily and go for Apuchi's tower. So, remember how last round Apuchi was trying the tower cheese a little bit? This round it is Call Me Daddy that gets the cheese. Assault Melting Point has a lot of hit points, but not enough to stand against the entire army during Tower debuff. Call Me Daddy at 4,500 hit points, and put you down to 2912. Now, normally, Assault Melting Point would be countered by a regular Melting Point that just outranges it. But here, we've got a Sledge Enhancement Module, so kind of paying for itself this round already, because he's leveled it and sold the sledge, and then levels the melter. Call Me Daddy puts down, of course, the level 2 Fang up front, forcing your melter to lock onto that. And the Spider Mines. I'm going to try to blow them up. Spider Mines, of course, when they explode, do 4,500 damage to every unit within 9 meters. So 2 level 2s will do 9,000 damage to the melter. Of course, it's got 117,000. And this one over here has an instant lock. Goodness. Now, remember how I said the canonical would be replicating off of these guys? Call Me Daddy has not gone for replicating off of them. He's putting Fangs in front for much the same reason. He doesn't want them missiled out either. So both of these players are playing at 5D chess level right now. Here's the missiled out. So Apuchi wins this one this time, and is going after... They're both leaving these towers at level 1. Tell you what, we'll just alternate winning the round. Okay? Just alternate winning this outside tower. You guys know you can... That would be... You can't add additional units out there. With the tower debuff, things have gone better for the assault mode melters. This one is getting most of the level. In fact, if it gets the finish here, it does get the level. Call Me Daddy gets the tower at the very end, but Apuchi wins round 4. Apuchi's at 2912. Call Me Daddy down to 4050. Drop includes Underground Threat, Photon Emission, Laser Sights, and Vulcan's Descent. Call Me Daddy takes the Underground Threat. We've talked about this earlier. We talked about it in the European tournament. Apuchi almost never skips the Underground Threat. This time he skips it for a Vulcan's Descent. And here is the answer to your melting point. A 600 cost for a level 2 melter straight opposite this thing, replacing the Amp Core Tarantula. Apuchi has just sold out of it because he had leveled it twice, so he gets a zillion monies to level out of it. Call Me Daddy has a Drill Puppy Crawler. So if there had been Underground Threat for Apuchi, they would be Drill Crawlered. Oh my goodness, what? Apuchi takes Ranged Wraith to counter potentially... I think what Apuchi would be expecting here is possible Impact Drill or Replicate on the Crawlers. And this is the round with the Underground Threat. That's the round you would expect to see a tech taken. He doesn't know these two exist. He's just covering it with the Wraith. That'll get these guys through. And he's missiles protect back here. He's got the Vulcan drop in at the far corner. The missiles don't perfectly protect back here. You see some of the crawlers will survive to go after towers. And Fuji gets a tower first. Now you see a lock for that level 2 melter. But we had some healing. We have healing. Now the towers go down, but it's far too late for Call Me Daddy. The Wraith plus melters plus the Vulcan call-in and the crawlers, enough to get towers and win Apuchi round 5. This drops Call Me Daddy down to 2167. Apuchi's at 2912. Gives you forts, sabers, sandworms, and overlords. What giant would you like? I mean, saber, level 5 saber. That's pretty much a giant, right, guys? Right? Sabertooth for Call Me Daddy. Anti-air on the marksman to get the locks on the Wraiths as early as possible. The Wraiths are, of course, 40 meters back, which is not basically never going to make the mistake of putting them within 30 meters of the line, because that's when you can get the instant rip on them from Assault Mode Marksman. Or not Assault Mode, sorry, Aerial Spec Marksman. Apuchi, you saw, just took and sold out of the Sabertooth, so he's on 1750. That means he can't sell this melter to free level this one, and instead he's going to 8-gun on the Wraiths. Number 2. Or, sorry, number 3 here. Still has a deploy and possibly one from here. It goes for a 4th one. And one more melter. So chaff clear through the Wraith. Melter for the larger units. This is going to be a problem. Call Me Daddy should win from out here when there's no Wraith back there to cover it. Pucci's going to win this side with the Wraith over top of the Replicate and Drill. In the main fight, yeah, it's going well for Call Me Daddy's central melter. The Wraiths have been targeted in most places. Pucci gets that outside tower with 4 surviving crawlers. And of course, the marksmen aren't even noticing the crawlers at this point. But Call Me Daddy's Spider Mines eventually enough to take down the melting point. Call Me Daddy wins round 6. Apuchi's at 2517. Call Me Daddy at 2167. These two have met many, many times before. On ladder, of course, and in tournament. Rhino Assault for both players. Apuchi playing it defensively central. Sold the leveled enhancement module, so Apuchi is just sitting here farming the Elite Specialist XP. Of course, Elite Specialist, whenever a unit dies, he's giving away 3 times as much experience as a level 1 unit. All the level 2 units die. So Apuchi playing the Amplifying Core, or sorry, the enhancement module on that build is so good. It's much, much more likely to get you value for free, essentially. And he's just farming experience into cash. But he's also weakening the board in terms of the total number of deploys. So, you know, he's had and sold out of a whole bunch of melting points along the way. Does, however, have 3 level 2 Wraiths now. And a couple of level 1s, this one to handle the flank. There's a melter over here. And in addition to the double techs, Apuchi adds degen beam, so out to 120 meters. Degen is a funky tech. It reduces an enemy's movement speed, which is going to help against those replicate crawlers. They come into range and get slowed down, which allows them to get shot by the 8-gun. Also slows down their attack by 20%, so your units are taking less damage, and your opponent's units take more damage. When you've got it going, Wraiths, at one point, Wraiths were able to take down melting points. Now it takes quite a lot of experience to get the Wraith up to the point where it can take down a melter, and there are more efficient ways to do it. But Apuchi wins round 7. You get a round 8 unit drop. That'll be Farseers for Call Me Daddy. That would be, I would expect, EMP, Free MP, or Photon, or both, being the ways to turn this all off. Photon to protect your units from the degen beam, and electromagnetic explosion to turn the degen beam off. Apuchi takes a pair of overlords. I mean, overlords are good. It's EMP for the Farseers, but no, not yet Photon. Photon would cost 600 there. Expensive to do. He could do it. I think he can loan and afford it. Sells something, so he's up to 700. A deploy. It's going to be Photon from the Overlords for Apuchi, so Boton essentially. He slow things down and goes to range for the assault mode melters. Is sold out of this one, needs to kind of rebuy it at level 1, I guess. Does so. And of course, this one out here is in case something showed up to cancel out the Wraith, like, you know, this melter. So now you are into a full board of Melter Wraith. When was the last time you saw Melter, Assault Mode Melter plus Wraith as a combo? That is not Apuchi forcing this build every time out. That is Apuchi following the heart of the cards. I will take what Bearlike hath given to me. Of course, Photon ensured from Apuchi's side, the Photon ensured that EMP couldn't turn off the degen beam. But Call Me Daddy didn't see the Photon coming that round. Photon, I mean, a lot of times you'd have that as the response to somebody playing EMP, not preemptively. Apuchi wins round 8. Call Me Daddy down to 465 hit points and a dream. 2-time champion on the verge of elimination. Efficient giant manufacturing. When Apuchi is selling out of giants this frequently, might actually have been useful, but no. He takes the advanced power system. He was already speed. He will be faster. We were speed sledge. Now we are assault mode melting point with super speed. How fast do these things go? They're 17 meters per second. The default crawler is 16 meters per second. Yes, Apuchi's melting points can run your crawlers down from behind, gang. So can his Wraiths at 18 meters per second. And that's before temp speed. Those are some fast melting points. And of course he's selling around to fund them. Builds some crawlers, makes some crawler production out of them. Call Me Daddy has his underground threat. Also didn't drop the Rhino last round. Or wait, did drop the Rhino last round, has it again. And Apuchi is going for oil and the Vulcan's Descent back here just to cut off all of this late arriving chaff. You guys can come over here and burn in the oil. That's the plan. Of course, this Vulcan starts out facing that direction instead of, like, somewhere else. It is one of the little things I wish you could do is kind of control the drop direction. Right click or something. Neat little move here. If you scroll back or zoom back a little bit, the Call Me Daddy used the Rhino as a orbital javelin. Dropped it right through the Overlord. The Overlord had just enough time to throw down its photon emission for everything around it, and then the Rhino landed and went through it. killed it quickly, but Apucci killed the rest of the board. So, pair of 2,300 MMR players. Apucci beats Call Me Daddy in round 4 of this tournament. Through to what will be the final 5. Saros Victoria did beat Cody. Minigun Gooder strat prevails. Exactly. I think that was an economy strat as well. Blunted Baboon beat Chemtrails. Red Scare of 94 beats Cognitive. Apucci over Call Me Daddy. And Skay beats Laminator. That is 5 folks who, each of them, could well be a champion in their own right. So we've got the 201 and the 301 represented from Saros Victoria and Skay. 501 from Blunted Baboon, Red Scare of 94, and Apucci. W. Garrison, who beat Doxson in round 1 and lost to Cognitive, will be your spoiler against Skay. Looks like we might go to Blunted Baboon and Red Scare, as we've just shown Apucci. I kind of want to show Saros Victoria, though. They are a pretty good player. Remind me not to play Worms. Yes, don't play Worms. What was Saros Victoria's MMR, if you remember? Is that 2,400? High 21. High 21s. Okay, thank you. Trying to figure if I go for Saros Victoria or Blunted Baboon and Red Scare. Apucci has cleverly made sure that he doesn't have enough minor points to be in the spoiler match in round 6. So, well done. Well done. We get to cast him in round 6 if he makes it that far. Bellicose Drake and Pig. Oh my goodness. There's 2 different channels you can watch this on. There are now 3 channels you can watch this on. Well, it is really nice to have you back in the game, Cody. It's nice to see you again. Sorry that the tournament run ended there, or at least the tournament title run. I presume you're going to stick it out to finish out? Yes, right? Pig is a lot of people's favorite StarCraft 2 caster, and is in fact here playing some Mechabellum. If you are a big fan of RTS games, this is a strategy of an RTS without the speed clicks. So it appeals to the same part of the brain, but a little bit different. I would say it's a little bit more thoughtful, a little bit less reactive. The game is in a really good balance point right now, where there's no, there are not necessarily single dominant builds. Pretty cool. A little bit less micro, exactly. Exploding head guy. A little bit less micro. You don't micromanage at all, particularly. There are some people who do. There's like Hast's trick with the mobile beacons, for example. You can get a little bit of micro if you're super clever. Pig took the Acid Blast, has that in front of Bellicose Drake over here. Has that in front of the main army. How did Drake wind up in a single teched fortress and a single teched melting point? Don't we need... No, we're just going 4 tech on the storms. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. It's 4 tech storms. When was the last time you saw that? And it wasn't Amarok trying to play a meme build. Wait, I don't think even I've run a meme build. Hold on a sec. Range enhancement. high explosive ammo, launcher overload, and EMP from the 3, 4, 5 packs of them, including lots of levels. It does not look like Pig cares. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. It's a Stormcaller war. We have leveled storms on both sides. With range and launcher overload, nobody's really trying to anti-missile these. Did you guys just decide you wouldn't anti-missile them? Let the storm fly? Yes, that is exactly right now. It does. The game is in a really good place right now, and I'm really looking forward to continuing to play. I actually have a gentleman's agreement not to anti-missile, right? Hey, wait. Let's troll all the spectators. Let's run the longest game and troll all the spectators by having no anti-missile and just going 13 rounds. Smoke bomb or shield airdrop? I don't think you get either of them back, right? Oh, these are assault storms. Oh, goodness. So it's regular storms against assault storms. Yikes. Crazy. Surprise to no range. I know. This deep into the game, right? Don't you take range? You don't want mass-produced wasps, because you might make wasps from the Overlord. We now get a melter for this side. Shield bubbles for the forts makes good sense with smoke on the horizon. Orbital javelin makes, also makes good sense. If you level this, it won't die. Level that melter, it won't die to the javelin. Vulcan's Descent on this round. There's an oil from tower play with a Vulcan's Descent. We just saw Poochie do it. See, it has turned into a APM moment. You're at the end of the round. You've got your 150. Nope, he's not going for it. All right. Well, and we also didn't level the melter, so that's going to go down to the boom. Along with the fort as well. So that's a very, very good javelin from Pig. I think it should be pretty tough. I mean, if Pig doesn't win with an orbital javelin that takes out two giants, it's a very, very bad sign for his build. And it is, in fact, a very bad sign for his build. Here comes Tower Fall. There goes the last giant for Pig. We're down to just the hyper-leveled Phoenix, who, for some reason, don't have Elite Marksman or Launcher Overload yet. Woof. Alright. 122 hit points, 229 hit points. You guys got this, right? Smoking the side you're not fighting on. Exactly. Well, that was the side he was going to shield. If he was shielding one or the other. Pig, for sure, takes this, right, to bring down those fort shields to a reasonable level. No. No, both players are taking the underground threat. We're in we agree not to negate each other's builds at all. Pig, this just loses to the Mustangs, right? I mean, hard. It loses hard to those Mustangs. Okay, fine. Not like this doesn't, so... A lot of anti-missile bought. Pig spending 8 devices, all on anti-missile, no shields. That's actually a really good play. The Splitting Head guy says, Pig loves Stormcallers and wacky strats from the few games I've seen. So that's what I'm getting. We had Assault Stormcaller on the board. We took Assault Stormcaller. And now we have gone wacky strats. How we have not matched the Bellicose Drake with the 4 Storm techs, I'm not sure. Because I actually think that would be pretty good. Well, they both have a zillion Stormcallers. Pigs are Assault Stormcaller, and Bellicose Drakes are normal. Neat thing about anti-missile that I'm not sure if Pig knew or not is it actually works against anti-air missiles from the forts. So that has kept these Phoenix that were dying on this side, kept them alive a lot longer. And there's not much left over there that will handle them. The Mustangs and Melters eventually do. Eventually the tower goes down. Eventually Bellicose Drake beats Pig Random live on stream. Nicely done, Bellicose Drake. A pair of 1962 and 1837. Solid play from both. But very unique and entertaining match there. All right, that has knocked Pig out of tournament. Unfortunate for him. Eliminated on kind of the YOLO play there. Caffey Schlurfer. Oh, okay. Who else is out? Who else was out this round? D-Unit is knocked out. Yoloente, Laplace's Shadow all out. It looks like TW's out. Dachshund staying alive after they 0-2 start. Gets to 2-2. Kick knocks out Never Knows Best. And further up, we're going to have 5 unbeatens left. W. Garrison, as we said before, will be the spoiler against Skay. Saras Victoria against Apuchi. A Blunted Baboon against Red Scare of 94. If you guys really want to see Apuchi, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to show Red Scare versus Blunted Baboon. Literally, pretty much if anybody says, hey, no, I'd rather see Apuchi, we'll change it up. But not 95, 94. All right. Nobody said. So we'll take Blunted Baboon and Red Scare. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We've got channel point prediction up for our round 5 match, which will be Blunted Baboon and a Red Scare of 94. Hey, wait, I still have coffee from earlier. we've had 2 hours of matches to get down to 5 possible finalists. Blunted Baboon and Red Scare of 94 will be our round 5 match. Blunted Baboon near side, blue. Red Scare, far side, appropriately enough, will be in red. Blunted Baboon, the speed specialist with Ball Crawl. Let's go! And hope for a Typhoon drop. And Red Scare, a supply specialist with, looks like Arclight and Stormcaller. Red Scare was the mini tournament runner-up in Europe this week on Wednesday. Blunted Baboon, I don't think has had any notable tournament results. I don't remember any, but has a strong MMR. Looks like Baboon is coming with a that you are a speed specialist and you're not going to be up on the line. Yeah, that's a little more like it. Note this crawler's a little far forward from where I put it. This is wide enough that he's likely to be doing 2 steel balls on the same side rather than symmetric aggro. Looks like Red Scare has picked up the the 2 fangs in front of tower. Not trying the trick where he picks up the crawlers and hopes for a fang drop. Just wants his fangs out in front. Also has his Stormcallers vertical. Ooh, volume did drop just a little bit. Good call. And fixed. Alright, we have steel balls, as we said, 2 side by side coming out. They get stuck on the fangs for a while. Storms have time to work on them. There are still surviving steel balls. Enough steel balls. They are my shaft clear. And that will get through to tower with crawlers still alive. And we're heading off to the other side. There's 1 Arclight left to handle all those crawlers. The storms are kind of chipping away at it over here. Arclight has turned. Steel balls are engaged in the main fight, not going to the tower. And the Arclight will have a good time cleaning up. So Red Scare wins round 1. Blunted Baboon started with a ton of hit points, 4,700 hit points or so he's only down to 4,592. Red Scare with the supply specialist started with 3,700 and takes the advanced missile device, which, of course, that can be useful. Dealing 15,000 hit points can be useful to pop a steel ball that's leveled if it's not protected, or just, also would pop not pop, but comes close. It does 15,000 damage. So this tarantula on the line can get missiled from, I think it's right about here that hits that tarantula, but doesn't go off to this side. There's a spot there. Won't kill it all the way. Leaves it on, 631 hit points. So, Blunted Baboon skipping the steel ball level to bring out 2 tarantulas. I have not seen this play at all. I'm not messing about waiting for the Typhoon drop or anything. I'm just going to have some speed tarantulas. Go with my speed steel balls. Right into the... I mean, Red Scare didn't wait around either. Went straight to the Scorpion instead of trying to kind of pussyfoot around with it. Nope, I want to destroy those steel balls early. So... fun to see 2 different approaches to this in a build that's kind of similar, a starting point for Blunted Baboon that's kind of similar to where I start with the steel ball, crawl, and speed. Red Scare on 3,700 hit points drops Blunted Baboon to 4,300. Now, Blunted Baboon has 2 units that can level. Both players take the Nano Repair. Nano Repair less useful into somebody throwing down a Scorpion against you, of course. But a level 2 Tarantula with Nano Repair can be pretty beefy. And there is going to be some Crawler from the mid side of that flank there. I don't think that takes the initial Scorpion shot. It will distract the Arclight, I believe. Let's see where the... Yeah, we get the levels for both of Blunted Baboon's units, and he takes the Tarantula... Or gives the Nano Repair to the Tarantula. For Red Scare, it's a... We've got 2 more... we went for the Mass Recruit to pick up 2 more Chaff. The Crawler here, and I think it's this one? Yeah. So Crawler, Fang, and Scorpion, the triple recruit there. So double Scorpion onto this board. Missiled out the new unit, but so what we are looking at here, we've got a... Don't quite have the Chaff arrival yet for Blunted Baboon to keep the Steel Balls alive and the Scorpions. Except for these 2 that do stay alive long enough. These guys are stuck on Chaff. Now it's going to be targeting them, but it was just long enough to take the tower. That Steel Ball did its job, honestly. Stayed alive just long enough to make sure that the surviving Scorpion went down. We've had the Nano Repair has had enough time to repair all the way back up to full. And on we go. This round will go to Blunted Baboon. First time he's won a round. A Red Scare of 94 is down to 3488. There have to have been like 2 Fangs. There they are. 2 Fangs hiding behind the Tarantula. They both have the 75-meter range, so... Unit reinforcement finally arrives. It's too late for there to be a Typhoon. There's no Typhoon, I think, in this round 4 drop. So Blunted Baboon gets a pair of Phoenix to follow the Steel Balls as the single target damage dealers. Those should finish off the Scorpions pretty nicely. Red Scare of 94, thinking about it a lot, has the possibility of Wraith, Wasp, or Rhino, as well as the Phoenix himself. I think a lot of players in defense play the Wraith with Degen to slow down the advance. It's kind of a good choice. I don't actually mind it as the attacker either. Play the Wraith with Degen and just make the attack more efficient. And by that I mean the amount of damage dealt. It will be the level 2 Wasps for Red Scare, with a Wasp on target for this outside tower. The Blunted Baboon played around that, picked up a pair of Mustangs, 1 on each side. Also took a Phoenix back here in case there is a Rhino back here. I think that's what he was thinking, because there was that Rhino drop. So a Rhino or a Wraith in the back corner could have been pretty brutal, and that Phoenix covering both of those angles. Well, this one goes forwards to play the attack. And the Mustangs should basically finish off of those Wasps really easily over there. Yeah, the Wasps haven't even figured out that... Oh, there are some Mustangs. Well, actually, the Wasps win that. The Wasps win that, you know. They're going to get that tower at really good timing. Ba-thump. Yeah, Sparrow, that's what I'm thinking, right? It gives the Nano Repair Scorpion more time to shoot, and thus more time to repair. But instead he went for the tower take over here. Did beat the Mustang, and actually gets both towers. Eventually those Wasps are the anti-air. There really wasn't much other anti-air other than the Fangs. But Red Scare gets the round win. We're going to be at 28-14 for blue, 34-88 for red. Round 5, we can't possibly have a unit drop. What you do get are Advanced Power System, which Blunted Baboon skipped. You are the attacker. Why are we not in speed, sir? We've taken Advanced Offensive Tactics instead. And that's not so useful for a... Well, maybe it's because of the Mustangs. These Mustangs win that fight with Advanced Offensive Tactics, don't they? Interesting. Well, I really would have liked to have seen speed, though. It will be... Okay, it's going to be Spider Mines. Maybe he's thinking I'm already speed specialist, I don't need more of it. Or that the speed is too expensive for what it provides. And, you know, getting the plus attack, plus 30% attack, you can only buy plus 12 and plus 24, so the most you can get from down here is plus 36. So this makes it plus 66 if you do that. And that can be valuable. There'll be a jump drive. These wasps have leveled up to level 3. They'll be jump driven and running in behind a crawler, and better aimed at that tower this time a little bit. Try and get the tower before they engage with the Mustangs. Blunted Baboon, instead of leveling the tower, has added another Mustang on that side. Also a Mustang out here. And a missile. The missile will take out the crawlers, but obviously not the wasps. Missile for both sides. Spider Mines with only 3 tarantulas is an interesting choice for Blunted Baboon. Kind of... Are we forcing it? I think we were forcing it. It doesn't do as much as you want it to, I think. And ranged arclights are actually cleaning up on those Mustangs as well. But there is nothing left with Upshoot, so Blunted Baboon will win the day. Red Scare's it. Going to go down to 3088 versus 2814. We are into round 6. Unit drop is possible and shows up immediately. Red Scare takes a pair of forts. Again, foregoes the Wraith in defense. Blunted Baboon takes the Wraith for the attack this time. Now, here we are. You've got anti-air fort for Red Scare, but a Wraith with field maintenance can just about eat those all day and not really care about it. Instead, though, the level 3 Wraith is going to be defending the far side tower. Red Scare pulls the jump drive wasps back to defend the near side tower. So Wraith way out here by itself, it's kind of going to be in the wrong spot, honestly. It's in a spot that was a useful place for what Baboon is seeing, unfortunately. And that level, I expect level and range for the Stangs. There's also the now more expensive HE ammo gets taken. 2 more Mustangs, leaving exactly 300, which is either range or this level, but not both. Will be range, we'll forego the level. We have a new arc light up here. 2 new arc lights up on that side. Red Scare still has 300 to spend in only a couple of seconds. Sometimes it's better to just hold that money rather than rushing to spend it. You don't think the game's about to end anyways. Load a little bit, see what happens. Can be useful. Looks like... I feel like Blunted Baboon is doing a better job of committing to specific units and attacking them so that they have a set of units that will, that they have tacked and nothing else. Feels like Red Scare is going for a whole bunch of single attacks on different units. Range on the Arclight, anti-air on the fort. Rather than really committing to any one carry unit, it's I've got a jack-of-all-trades army right now. Wraith is just about going to level, but I think the fort wins at the end. If it hadn't been for the tower take, the fort dies to that, but Red Scare wins the round. Fort with just a couple of bars of health. Blunted Baboon down to 2164. Into round 7. No unit drop this round. Unit drop is available from round 8 onwards. Lots of levels available on the Mustangs. This is a scaling comp. Scale those beasts. Scale those beasties, sir. Cells out of the Wraith. We're not... We're, okay. What are you... What... Alright, we take all the levels, so 1,500 left. And Red Scare continues this trend of one tack on every unit. So it'll be an anti-air fort over here and a melter. The melter, of course, to answer the potentially level 4 Wraith out there. Two more tarantulas and fire. So the fire is going to slow down all the chaff over there. And in theory, we're throwing down some spider mines at this backside tower with chaff dead, but in practice, we're just going to get melted by a melting point right off the rip. So, unfortunate. Plus extra... extra armor-piercing bullets. As Sparrow says, I was surprised when they lowered the cost of degen field. I thought it was good for a while. Speed debuff and increases damage taken on a flying unit. It can completely turn around magic. It really can. And that's okay. Other people don't need to use it. They don't want to. It's true. Without the Wraith on the board, 3 giants survive plus a scorpion and 1 set of storms. That is enough to drop Blunted Baboon to 2114. The Red Scare is almost through to round 6 of this tournament. Efficient giant manufacturing for Blunted Baboon, who has no giants and is not giant specialist. You are counting on getting at least 2 rounds worth of buying giants. For that to make sense. Okay, it's 2 elite launcher overlords on a board which already has anti-air and melting points, and has AA available for the wasps. I'm a little confused. This is a bit of a Hail Mary, really? Here's the wasps coming for this outside tower. Been level 1 all game. I think this is Red Scares. I don't see the Overlords turning this around for Blunted Baboon. Also, it feels like the armor piercing on these guys might have been a stretch also. Interested to see if these guys actually get a tower over here. I don't think they do. That just goes down in a hurry. Yeah, the Mustangs, now that they're level 2 with all the extra damage, they're just going to chew through those. But Red Scare doesn't care so much if they chew through the Mustangs in turn. On the attack side, hey, look at this. I was wrong. The Launcher Overlords are getting the job done. They get to the tower. First, they have to survive this melter. This melter has to die for Red Scare or for Blunted Baboon to get another round. And it does not. Nothing is going to kill that. So that was the reason I didn't think the Launcher Overload was going to work for Blunted Baboon. We just have to come into too much range. Too close. So Blunted Baboon, 1780 MMR. Red Scare at 2130. Red Scare the winner and through to round 6 of the tournament. Will it be a Poochie or Saras Victoria that they are facing? Skay has beaten W. Garrison and will be the number 1 seed in the next match. Norwazy says the boat needed to be built about 3 rounds ago. Yeah, that's about what it looked like there, isn't it? Alright, Apuchi, what do we have? Apuchi has 900 hit points. We're in round 8. He's a Farseer specialist.
is in, well, has sold out of the Farseers to go for all of the world's Mustangs. They are range and anti-missile. Sarah's Victoria is a Typhoon specialist who has apparently sold out of the Typhoons to go to all the world's Stormcallers with HE. Note, Apuchi's got his chaff clear as well in the double-teched arc lights. And hasn't teched the marksman, even though it's level 4 here. That doesn't even have range. He's also got the level 3 Phoenix, which does have range. Sarah's Victoria beat Cody last round. And good tower timing for Apuchi. Saves this tower for a moment. Is it going to be bad tower timing long term, though? Now the tower's down. Well, unless these guys walk away from the anti-missile device. And Apuchi has range on the storms. So he outranges Sarah's storms in these final moments. That gets him a round win here in round 8. Apuchi is at 912 with Sarah's Victoria at 3270. This is a crazy long-range fight. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of fire on the ground, and fire dropped from the storms, which have the range. Now they're minus 20 range, right, from this, but still outranging opponent's storms. Now, Saras can outrange them eventually, but for right now, Apuchi has both the range and the fire. And that'll win the round. We'll get into a round 10 with Apuchi needs to do a little bit more damage than this, I think. Sarah's is at 3120. Holy napalm, yes, with the big fire over there. Okay, level 8 Rhinos, sir? Would you like 3 level 2 Wasps? What about 2 level 2 Wraiths? Or 3 level 2 Tarantulas? Sarah's Victoria goes for the Wasps into the Mustangs. Did we think this through? Not sure if we thought this through. Also dropping the oil on the back line. And it's possible you could drop a Vulcan back here to light all of that on fire. But I think that Vulcan needs to pay the summoning cost this round in order to light all of the oil on fire next round. Apuchi also takes the Wasps. Sarah's has given the Wasps a range and AA. Remember, there's no... That is a sight unseen. Just knew that there was a Wraith and Wasp available. So took the AA blind, thinking that Apuchi would also be in an air unit of some sort. Apuchi goes for the shield on his. Oh, good point. I suspect that might be the case. That might be a reading direction or other difference. That fire is... Woof. Good job. So he used Apuchi's own storms to light that oil on fire. But with the crawlers, these guys shoot into that corner. The fire is still on the ground because it's napalm, and then lights all of the fire on, or lights all the ground on fire. That's why he thought he could take the Wasps, and why the Wasps needed to have AA, because the only thing fighting them would be aerial. Gets him a tower on that side. Remember, Apuchi's on 900 hit points. There's 2-6 showing.
Oh, there's 1,000 showing. Apucci loses to Sarah's Victoria. Sarah's Victoria victorious with the oil play in the bottom corner here to take out 3 packs of Mustangs and a whole bunch of late chaff. Very nicely done. So, then there were 3. Red Scare versus Sarah's Victoria. Via will be facing Skay in the spoiler role to try and make a 6-round tournament. Sarah's Victoria and Red Scare, the possible champions, so we will be in that match. I'm going to go ahead and put that on in just a moment. We'll have a channel point prediction up for you. Channel point predictions are up. Mr. Quackums, I kind of agree. I think scorpions are the counter to too many things. I understand why they were built. And I think they'd be better off if they countered those at level 1, not level 2. You know, like if their total DPS was a little bit lower. Just because of their large splash range. Well, welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We have channel point predictions up. You can currently get about 20-1 odds against Sarah's Victoria. So, Red Scare the favorite, apparently. If anybody out there wants to be in the Skay versus Via match and give us an update when that one ends, I'd love to hear it. Welcome to round 6 of Weekend Tournament Americas and number 84. This match, either your final or your semifinal. Red Scare of 94, who we saw beat Blunted Baboon in round 5, is near side and blue. Sarah's Victoria, who just beat, well, back-to-back, has beaten Codifly and Apucci, far side red. I'm going to go ahead and put my tickets in for Sarah's Victoria. Red Scare, Giant Specialist. Start with Tarantulas, goes for triple marksman behind, and takes a pair of fangs. So, on the other side, Sarah's Victoria, a Farseer Specialist with sledges and fangs. Oh no, I have bet the player playing sledges into Tarantulas yet again. Oh, well, that was me all day today. Sarah's Victoria starts wide. And Red Scare starting aggro left-sided, right up on the line. Ooh, there's a slightly different tech loadout here. Field maintenance range, spider mine, and HE ammo. I'm running excuse me, I'm running Mech Rage instead of healing. Figure by the time you are shooting the tarantula, it's all right. It's too late for me. I'm not going to survive you shooting my tarantula and then heal through it. I'm going to have my tarantulas, keep my tarantulas alive from range. Now, we know that tarantulas tend to win the matchup against Sledge anyways. Tarantula and 3 marksmen will definitely win the matchup against Sledge. So round 1 is Red Scare's to lose. Red Scare was the runner-up in the mini-tournament Americas, or mini-tournament European this week. Sarah's Victoria was the runner-up in the mini-tournament Americas. So we have a pair of mini-tournament runner-ups trying to turn themselves into weekend tournament winners. And of course, this match would be your tournament final if Via can beat Skay on the opposite side of the bracket. Skay, the number 1 seed, Via in the spoilers role. Underground Threat, the choice for Red Scare. There's also Improved Overlord. ER Vulcan used to be an auto pick for a lot of players, but is not anymore. It used to give a bonus to attack, which really should have been named Improved at that point. At any rate, both of them have taken the Underground Threat. That is the preferred take, I think, at higher levels, barring a really compelling reason to take something else. Sarah's Victoria has put it central, and Red Scare playing it defensively and outside here. That will protect this tower, but not this one. I suspect I think this position pulls... Wait, now we're changing it. Yes. There we go. Red Scare listening in, despite the fact that they made that choice 90 seconds before I talked about it. So that'll pull more of these crawlers over to here. They'll defend this tower better, and then these crawlers will chase after. Assuming there are survivors, they will chase after. There's even a missile on the other side tower. And other than that, it's going to be... Yeah, you can see it pulls the entire group over to this side in that position. There's a slightly different position that would leave a couple of them running that way. And thank you very much for the follow, Fab4. Much appreciated. Alright, the tarantulas are punching through on the left. The couple of surviving units have gotten to tower on the right. There were 4 crawlers won the exchange for Sarah's Victoria. Possibly by having attack enhancement. I don't think Red Scare was able to afford that with buying a crawler, a tarantula, and the call-in. Oh, a follow from Fizzback as well. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you being here. Red Scare takes advanced power system. You're up on the line like this. It's all about speed. You want to get in on that tower as quick as possible. Speed with Spider Mine is pretty amazing. The Spider Mines, I believe, have a 21 meter per second speed, so they move 5 meters per second faster than a crawler. But giving them the speed bonus plus the speed bonus from tower, you can just get a ridiculously quick set of Spider Mines. Super speed. Sarah's Victoria goes for the Stormcaller Cheese. Has a Stormcallers that can range on tower. Is completely unprotected over here, as far as she can tell. Red Scare has played the Crawler and the Tarantula on that side as well. So, Storms, no Storm Cheese. Storm Cheese denied. This is almost perfectly placed to draw shots from all 4 storms. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It does... Well, it's not unfortunate. It's well played by Red Scare. It's just unfortunate for me, because I have a bet on Sarah's Victoria. Alright, neutral casting. With the storms all across the back line, storms a good answer to tarantulas. We've gone with storms and Farseers. Farseer has the improved firepower control. And that has answered all of the storms on, or all of the tarantulas on Sarah's Victoria's right, Red Scare's left. But new tarantula gets to tower. Those two marksmen handled a couple of surviving units, and you get to the reinforcement round. Wraith. Oh, there is a Typhoon on round 4 as well. So, level 3 Typhoon, 2 level 1 Wraiths, 2 level 2 Phoenix, and a level 2 Melter. So we have seen the Typhoons on round 2, 3, and 4 of this, or the round Typhoon drops on round 2, 3, and 4. This tournament, they are still in the game. Both players take the Typhoon. Typhoon very good. For Red Scare, it's range on the tarantulas. For Sarah's Victoria, a extra Typhoon. Question: do you sell the Farseer to put the improved firepower control on the level 3 Typhoon? I think you do. Yes, it's gold damage dealer. Still think you put it on this guy. Sarah's takes oil in front of these guys. That'll be partly thinking about the possibility of spider mines. Spider mines a possibility this round, a possibility next round. There were especially the possibility this round if Red Scare were to be selling the Typhoon, well, or taking any other unit to sell, and therefore able to fund another tech. Takes the defense enhancement. With everybody stuck in the oil over there, the left side's been going very well for Sarah's. However, Red Scare gets the Typhoons in on tower on the right. During the tower debuff, takes care of the level 3 Typhoons. That's a lot of experience for the tarantulas involved in the kill, and the marksman for that matter. There's still a level 3 Typhoon advancing inexorably on a tower, and Red Scare has won 4 rounds in a row, 4,800 hit points, untouched. Sarah's Victoria down to 1098. We've got a nano repair kit. Red Scare takes that one. Sarah's Victoria takes the redeploy. We're bringing the level. Yeah, okay. We've sold out of the. Aha! Now you're talking. I've sold out of the Farseer, redeployed the level 3 Typhoon to in front of the nano repair. This wasn't nano repair previously, but it is now. Uh-oh. It's ranged melters. Ranged melters are not great into spider mine. They are pretty solid into a bunch of tarantulas that don't make spider mines. They're going to be really solid into a Typhoon. And with the Typhoon right in front of it cleaning up chaff, this guy at least should have some clear sailing to engage with everything. Red Scare adds a Typhoon of his own, kind of right up the middle. This would, well, maybe not even, because... Sure, are you pivoting out of Tarantula and into Typhoon? If so, why? Which one would have won in the pure head-to-head? I think getting the plus 70% attack is more valuable than getting back the 4.5% of hit points. 4.5% of max hit points. Poochie with the massive raid. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you had fun on doing some 2v2s with Rooster. Hope you had fun in tournaments tonight. Thank you very much. And welcome in, Raiders. Apucci says, yep, I had some nice games. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Sarah's Victoria has finally turned this one around. Melter and extra buffed Typhoon getting the job done. Now you get the reinforcement drop. Fortress, Sabretooth, Vulcan, or Overlord. Again, we're going to call this one a giant and say, which giant would you like? Your level 5 Saber or all the other giants? Sarah's Victoria takes the Saber with potentially just for Saber Cash. Red Scare takes the Overlord. So it's transitioning now to Typhoon Overlord for Red Scare. Both players have a underground threat available from earlier in the game. Missile for Red Scare's Typhoons. If you don't know, this improved firepower control system does improve the homing missiles, improves the total damage. Welcome in, Apuchi Raiders. We are in round 6. This could be the final, depending on the outcome of that Via versus Skay match. If Skay wins that, then winner of this match will face Skay in the final in round 7. Otherwise, the winner of this one... Oh, Skay's already won that one. Thank you, Apuchi. Appreciate the update. So Skay has already won. This is the semifinal, officially. So the melter is now getting locked. Now this is the advantage of taking those missiles. You saw this right side level 3 Typhoon had a lock on tower and shot tower with missile at 180 meters. So even though what it was engaged with elsewhere, the missiles were able to take it out. Now Red Scare has the melters to clean up, Sarah's Victoria has the melters to clean up. Red Scare is down to 2730. Sarah's still holding steady at 1098. It's a portable shield. Both players will take that. Sarah's is redeploying the level 5 Saber, giving it this portable shield, and putting it out in front of the now level 4 Nano Repair Typhoon, along with a double line of crawlers just to slow things down, eat some Typhoon shots, eat some missiles. Still has 700 to spend, and is going to be putting that into Typhoon Shield. Range on the Overlords for Red Scare. So Red Scare, we saw they did this against Blunted Baboon as well. It looks like it is 1 tech. Basically, I'm going to throw down 1 tech per unit and buy a whole bunch of different types of units. Basically has a Tarantula Marksman build on the left and a Typhoon Boat build on the right, with a level on this tower back here. Lone range speed, no lone speed, or range but no speed. So economically, Red Scare has been trying to finish it out, and Sarah's Victoria is eking out round after round. That is one huge hit point buffer out there. That has completely slowed that attack down. And now, well, now the melter gets to lock on some of those big juicy targets. We'll go through the Nano Repair Tarantula first. The Tarantulas in defense are defeated. Well, except for one. Sarah's Victoria gets the job done again. 2 surviving melters. Red Scare had 4,100 hit points to Sarah's 1,100. Now it is 1384 to 1098. That Shield Saber did live for half of forever, for sure. absorption module for Sarah's Victoria. I was presuming that's going on a melting point. There's also a possibility it can go on a Typhoon if you need. For Red Scare, I would expect that to be on one of the Overlords. Yeah, it's going on the level 2 Melter. Very surprised if Red Scare gets that anywhere else. Notice that Red Scare has that portable shield available, and didn't place it last round, so running through a lot of time. Burning through a lot of time. Sarah's Victoria has basically made their play. What did we go? We skipped it, I think, to take Melter with range. And, oh, that's clever. That's clever. The redeploy used just to change where this guy was to prevent that insta-auto lock, essentially, from the Melter. So red what was coming, Sarah's Victoria did. Jumps over. Very nicely played. Here's a shield. Okay. Okay. A little bit dubious. This is looking really strong on the weak side for Sarah's Victoria. So even if you win this tower, you're still going to be coming back into this afterwards. So if I can't defend the tower, I've won this side hard anyways. Also prepped in case there was potentially there isn't jump drive on the board, but in case there was some kind of, I'm selling out, I'm jumping back over here. Yeah, that is a thumping win for Sarah's Victoria, who will be facing Skay in the final. Really nice comeback there. Red Scare, 2136 MMR, Sarah's Victoria at 2202. And that puts us through. Very nice. Did a patient defense, committed to the Typhoons much more than Red Scare did. Red Scare was only in the 2. And was also selling out of the teched Tarantulas to afford this. And I just feel like Red Scare is a tendency towards single teching that if they can fix that, that's going to make a big difference for them. Sarah's Victoria with the portable shield and field maintenance on the Saber, by the way. Cody says it's difficult not to root for the only person who beat me this tourney. Yeah, there you go. Root for the player that beat you. Get those extra minor points, right? So we will have our final. Skay winning against W Garrison and Via in their last 2 matches. Sarah's Victoria. This is, I mean, that's a heck of a list. It has Cody, Apucci, and Red Scare back to back to back. We got one more round to go. Yumizuka says, I'm a weeb. I'm just rooting for the anime name. What is still going? Somebody down here. 1K MMR player against Doxin. Right. Doxin had a unfortunate start. 0-2 after losing to, I believe it was Skay, actually, in round 2. What are we in? Okay, this match is already over, as you can tell from the disconnected. So, match has ended. This is the last round, and I imagine that means Doxin has won it. Again, with all the Typhoons, and here you're seeing he's done a little bit more of the, I've got 2 techs on these, I've got 3 techs on these, and I've got a lot more of them, versus what Red Scare is doing, where it's like I've got 4 of something and a single tech on it. Just a different way of playing, really. But we had double range and Farseer, where we also we did not go for full range. Doxin didn't have all the range, just went efficient tech research rather than committing to the hard range war.
Those are AA Wasps into Dachshund's ranged elite marksman Wasp. While they are getting the job done, ground game is working for Dachshund. We got the ranged marksman, the ranged Sabertooth, and the Stormcallers. That gets very loud with all the wasps. I'm not sure why wasp volume is louder than most other things, but wasps dying is very loud. Wasp shooting is very loud as well. Alright, Dachshund gets a win. 1K MMR player knocked out. Giga Typhoon carries my game there. Wasps are louder. Oh, okay. They are louder because they're higher up in the air, so they're closer to us. Makes sense. Makes sense. If we were getting the ground perspective, we'd be getting the loud noises at the ground level. Makes sense. Okay. We will run our ad. We will have you guys back here in time for the start of the match. Blue Feral says 1800 is 1K now. Jeez, I suck. No, I don't think so. 1K is 1800. There you go. Alright, so Skay is officially the number 1 seed. Sarah's Victoria is the number 2 seed. That means Skay will be blue. Congrats to those that backed Sarah's Victoria in the last match. Channel point predictions are up, folks. Ah, hey, Hooty Hoot says, or wait, I'm sorry, that is Hooty Hoo says, I always thought that. They're closer to the microphone. There you go. That is a big bet. We've got 20K on Skay and 10 on Sarah's Victoria. All right, then. Well. 2,000 to 1 odds. That's a little bit more like it. Big bets. Big bets for everybody. Welcome back to those of you that saw an ad. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel. You've got channel point predictions up for Skay versus Sarah's Victoria. Yumizuka has gone in on Sarah's Victoria. No, wait. Now this is... Okay. The betting is about 50-50 at the moment. Yeah, Yumizuka says, let me ruin that. I like making huge bets I'm sure to lose. Like my last huge one. Wait, that was on me. Rumph. Alright, things seem to have sorted themselves out in the betting window. We're about 1.6 to 1, maybe 3 to 2 for Skay as the favorite. Welcome to the final of Weekend Tournament America's number 84. Your champion will be either Skay or Sarah's Victoria. Skay near side in blue, Sarah's Victoria far side in red. Forgoes the new Amp Core Specialist, or Amplify Specialist, to take a Marksman with Fangs and Fangs and Storms, yes. Skay takes a Rhino Specialist with Sledge and Fang. Now, we've seen Skay play this previously, where they went heavy into Marksman right off the rip, basically skipped Chaff entirely, just buying Marksman until they had about 8 Marksmen, and only got Chaff because there was a deploy. They're starting with about the same level of commitment to it. We're going to go Marksman in front of towers.
see if they're running the same thing. It was a complete Vulcan best partner shooting squad build in the match of Skays that we saw earlier. For Sarah's Victoria, we're starting with Storms outside the tower and Fangs behind the tower. Marksman Specialist coming. And Skay says, I'm not scared of that. I'm going head to head against your mark. Neither side a crawler, so we do have a crawler drop possible on round 2, among other things. Skay will win on the left side, and with the tower debuff, also wins on the right, not by much. But that keeps Skay at 4,600 hit points, and Sarah's Victoria at 3,880. As we said earlier when we cast both of these, Skay, the 4th place finisher in Europe earlier today, and Sarah's Victoria was the runner-up in the weekend or mini tournament Americas, looking for their first ever weekend tournament win. Skay, of course, has weekend tournament championships from during the the Vanguard season, if you will. Skay takes 1 crawler. Is it 1 crawler and 2 marksmen? That's what I'm expecting. Oh no, it's 2 crawlers. Hold on. I am confused. It's 3 crawlers. Alright. Skay going for a little bit more of a traditional balanced build at this point. Crawler is important to distract the storms, I think. And yeah, that's what we're kind of going for. We have them in different positions, different timings. No real easy way to do that on the outside. In fact, this, I think we get a... Yeah, the timing on those crawlers kind of ensured that they were right in under the guns. Sarah's Victoria only added the 1 marksman, put it on the same side as that Skay had won last time. If we look at the text, Skay has quick reload, double shot, and range with shooting squad, whereas Sarah's Victoria is running much more the traditional, I have range, I have elite marksman, I have EMP, and I have anti-air. Hello, welcome Mayonnaise. Welcome in, man. How you doing? How has the MMR been this week? We are in the final of Weekend Tournament Americas number 84. Skay takes the orbital bombardment. Sarah's Victoria is thinking it through. But orbital is orbital. Be very surprised to see somebody skip it at this stage. They do, in fact, take it. Presume you're dropping that on one or the other of these. Maybe even just straight up the middle. Yeah, trying to pick up as much of the sledge as possible. Skay adds 2 more marksmen. We are not surprised. Note that he's placing them very wide because he knows the orbital bombardment is up this round, so basically ensuring that they're not going to be in under the orbital. Yeah, that's why there's that one's super far out. Expect that, yeah, that one as well. There's just no way. The orbital was never going to be this far out, and Skay does know that eventually he wants that long line, so he plays it this way in order to ensure that they're not in under the orbital. Makes good sense. Neither side shielding it, so you got 10 seconds left and 2 deploys for Skay. One very good marksman versus many marksmen and the level 3 sledges. Oof. Okay, well, we've had a tie round. No survivors. We will fall through the floor because the game does not know what to do with this. We fell through the floor, guys. Did you know there was Sky on the other side? Okay. Scorpion, the drop for Sarah's Victoria. Sabertooth Scorpion, the drop for Sarah's Victoria. Sabertooth, Tarantula, and Rhino the available drops for as well as the Scorpion. Both sides took the Scorpion. Skay, of course, Rhino's add back here. Leveling his Marksman. That is his long-term build. Marksman. But for opponent. Sold one of the Scorpions already. To go a Vulcan. We are surprised again. And says Yumizuka. It is true. So, we've got the Vulcan and Scorpion on the left. We've got the Rhino on the right with the leveled Marksman and the leveled Sledge. For Sarah's Victoria, going for kind of the obvious positioning, the Scorpions straight opposite the Sledgehammers. Also took range on the Arclights. This was the new. It was not the Arclight, it was the Crawler in the back corner that was new last round. This Crawler is new this round, along with that one. So just building out the chaff board at the moment. Question is, does Sarah's Victoria know Skay's build is going the direction it's going? You would think so. Rhino got the tower on the right side. Again, that's where those leveled marksmen are. Leveled marksmen come over, die to level 4 marksmen. Orangeman getting the job done. Skay down to 3950. Sarah's Victoria at 3884. We got damaged so hard the sky gets flipped upside down. No, the sky is a lie. Or the floor is a lie. The floor is a lie. In computer graphics world. Efficient tech research is the take for Skay, with Fortified Mustang, anti-interference, and mobile beacon. Now we saw Sarah's Victoria take double mobile beacons before, earlier in the tournament. So they do like having that control over the board. For Skay, we've ranged the Marksman, now we've ranged the Vulcan. Took those at the same time, around the same time last game as well, that we were in. Let's gonna run them both short up until I range them, then I'm gonna have them both at long. Building a much deeper chaff board than I felt he needed against round one opponent. Round one opponent didn't have the chaff clear, I guess. Sarah's Victoria does, so we need a much better board. And that is slowing down the build of the Marksman, right? There is a intensive training available. And it's going on that Marksman. He's up to level 3. Interesting mobile beacon. Are we trying to hook the Rhino and bring it across into the Scorpion? Is that the play there? It almost worked-ish. So round 5 goes to Sarah's Victoria. Skay down to 35-32. Sarah's Victoria at 38-80. Sarah's Victoria winning on the right, and Skay winning on the left that round. Sandworm, we've got the drop with Melter, Overlord, Farseer, and Sandworm. Sandworm is the take for Sarah's Victoria, and Melter the take for Skay. Neither is selling it instantly. Skay takes a very early best partner here. He doesn't have as many marksmen on the board as he wants. Needs to get more on the board, I guess, but that is really early for it with only 2 Vulcans on the board. He's moved his melting point out to the far left, which is where he was winning already. Sarah's Victoria takes oil from tower. We did sell this right side level 2 Rhino to pick up a 3rd Vulcan. Still only 4 marksmen on the board, plus the 3 coming off the best partner for Vulcan. But it is... So one of the reasons that Skay likes this build is his perspective on it is that recruitments are so limited and so valuable that the ability to have best partner dropping out 3 more is worth what you pay for it. Even if they're coming out at level 1, even if there's only 2 or 3 more, you've got more deploys on the board. More deploys on the board is more total DPS, more units my opponent has to kill, more potential hit point damage if things survive. It's good. And he has kind of optimized his board build to make use of that philosophy. For Sarah's Victoria, we're in... Get these worms right up close, and there aren't enough high-level marksmen to finish them off. Good choice, and drops Skay down to 1860, putting Skay under some real pressure here with the build just not getting off the ground as early. That is because Sarah's Victoria had so much better chaff clear, so Skay has had to buy a whole bunch of chaff to keep the board alive. Sticky Oil shows up, and Skay is going to put it on the back line there. I expect that is what Sarah's Victoria is taking, and they do. Skay takes... Wow, okay. There will be oil everywhere. We will have oil on all sides. And will beacon Sarah's Victoria had used against Apuchi, if you guys remember. This game got a bit greasy, it's true. Nicely shielded in terms of blocking the oil from Sarah's Victoria. Definitely thinking about that play. And bought one more worm on the back line. Didn't shield way out here. Crawlers just barely don't get into this oil to light it on fire. That one does get lit on fire, but very late. Oh, is it just me, or does this game go really hard Skay's way as soon as he takes Scorching Flames here? The Vulcan's not really damaging the worms that's costing him at the moment. Two surviving giants for Sarah's Victoria drops Skay down to 660. Skay looking in trouble. Sarah's Victoria looking in command, but we know Skay is in a hyperscaling build. Will take off and flip this game when it goes. Question is, can Sarah's Victoria finish it out before that happens? Orbital Bombardment for both players up. Of course, they're both going to shield it. I expect a 4-wide shield from each of them. Shocked. Yeah, there we go. Okay. The obligatory things done. What are the interesting things? Acid Scorpions instead of going for Scorching. definitely needs to get acid out in front of the scorpion or the sandworm. This guy with heavy armor, 476,000 hit points. It is buffer than a level 2 War Factory. It's close to a level 3 War Factory in terms of how tough it is. 25 cents. I can't allow that one, but yes. Yes, that pick is about as unfamily friendly as it gets. But we are theoretically a family friendly channel, even if wouldn't really have to be anymore. Same mobile beacon, same with this oil on. Sarah's Victoria also, well, has scorpions from last round, I suppose. I think the real question is, do the acid land and keep units on the surface? The Fangs have also gone for Ignite, try and do some percentage damage on this beastie. It is not standing. Oh wait, it is standing in the acid. That it is in some trouble. Now it's out of the acid. Eat some things. It's dead, but no, it's not dead. It's still there. It's the tower. Oh my goodness. Barely alive. Here it is. Pop, pop. It's still alive. My God, this thing with so many hit points finally goes down. And is this the round? Has Skay turned it around? Enough acid on the units. Sparty, you know, kiddo's a teenager now. It's they use worse language than we do on air, certainly. I still want to keep it because, you know, like I wanted it to be something where you can point your kid to if they're learning Mechabellum. Wanted the channel to be that and kind of keep it, you know, professional, etc. The original reason is gone. All right, we have 4 scorpions now, but we've taken siege mode, increasing the attack interval. Is that wise? Exactly, Blue. Exactly. Oh, at 25 cents says, what is the best damage soak multi-unit? Interesting question. Yeah, siege seems terrible here. I'm shocked that we took it. For damage soaking multi-unit, it's really going to depend on level. But I think if you're thinking about those mid-level units, it's the it's sledges and steel balls are your kind of mid-range tanks. They are what scorpions are built to destroy, and that is why they are the things that a War Factory builds. Mid-sized tanks. This guy does land that acid earlier on him, but now he gets all the way in, destroying giants, goes back underground. He's not getting shot. And this is why the acid is the super range made this awful. This guy couldn't target the worm because it was inside the 70 meters. The other, Skay had bought enough of them to actually cover that for 4-letter words like bruh, for sure. Okay, we get a unit drop. We've got 3 level 2 wasps instantly taken for Sarah's Victoria. Now, I suspect Skay sees the wasps and is either going to play, it also plays the wasp himself. Sarah's Victoria did this last game as well, just reads that in a wasp drop, I'm going to take range and AA. So when there was a wasp and a wraith offered, that is my play. For Skay, it's, hey wait, I don't really want to get into a Wasp v Wasp. I'm going to take range on the Fangs, and with the shooting squad coming off the marksman, and enough, we're making enough now with best partner, shooting squad, etc., range and ignite, hoping that's going to be enough to handle the wasps and the level 2 wasp drop. And of course, the marksman would have handled the wraith drop. This guy's up to 600,000 hit points, but again, that matters a lot less when you're taking percentage damage from ignite and taking damage in acid. That's the acid that has been the real killer on those worms. And Void Insanity used to play a bunch of worms, says that right up until folks figured out how good acid is against sandworm, it felt like they were unbeatable, and all of a sudden it was just donating MMRs to play a ton of sandworm. Sarah's Victoria has gone 5 wasps over the top here. That is running right into all those fangs. Down go our wasps. And Skay's wasp will arrive late once the AA wasps are gone. Big Beastie is still alive, but it's fighting out of the acid over here. And down it goes. Wasps alive for Skay. And he went for a whole bunch of, look at this, 8 anti-missile devices to ensure that he didn't lose the ground game too early. Wins the round, wins the game, and wins the tournament. Congratulations, Skay. You are Weekend Tournament America's number 84 champion. Sarah's Victoria comes close, but eventually the might of the marksman, best partner, and shooting squad overcomes it. Yes, the sandworm forced a pivot into some acid scorpions, and the wasp endgame forced some answers from the fangs, but well done. Well done. My bets. Sorry, Yamizuka. See? Only failing bets from Yamizuka. Siege mode is bad, says Toast, except, of course, Skay won with it. Quite the turnaround. We knew this is not he played brilliantly to overcome the deficit and make the comeback work. So this is his build is hyper-scaling late game build. It's designed to win in games that get to round 9, round 10, round 11, round 12. If you're going to beat Skay, you have to do it in the early game. You have to be able to accelerate the game, do tempo damage, and either knock him out of this build entirely or end the game before he can get it to scale all the way. It's a great... I mean, he runs it so very well. You all end. There you go. Poochie gets the prediction payout. That is our tournament complete. Congratulations to our top 10. Skay, your winner, beats Doxin in round 2, beat Vibe in round 1, came through Laminator, W Garrison, Via, and Sarah's Victoria to finish out. Sarah's Victoria, a runner-up with some great wins over Mualani and Poochie, along with Red Scare of 94 before losing the final. Laminator, third place. Only loss was to the eventual tournament champion Skay, with some nice wins along the way. Chemtrails, fourth. Very nice. Lost to Blunted Baboon, but got vengeance in round 6. So, Blunted Baboon, fifth. Again, Skay, your champion. Red Scare, Mualani, Vibe, Evil Kitten, and Zufil rounding out the top 10. They've all had some very strong tournaments. We'll show you of course, 11 through 20, and I think all the way down to 40th or so. For those of you having excellent performances tonight, congratulations. Sugar Shane and Harry had some wins over streamers today. W. Garrison had a good round win over Doxson, and it's a top 30 finish. And there you go. That is our tournament complete. Again, congrats to Skay, Sarah's Victoria, and Laminator for the W's. Well played, everybody. Well, normally I would finish up right about now, but I think I could go out and play some on ladder for you folks. Since we got this many people here, we might as well play a couple more games. We have been struggling, chat, so feel free to coach a little bit if you're spotting something we're doing off the beaten path right now. Where are we? We're at like 1620. We started the day, I think, at 1613 or something, so we're like 3 and 2 plus 8, something like that. I think that's where we're at. Didn't catch opponent's name, so channel point predictions will just be V201. You know, a lot of my losses today came to tarantulas, so maybe we quick supply some tarantulas. The new meta is Hacker Fang Crawler. For real, play that. You've got enough points to force me to play that if you want. Cost control, storms, and crawlers. We're going to need a crawler up on the line, right, to distract next round. Expect he's going to have some good Stormcaller play. Whoa, Sugar, Shane, and Harry gifting 5 subs to celebrate us staying online, apparently. Thank you very much for the support, my friend. Gift subs to Norwazy, Dalius, X Gargantua X, Thoughtful Gaming, and Mojisan. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Opponent comes out with the storms outside of tower. We do run Mech Rage on our tarantulas, so we can be a speedy tarantula at some point. Crawlers stayed alive. They've gotten all the way into the shaft back there. And they will stay alive all the way through the tower here, and then turn and go to the far side tower. I like it. Let's do it. Late Night Amarok is my new favorite Sunday event. All right. Well, thank you, Mayonnaise. We managed to give away a whole bunch of MMRs on Friday evening because I claim, at least, chat can back me up, I claimed earlier that it might be because neighbor was is late life and you know, making use of California's liberal marijuana laws. Let's just put it that way. Where do we want a laser sight? it you? Might even be you. For the turnaround? One of these two. It's you for once we've turned right. Okay. I like it. It's a plan. Opponent could conceivably Stormcaller up front. You learned a valuable lesson this week. Never trust meme builds from Reddit. All right, good night, Sparty. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Mass raise cost me 150 MMR. Love it. Go meme go. Alright, so opponent tries the probably canonically correct thing of throwing down some extra Stormcallers. Mass raises for free for all. Let's go, Toast. I love it. Toast, what are you doing awake this late? Orion says, I'm addicted to Factory. Oh yeah, get right in on that. Get right in on that, baby. Let's go. No, no, no. You guys are supposed to get that tower first. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's gonna hurt. Ow, it hurt. Alright, that's not a bad lesson. He said I woke up. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, you know, it's Saturday night. You're allowed to be awake with us. Alright, what do we want now? I don't know if I mind a level 3 Wasp. Do I mind a level 3 Wasp? I don't think I do. Does opponent go a level 3 Wasp? Yeah, I actually hate it when that happens too. It's been happening moderately more for me. Do we Mustang to protect against wasps out on this corner? Or do we just rely on our own wasps? Alright, it'll be laser sight wasps as the answer to my wasps on this side. We have the marksman over here too, so that's silly. Why did you turned around? You turned around. Okay, well, that's covered. This is covered. We are going to beat these sledges for sure. I feel like we're going to win this round. Okay. Played that right, at least. We have a new pipe chest. We have... what the... Is that a... Is that a reindeer? Okay. Yeah, our wasps didn't face up against the fangs, exactly. Ooh, missile strike seems very good. Right about there, right, gang? Nope. Ooh, just a smidge. Right about there. You guys will all be in there. You get hit, right? You don't get hit if you go that way. Maybe we need something that deals with this backside, don't we? Perhaps something like you. I missed a couple of them. Oh well, and he shielded a bunch, so that's fine. Oh dear. They ranged their wasps. Our wasps do not have range. Alright. It is time to pivot to air. We've still got wasps alive, it's fine. Time to pivot to anti-air, I mean. You do have you have full carry, huh? Yikes. Full carry wasp. I think it's gotta be these, right? Right. You're over here. We knew that was kind of coming. Or something like it had to be coming. So 90 meter range, we've got 135 meter range. We'll throw down the AA in a moment. I might even just sell out of these level 3 wasps so we stop feeding you levels and all that. Better for opponent. Double level for us. Oh, and that's... I don't have AA on that anymore. Mothership for him, right? $300, $450, $600. Yeah, we can do that, right? opponent is into... What do we got? We're in ranged sabers. We have gone with the marksman. We're in ranged mustangs, but we haven't AA'd them yet. I was expecting overlords, honestly. I'm glad I didn't hit AA on the marksman yet. But we picked those up for that purpose. Beautiful. Let us sell you. Old damage dealer. Get... You've got to get that, right? Where's that? Let's pop some wasps this time. Gone better. Mark can do great damage for now. 5 sabers getting pretty brutal over here. We might need a melt here. One has also gone for like levels on storms, which I'm liking. Where's the bear like Farseer drop? Is it you? Kind of is, you know? Oh, selling out of that to get this guy into this is pretty nice. That's solid. Yeah, he took the ranged scorpions. He's gone range launcher overload on the storms. Can that thing tank a Scorpion this shot? The heck level is this? A level 3 storm with 12,000 hit points. Oh, they're assault storms. I see what's going on there. Alright then. Get out of here. We are just hyperscaling these guys, right? I think that means you get that, right? Alright, now what? It'll be 2 more Mustangs. Oh, noes. We have slowed the game down quite a lot with the fire and acid. Of course, haven't restarted the client since the start of the day, so we are hitting the late end of the round here, or end of the day. I think you guys are getting range in a moment. I need to kill this guy. What's going wrong over here? Quick cooldown. Interesting. What we got here? You guys are just on this hyper-scaling path, right? Let those guys stop that. On range speed, it's possible there's a drop coming out this side. We're just dropping on those guys, I think. Anybody to sell? I know they slow down the AA Mustangs. I understand. Understand how it works. I'm not sure it's the right play. Might be the wrong. Oh, he mobile beaconed to that one this time. I intentionally didn't missile it last time out so that it wouldn't be the first thing he was thinking of. Oh my gosh, he didn't. He did everything but the everything but the Mustang or the Wasps there. see? It was a good play, or a decent enough play. Come on, get in there. Thank you. Change for you guys next, I think. Probably EMP also. So much lag, yes. Sorry, opponent. Opponent will be seeing the disconnected screen. We'll restart the client on the next ad break here. And yeah, it'll be fine, right? Ooh, we can take another missile strike. Sure. All right, what do we need here? Actually, I feel like those two help. And I'm going to drop you here from the perspective of, let me just draw a whole bunch of units over there for a moment. This is one of those, is stream dead? I don't think the stream is dead. Tell me the stream's not dead. Rip stream, no, no's. It did, it should be, let's try a F5. I think we got back. Looks like we dropped about 1,500 frames there. Nope, we are dropping again. We are dropping frames now, too. Alright, we will check that in a moment. Is there anything I can do to fix that in the moment? I don't think so. Yeah, we have no bitrate right now. F. It's not dead. It's not dead. Amarok is. No, I literally was it's alive, but Amarok is not. We lost that last round on incendiary bomb from the Vulcans, I think. No, maybe not. Did we lose that last round on? Oh, just this, I think, EMP there. He had better shielding than we did, and he went Fang shield. So getting through those guys was not as easy. And congrats to whoever backed our 201 guest. All right, we are going to exit to desktop. We've had 8+ hours of stream. It's time for apparently it's time for an ad. And wait, it doesn't even want. Apparently, we just ran an ad. We didn't have much chaff, that is true. That is true. We didn't have enough chaff there. Alright, stream. Welcome back to Mechabellum. Welcome home, gamer. Wait. Inappropriate content filtering is enabled. We have chat back now. Apologies to a previous opponent. Alright. Wait, no, I don't care about all of that. Not enough chaffs was had. What ad? We didn't run an ad?
Somebody saw an ad. Somebody somewhere saw an ad. Okay, hey, we're facing D Unit. Right. D Unit was 4th in the Intermediate Group 1 this week. Anybody notice what our MMR was? Well, what do we feel like here? We can quick supply again. We should just do some supply specialist. That's here. All right. There we go. We have our, oh, your amplify specialist. All amp cores. Okay. MMR 11. Wait, 11? Oh, no. That's not right. MMR is 1598. Oh, it's not even 16XX. We're under 1600. Why? What did I do to you? Alright, we've been running the symmetrical aggro so much. Maybe we'll run the asymmetrical aggro for a change. Oh, opponent is expecting aggro. Came out with the kind of full W-ish formation, maybe a V-ish formation there. Opponent gets the far side's tower. I thought about putting that extra arc light out there just to slow that down. You guys saw me put it out there. We lose the round, that's alright. Okay, forgot to say, fun, man. Okay, there we go. I like you. Okay. You have just gone for the arc lights, I see. Oh, hey, wait, now I smell the neighbor is getting funky now. Let's just have you out. Oh, I almost placed that crawler out here to, we'll see what happens with this. Unit says I was thinking the same thing. These people aren't allowed to get good at this game. I've been playing it for a year. If only there weren't streamers teaching them how to play. Wait a sec. Shoot! It's definitely the problem of having streamers teaching people how to play. For sure. It's also the problem of not getting the Typhoon drop when you want it. I guess we got the Farseer drop. Yeah, the thing is, I don't even want them in the tanks. I want them in the back line. Alright, so what are we going to do? We need to manipulate that a bit. Wait, you might need to be on this side. Alright. We need to manipulate this engagement. Something like so, I think. Oh, that's a lot of stuff on that flank. Okay. On the other hand, our flank worked out really nicely for us with the Steel Ball mobile beacon. It's going to be a thing I picked up from watching a Poochian tournament. If you've joined us from a Poochie stream, I told myself I needed to start taking the mobile beacon a little bit earlier there. For things like this, it's a Phantom Ray with laser sight. Interesting. When those stealth cloak, they're going to be a little bit brutal, but for now, they should lose out to the Farseer, I think. Unless they don't, unless they go get the Farseer right now. No, you jerks! Leave my Farseer alone during tower debuff. How rude. Mean. I feel like the Phantom Rays are just going to win that side. But the hope is draw a bunch of things into the nuke zone, and see what develops from there. Seeing a nuke in the very center, it looks kind of cursed somehow. Yeah. Oh, there's Phantom Rays in that back corner. Nuke does land. Actually worked out pretty nicely in terms of tower timing this time. Hello, Chemtrails. How are you, sir? We cast your match against K earlier today, your tournament match. We have been hemorrhaging MMR. D-Unit says they have too. So, kind of enjoyed that exchange. Ooh, Marksman, I think.
Oh no. I was at my all-time highest MMR during the tourney, then lost minus 36 in the one game loss. Still fun games. Exactly. Exactly, man. Well, it's nice to see you. How are you doing tonight? Other than that, this game goes long enough we get the nuke back. You have taken the... Interesting. Just thrown down hit points in the way, huh? Alright. Did chew through that thing there. We didn't get the tower, though. Wait, we're chewing on this tower, huh? Come on, guys. Chew on that tower faster. Nope. We did not chew fast enough. Jilling mentally preparing for maybe entering the 2v2. And Sacco and Arbiter dropped out of the 2v2 ladder. Your top 3 world? Wow, sir. Wowza. Need one more crawler in this fight, I think. Maybe I need one here-ish. Oof. Oh. Oh, did we go out and around that handily? Would you have a partner for that, Chemtrails? Not sure yet who. All right. Fury Scare conclusion. Nice. That has not worked out for us. I think we have lost this one. But that is too many units on the board for opponent. Farseer refuses to die, but eventually it'll go down. Somebody will finish it off. Killing Farseer. Oh, we're still alive. For this push, primarily. Alright, what are we throwing down here? We also need to outrange the arc lights at this juncture. Ruh-roh. Hackers, huh? Odd. Not sure I was expecting hackers. Right, I definitely was not expecting hackers. Have we done enough to stay alive this time? It doesn't look like it. Oh, yeah. Hacking these guys at the end, that's brutal. It is brutal. Yeah. In game. Just in time. Because we have the nuke coming back next round. I think they survived the nuke anyways. I think that's part of what he was thinking here, was possibly having barrier available if needed. But yeah, that was not our game. This is how it's been. This is how the MMR has been for Amarok recently. We were at, I think, 1607 to start the day, so this is like minus 28, I think. Thank you, Toast. Size. Zhao Yao. We're facing Zhao Yao. We've fallen down into the level of the players I don't recognize anymore. No. I used to recognize players. Quick supply specialist versus supply specialist. Maybe time to bust out the fort strats. That's true. We have not busted out fort strats in a while, have we? Okay. In this one, though, we're going to go with the a little bit more the Amarok Classic. That is a very central defensive formation, sir. I see. Alright. We need some chaff clear. That's definitely a board for chaff clear. Wow. Opponent went triple Arclight, presumably for chaff clear. We took a pair of Mustangs. Franklin, the flanking fort. I love it. I mean, does this just pivot into Mustang Fort? Is that our pivot? I don't know what it's feeling like right now. Abandon the waiting for a typhoon strategy. You went charged shot already. So your chaff clear is worse. Interesting. Think we can get him to go armor next? Okay. we both took Efficient Giant. Sure. He took Charge Shot on round 2 because of the steel balls. I thought he took triple Loy. I guess he did. He could have afforded the Charge Shot there. Okay. Don't do enough damage yet. That's for sure. You know what you would... Of course. What you would be terrible at right now is handling Loose Formation Crawler. Ooh. Ranged Farseer, huh? Right. Interesting. Opponent did not take the bait to go armor, no. Like big forts. Let's go. All right, we had just enough time. Staying alive, if only just. What are you gonna go here, sir? Well, whatever it is, I need something that can dish some actual damage. No mistakes. No pressure, right? No pressure. I know. There's literally nothing I can sell. I was looking. I spent so much time thinking about it. Literally. Both into the Mustangs was a bold choice, sir. Bold choice. But I can see how you got there. Keeps. It's close. It's so close. We get tower. We get those. Yeah, there we go. I mean, as much as I would love more, really, he's got to be dropping the ion beam here, right? Got to be right here. We're just going to trust that our ion beam is better, right? Wait, you did not take the ion beam? Okay. Yeah, Kill Cannon says we do need Fang Prod, probably. Thank you for the levels for the Mustangs. Much appreciated. Presume you are coming Wasp production in. Surely he comes Wasp production in a moment. Yeah, a second round into Overlords was an interesting choice, especially when we had countered it with the Marksman. I feel like that was just error central there. Oh, it's War Factory time. Rose. We down. We down. Don't have enough left to take out the Overlords. I misread the play. One more fort and not AA would have been much better for us. Let us take a look at that last round there and see what we get here. Ran out of crawlers too soon. Yes, we did. I mean, we also didn't have the crawler up the middle for that. I really just want to look at like round 8 here. Alright. What if we skipped this? Oh, he went Improved War Factory. That is what I missed there. Okay. Yeah, it was an Improved War Factory. It had all the extra everythings that you might need. Okay. If we had just been all of that, we did something like this, right? What we didn't have was this crawler for the protecting the shields early. Alright, let's see if that's how that goes. Literally, we're on 2 extra forts and a crawler versus AA on the... And that just ties that guy up for so long, right? Tied it up for long enough that now the forts go down. That bought him enough time for the Overlords, right? I think it did buy him enough time for the... Oh, goodness. The Overlords to do their work. Yeah, he wins this either way. Yep. So he was in a great position with that War Factory. Nicely done, sir. Nicely done. Alright. Let's go back out on the ladder. Hold on, what have we just done to ourselves? Goodness. Including the 2v2s, we're on like a 3-game losing streak. Awesome. 1559. Alright. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We just figured out that our we would have lost either way on the even if we had taken the change I was thinking of taking some extra forts instead of anti-air. It wasn't. It does get through the War Factory. It does not get through the other units on the board. We are facing Beppis. We have faced Beppis in 2v2s, never faced them in 1v1 before. We will have our late arriving chef. I didn't want to buy crawlers because opponent has only fangs, so I wanted to see if I can get a crawler drop. We're going to be out wide. I expect there's a... I expect this guy dies to the storms early on. Yeah, kill cannon. If we'd had acid scorpions, that thing goes down hard, sure. But the, yes, Mayonnaise in a Tub says, this is the redemption arc kicking off. Can I get you in the call as a coach? Is that the way this works? He has taken the marksman. Our calf isn't going to get there in the slightest. That's all right. We will add chat. We'll add crawlers. Denied. Okay, that's fair. Wait, our fangs did arrive. Look, those late fangs doing some work. These two are in trouble, but you know. Hey, wait a sec. Wait a sec. Get the tower at the right time. Turn around. Engage during the tower debuff. Oh, almost. Yeah, you know, that could have been better. Let's remember to send our good luck, have fun. Alright, we've seen what improved War Factory can do. That went really well up the middle. These fire badgers out on the flanks. I mean, our crawlers had a day up the middle. That's relatively surprising. Let's go, Fangs. Hero Fangs from the back line, still alive. Uh-oh. It's a pretty solid end game of Stormcaller fire there. I mean, we're just playing from standard, right? Looks like we're just playing from standard here. Oh, you took the melter. All right. Was this a guess that I was going to Vulcans? Or is it just I have everything cleared, so might as well? And he leveled the storms, too. Rude. Well, if that's how you want to play, you can certainly level the storms, too. Okay. Need a 2v2 with chat redeem. Hey, Enigma, how you doing? We should do that, shouldn't we? Actually, a pretty good idea, I think. Let's add some damage for our poor fellow. Okay, you have taken phantoms. Okay. Why didn't you just stick with the melting point? It's gonna work. Guess he wanted to know if I was gonna sell out of these? Maybe? Give you something to spend up to 30k. Well, okay, wait. Enigma, I would be, yeah, okay, we can totally do that. Playing while watching, sweet. So you're way higher than I am at the moment. Why am I hemorrhaging? Didn't understand. Let's go skip the nuke. Let's skip the nuke today. We'll take the underground threat. Run these two. Opponent can underground for the win, right? So we kind of have to do that. Opponent took quick cooldown, didn't he? Alright, opponent took quick cooldown, not underground. Opponent took quick cooldown. Where are we going? We're going here, right? Nope, can't kill that. Shoot. Opponent has no chaff. Why am I in Vulcan's? Opponent has no chaff. I made it all the way down to the no chaff level, guys? That missile was some big brain play. I mean, it didn't work, but it was worth trying. I thought about doing it the other way around. My guy's in defense and the missile offensively. Yeah, we've reached the no chaff level, right? Opponent could conceivably win with that big old I'm thinking about that big, the big saber on the board for opponent. Opponent is really just trying to force the phantoms and making them work, right? That's what they want to do today. They just want to force their phantoms and win. Okay. Oh. Thank you, Enigma. One of my favorite streamers, hands down, learned to play from you. Aw. That is very, very flattering to hear. Thank you so much. Second one gets that side. You guys get this. Bring out you. I know, anti-missile against Phantom, huh? I know what I'm thinking. I'm going to listen to chat here. You've gone for ranged melter, sure. Opponent still has no chaff, right? Oh no, they've added some chaff. Okay. A little late for super supply, right? Literally has the level 5 saber and has not sold it. Let's see here. I credit that one straight over to chat. That was all you guys on the Throwdown Anti-Missile Amarok. Also want these guys for keeping... Do I even want this? Kind of keeping them on the surface. And I have to do... I think that kind of works. Oh no, we kind of missed. Oh, that's alright. EMP this? Oh, it's the storms that are EMPing things, huh? Okay. You guys are making crawlers? No. Yes. I don't care about... Yeah, they're making crawlers. Interesting. Alright. All 4 AMDs survived. Epis in trouble. Strong AM or Photon would finish this. We're just going to win that. Does kind of mess up the arrival timing there. Yeah, you took the you took them as well, of course. Yeah, no. EMP was all we needed. and winning the crawler war. Whoosh! Win streak finally started. Thank you, Beppis. Much appreciated. And Beppis, paid actor confirmed. Mayonnaise says, I called it. All right. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Blue Feral says Christmas. All right. On we go. 4 wins, 5 losses. 1580. EMP to shut down the Phantom, yes. Yeah. We're climbing. Wait a minute. Is that what we call this now? Is that what you kids are calling it these days? We are up against KK. All right. Yeah, it was shutting down the extended range melters that I was concerned about. That's why I played it. Hey, first time chatter, welcome in. That is a Tail M Grandmaster. Range is king. It truly is in that one. It truly is. And thank you for the follow, Tempest. Much appreciated. How are you doing tonight? There. Okay. And a follow from Tail M Grandmaster. Thank you very much as well. I hope you both are enjoying your evening. You guys play in tournament? Are you guys Gucci viewers? Where'd you guys come from? What's going on? We do a neutral perspective tournament cast, which is what this was supposedly once. Wife wants to play Once Human, wish you luck. I'm gonna stay watching the stream for support. Oh, thank you, Enigma. Yeah, the Phantoms were breaking the melting points targeting a lot, that's true. Our opponent has gone flying. What? Why are we flying? What that? Don't we know flying is cheating? Wingate, thank you for the follow. Flying is cheating. Defeated. The channel point predictions are up. If you guys are new to the channel, you guys predict wins or losses, bet rocks against other viewers' rocks. Just had a wild game. The second to the last round had more fire on the map than I've ever seen before. How's your PC handling it? Is it dead? Is your room now on fire? I think we got this. We'll just teach this one storm to keep up. So close. So close. There's Sandra. Thank you very much. It's basically a no-brainer for me if there's a round 2 Fang drop, and I want Chaff. I would take it to Chaff. Thank you. That gives us most of the wacky angles cut off. There is a wacky angle up the middle here. Surprisingly, no fire in the room. Well, I'm glad to hear you guys are still alive. Opponent also took Chaff and more Chaff. Is that... You have a back corner Fang. Fang.
I must have mistook it for a crawler. Happens to the best of us. No, it looks kind of intentional to me. I mean, it could be. Could be mistook for... It does, on this gray map especially, right? It does happen. Alright, now we've got enough things left to handle this many Phoenix, I hope. Okay, here we go. Especially if we get a tower debuff, that'll help. Especially if somebody comes and challenges for them during the tower debuff. Well done. Well done, guys. Alright. Levels. Levels. What do we want not to have drop? I don't want to see him get chaff clear yet. Yes, Gelgamath! I have chat to thank for not my computer no longer shutting down at 90 degrees Celsius. Airflow issue. It is true. It is true. And, so, we took... Did I literally take the Vulcan to block him from getting the Vulcan on the round that he took the Vulcan? Yes, I did. Okay. But, Gelgamath, I went ahead and upgraded the air cooler on that side of the PC for my unit, and it did wonders. It sits at, it sits at a very comfortable price. But to be fair, I had chaff with the, well, so what I had purchased a specific unit that had it took an upgrade. Yeah, true. Thermal paste is supposed to get replaced pretty frequently. But I took a unit that had, I took a CPU upgrade on a base unit, and they just left the default cooler in there. Yeah, so chat bought me a Noctua cooler. That is exactly right. And good thermal paste. Plus, but like, no, when I looked, chemtrails, when I looked at the thermal paste that was underneath the, I took a look at the thermal paste that was in underneath the old one. It was scary. It was scary, man. Like, it literally looked like cracked gray. Not even sure how to describe it. Cracked gray. You know the New Mexico desert floor? It looked like that, but it was gray. It only goes that bad when the cooler can't keep up. Well, that's the point, right? If you're hitting this 90 degrees Celsius that Gelgamath is on, we're not keeping up, right? That blank crawler is going to do some real work if we give it replicate, isn't it? It changed your face after 6 years. No, yes, it was. Well, what was interesting about it was that the default, that default cooler, the heatsink, was, to describe it, it wasn't covering the full amount of territory that it needed to. It literally did not cover the full top of the CPU. All right, we are a giant specialist who has not. Yeah, the cooler was dirty as hell. Fair enough. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cognitive. Hello. How are you doing, my friend? I know you've been in before.
We're still skipping everything here. How's your night going, my friend? All right, I think that's enough. Enough of that. Yeah, we have many marksmen. Has built marksman line, fam. Got to the 1800s in tourney with a peak of 1782. Very nice. Considered coming to cast one of your matches. I think we put it up to a chat vote and took the. Actually, that was the round we took the Chemtrails versus K. We had put it to a chat vote, and so we took Chemtrails over Cognitive that time. All right, so he did play around the potential. He did play around potential replicate out there, and it's going to win the round. Solid for KK there. More marksmen. We need more marksmen. If we have enough marksmen, they will be the chapter, right? Do I want any of you? Not really. Which means Scorpion. Well, I mean, we could Scorpion, but we're Giant Spec, right? If we really wanted Scorpion, we would take something that did a similar job. More chaff clear. Yes, yes. We should definitely have some chaff clear. Okay. Oh, he changed his order over there. He lit that oil up. Oh, he's got shields on the Phoenix now. I feel like we want Are we reaching wanting AA? Or are we reaching wanting EMP? One or the other, I think. Anywho. Yeah, you've been upgrading constantly, makes sense. You really only found us in September, Toast. That's amazing. Alright. More volcanoes, best partner, trust. That's exactly where I'm at. Exactly. And one of you guys, I would presume. Here, sounds good. You guys get that. Go down 2 more. sell Arclight? Oh, for one more? Actually is intelligent there. Yes, you can get firing squad upgrades. I think we're just going with that. I think we got this. Yes, they do. It's true. Well, opponent wants to throw down more scorpions into this, huh? Sir, you realize our marksmen are starting to outrange your scorpions, right? Well, even shown off in the tutorial. Naughty boy for skipping the tutorial. Oh. Okay. Alright, well, you're coming up to these guys. You go at those guys. You might run over there. Really? What do you do? Hey. Well, we've got the crawlers arriving all day. But at the time you're shooting the Vulcans, it's not about the Vulcans anymore. Yeah, I think we got this one. Just literally just spam Vulcans and have a complete army with those two tanks. Which is hilarious. Speaking of... we are on the climb. It feels a little dirty throwing down that many Vulcan marksmen against somebody at the 1400 level. I feel like we should have done something a little more... You should put firing squad on your marksman just to give it a try. I love it. Alright, well, we've gotten to 500. Yeah, I can see that. You've held off Typhoon Boat Push with just Fangs and Vulcans. I love it. As long as you've got the right techs. Well, nobody bet on that one.
But we are back up to 500 for the day, minus 15 total, and we are facing. Wait, are you the real Marky Mark? You can't possibly be facing the real Marky Mark, right? All right. Chat is 1,000% sure that Amarok can beat Marky Mark. 10 to 0. There we go. You get great odds. It doesn't have a funky bunch. Love it. We could Farseer, but no. We're gonna Fire Badger here. Imagine doubling. Marky Mark without the funky bunch. Blasphemy. No, we are into tarantulas yet again with my sledge starts. Why won't they just let me? Okay, we're taking the crawler so that they don't get a crawler drop. And we're just going to kind of concede at round 1. That's fine. Wow, sir. Excuse me, what? You are cost control. Is that a round 1 loan? Spider Mine. Well, Marky Mark, I think it's time to introduce you to my friend the hacker. Definitely a paid actor, Dillo. Totally. Marky Mark needed the funky bunch, giving him advice. Yeah. All right. You guys for the chaff clear. We'll have 800 next round. Great. Perfect. They're so close together, too. Why are they so close together? Oh, there's another one. Hold it, what? Okay, I guess you can afford, you paid off the loan. So you have 200 instead of 100, so you bought one more. Okay, that's fine. Wow. That's kind of gross. Round 2 having 100 could all be spent on a unit drop. It's true. It's so true. Okay, wait, we have... Uh-oh. Paid actor put them that close together that we can make them all walk. All of them. No. Oh, Marky Mark. Oh, Marky Mark. Okay, okay, there's smoke. I see it. Uh-oh. Sir, we have a problem. We have a problem. The army turned around. It's coming back. Front row. Oh my god, it is... Guys, I'm getting so stoned on this. That neighbor is so smoking out. Okay, hold on. Somebody send help, guys. Imrock in trouble here. Yes, we'll just put it in under the... I mean, I'm kind of fine with that. Yes, neighbor is killing lungs. Literally, it feels like the room is about this smoky, guys. Like, I'm not even there. What's this happening? 4,000, 5,000. Okay, we'll take you for extra damages. Did you also take cheaper? You did, yay. Yes. He'll kind of, he's like end of life, and he's had a good long life, and he's in a lot of things. So I really cannot at all complain at all, other than to you guys. I'm pretty sure he's not hearing this. This is how those games earlier in the day, guys, were supposed to go. You know, he's got to do this, right? He has to. As he does that, we do that. You guys get barriers. Go extra chaff. Clear. We're loaning to finish, right? Okay, we have picked up the Phantom Raid. Surprise, I knew you had to reserve. You have also stealth your Phantom Rays. Not a bad call. Problem for you is that your towers are down already. I've also been leveling the fangs for just this sort of thing. 2 for the tower, okay. Did you guys stop making mines? The mines are a liability now, guys. Stop making the mines. Please stop. Please stop. They're a liability. And lone range speed finish, sure. I mean, this late on a Saturday night, you gotta figure he might be as under the influence as we are. Next door. Okay, we're back. Hey, wait a sec. Let's go, gang. 1608 is officially +1. We're a winner. Chat was so confident of that they made it 50-50. I see. Maybe opponent is my neighbor. I would be very surprised if my white-haired next-door neighbor, white-bearded next-door neighbor, were a Marky Mark fan. And his name is not Mark. So, yeah, Veems, that one felt like seal clubbing a little bit. We have fallen a ways. So, I don't... You know, when you see the round 1 loan, how is round 1 loan happening at 1400 MMR? That's my question. Or how have I fallen to the point that I'm running into round 1 loans? Pro tip, don't do that. Gain about 200 MMR, sir. Saber? Are we low enough that Elite Fang Gaming works? Okay, wait. Let's find out, yes. Turn 1 Spider Mines into turn 2 Cellophane. Yes. Sten, he had no chaff. It was like round 1. Yeah, it was just amazing. Round 1 was by another was literally by another tarantula, right? Yeah, it was, and another tarantula, exactly. So he skips a deploy there. Yes! Wish I could have seen it. Well, if I had taken the VOD, I could have seen it. It's true. Oh, we didn't take a crawler to deny him the drop. I just want to know, are we low enough that round 1, or that Elite Fang works? I just need to know.
what's the sell? All right, Farseer out on the flank. Flank screening. Oh yes, yes. We having seen a round one loan, I decided to find out if we are low enough that elite spec Fang Gaming works. Oh no. Opponent has invented chaff. Disaster. Well, since opponent has bought some chaff, it's probably time to sell my chaff clear. If you're a marksman specialist, it's even better. Literally sell our sell this guy that's getting shot. Chaff, you say? I should give him a donut. It's true. All right, opponent winning. Opponent winning. Quit giggling. Who's gold from last round? Probably the unit we sold, right? I really flip him out. Throw the amp core on this guy. What is he doing with it? Tell the wolf hi. Hello, kiddo. Welcome, welcome. It's folks like you that we keep this kiddo friendly for. Oh yes, we can definitely get away with this. Oh no, he's covered the flank. No. Say it ain't so, Joe. If you managed to put it, you have. We've put it in range. I literally want I'd pay good money for level 1 crawlers right now. I don't want level 2 crawlers. I literally only want level 1 crawlers. Oh yes, go Amp Core Tarantula. Who's to tank? You to tank. Incendiary makes me kind of sad here. On the other hand, we just light his middle on fire. Kind of do, right? I just came back from falling down a rabbit hole and wonder why you're still online. Hey, if you can answer that, more power to you. If you figure out the answer, let me know. Hold on. Hold on. We might get flanked back here. There you are. And let's go. I would fight you the honorable way. It won't be a crawler drop after all. Also, our entire board happens to be on fire this round. Had we gone to bed, we would have missed the game where opponent went Spider Mine on round 1 and sold it. Exactly. Alright. Now what? Opponent goes Vulcan, right? Opponent went Vulcan. Knew that was coming. We knew that was coming 100%. We didn't even loan. It's round 5. I know, too bad it didn't give us sports. It would have been very nice if it had given us sports. That's okay. I'm actually somewhat impressed with opponent for not selling out of the marksman. They're like, I don't know what opponent is doing here, but eventually they will have something I need marksman for. And that day has come. 3, 4. Okay, we survived, whether or not we win the round. If we win the round, very bad sign for opponent. Yeah. Bad sign for opponent. Ooh, hey, handy. Let's be faster now. Let's upgrades. Can we please have some barrier? Thank you. Not really anything to sell here. Crikey, are we loaning for the level 2? I think we loan for the level 2 over here, right? Yeah, I think so. I mean, we can't not, right? Opponent should pivot to something here. We could loan range speed, or not loan range speed, but sell range speed back here. I think we have to, yeah, I think we kind of have to. So we'll sell that, loan range speed. Oh yeah, sell the flank was better. On the other hand, it's kind of distracting as well. Yep, hello melting wings. Wait, I thought the melters were supposed to counter the ports. That was the original intention out there, was to reinforce the flank with forts. But once we got the speed, it was fine. Oh, goodness. I think you're right about sell out of that. Load, upgrade, you. That.